Tonight we're breaking down the full, tragic and fire-breathing history of House of the Dragon, Seasons 1 and 2. This topic gives us a lot to trace through, but I'll keep the delivery calm enough for a quiet night. Thank you to those of you who've been joining us consistently. If you're falling asleep with us tonight, let me know in the comments how many nights in a row you've been here. And if this is your first night, just comment Night 1. Now back to the video. Close your eyes and imagine a time when the sky over Westeros was not empty, but filled with the rhythmic beat of massive, leathery wings. Imagine a world where the power of the Iron Throne was not just a political concept or a matter of golden spears, but a literal, living force of nature, capable of melting stone and turning armies into ash in a single breath. This is the world of the Targaryen dynasty, at its absolute zenith, roughly 200 years before the birth of Daenerys Targaryen, and the events we all remember from the War of the Five Kings. In this era, House Targaryen did not just rule the Seven Kingdoms, they were the closest thing to gods that the world had ever seen. They possessed more than 10 adult dragons, a stable of flying monsters that ensured no house, no matter how wealthy or ancient, would ever dare to challenge the crown. But as we have learned through the brutal lessons of history, the only thing that can truly tear down the House of the Dragon is the house itself. The story we are about to journey through is one of the most significant chapters in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. It is the story of the Dance of the Dragons, a civil war so devastating and so personal that it changed the trajectory of the world forever. It is a tale of two women who were once the closest of friends, torn apart by the ambitions of men and the rigid, unforgiving structures of a society that feared a woman on the throne more than it feared a war that would burn the realm to the ground. It is the story of Rhaenyra Targaryen, the chosen heir, and Alicent Hightower, the queen consort, whose children would eventually meet in the skies above Westeros to settle a blood feud with fire and blood. Before we dive into the specific betrayals and the massive battles of Seasons 1 and 2, we have to understand the weight of the crown that King Viserys I wore. He was a man who inherited a time of unprecedented peace and prosperity, the long summer of the old King Jaehaerys. But beneath that peace, the seeds of destruction were already being sown. We saw a king who desperately wanted to be loved, a man who chose to look away from the growing rot in his own family until it was far too late. We saw the rise of the rogue prince, Daemon Targaryen, a man whose unpredictability and lethality made him both the greatest protector of his house and its most dangerous liability. We witnessed the slow, agonizing decay of a king who literally fell apart as his realm fractured around him, leaving behind a succession crisis that would pit brother against sister and dragon against dragon. The stakes of this recap are not just about refreshing your memory for the upcoming Season 3. They are about understanding the tragedy of a family that had everything and threw it away for a chair made of swords. We are looking at the moment where the magic of the world began to fade, where the dragons began their long slide toward extinction, and where the unity of the Seven Kingdoms was shattered so thoroughly that it would take centuries to even begin to mend. Throughout this deep dive, we will explore the nuances of the green and black factions. We will look at the psychological toll of growing up in the shadow of a dragon. We will examine the prophecy of Aegon the Conqueror, the Song of Ice and Fire, which adds a layer of cosmic importance to every decision made by Rhaenyra and her father. Was the war inevitable? Could a few different choices have saved the dragons and the dynasty? Or was the Targaryen bloodline always destined to consume itself in a blaze of glory and grief? As we settle in for this long journey through the history of the dance, we will break down every major turning point, from the Great Council at Harrenhal in the year 101, where the precedent was set that a male heir must always come before a female, to the shocking death of Lucerys Velaryon at Shipbreaker Bay, which officially ended the time for diplomacy and began the time for war. We will revisit the brutal Battle of Rook's Rest, where the true cost of dragon warfare was laid bare for the first time in generations. We will follow Daemon Targaryen into the haunted halls of Harrenhal, where his own mind became a battlefield, and we will watch as Rhaenyra Targaryen finds the strength to claim her crown, even as her world crumbles. This is a story of complicated people caught in an impossible situation. There are no easy villains here, only humans with hearts in conflict with themselves, tasked with wielding the power of gods. We will look at the quiet moments of grief, the whispered conspiracies in the dark corners of the Red Keep, and the thunderous roars of Vhagar, the largest and oldest dragon in the world, whose very presence changes the tide of history. Whether you are a loyalist to the Blacks, believing in Rhaenyra's rightful claim, or a supporter of the Greens, believing in the stability of tradition and the rights of Aegon II, there is no denying the sheer scale of the tragedy that unfolds. The road to season is paved with the ashes of those who came before. It is a road marked by the loss of sons and daughters, the betrayal of friends, and the realization that when dragons dance, the whole world burns. We are going to look at the political maneuvering of Otto Hightower, the quiet but deadly influence of Larys Strong, and the fierce loyalty of Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake. We will see how the children of these two warring branches, Aemond, Jacaerys, Laena, and Aegon, were forced to carry the weight of their parents' sins before they were even old enough to understand them. So, let us go back to the beginning. Let us return to the year 101, to the smoke-filled halls of the greatest castle ever built, where the lords of Westeros gathered to decide the future of their world. Let us look at the moment where the peace of the Targaryens began to crack, and the first notes of the Dance of the Dragons were played. This is a journey through 2 seasons of television that captured the complexity of George R.R. Martin's world in a way we haven't seen since the early days of the original series. It is a recap that will take us through the decades, through the births and deaths, and through the fires that forged the future of Westeros. As we move forward, keep in mind the words of the prophecy. The idea that a Targaryen must sit the Iron Throne to unite the realm against the cold and the dark. This belief, passed down from monarch to heir, is the secret engine driving Rhaenyra's desperation. It isn't just about power for her, it's about a sacred duty she believes only she can fulfill. But on the other side, we have a family that believes they are protecting the realm from a ruler they see as illegitimate and dangerous. In the middle of it all are the dragons, the beautiful, terrifying creatures that make this house special, but also make their civil war a global catastrophe. By the time we reach the end of our recap of Season 2, you will see exactly where the pieces are on the board. You will understand why the atmosphere in Westeros is so heavy with dread as we wait for the next chapter. The armies are marching, the dragons are hungry, and the queen who ever was has made her final moves. The stage is set for a confrontation that will leave the 7 kingdoms forever changed. So lean back, let the sounds of the story wash over you, and prepare to enter the world of House Targaryen at its most powerful and its most vulnerable. The fire is lit, the shadows are long, and the dance is just beginning. Think of the Red Keep in its prime. It was not the cold, sparse fortress we saw in later years. It was a palace of luxury, filled with the finest tapestries, the most intricate stone carvings, and the constant, underlying heat of the dragon pits nearby. The Targaryens of this era did not just live in King's Landing, they dominated it. When a dragon flew over the city, the people didn't just look up in fear, they looked up in awe, reminded every day of the divine right of their rulers. This was a time of abundance, where the coffers of the crown were full, and the influence of the Iron Throne reached into every corner of the known world, from the Wall in the north to the Stepstones in the south. But within this grandeur, there was a growing sense of isolation. King Viserys, portrayed with such heartbreaking humanity by Paddy Considine, was a man who wanted peace at any cost. He was a dreamer in a world of vipers. His decision to name his daughter Rhaenyra as his heir was a revolutionary act, born out of love for his late wife Aemma and a recognition of his daughter's spirit. But in doing so, he challenged 1,000 years of tradition. He expected the lords of Westeros to keep their oaths, forgetting that oaths are often written in sand when power is on the line. And then there is Alicent Hightower. To understand the dance, you must understand the tragedy of Alicent. She was a girl who did everything right. She followed her father's instructions, she married the king, she gave him male heirs, and she lived a life of duty and sacrifice. In her eyes, Rhaenyra was the one who broke the rules and still expected to be rewarded. This resentment, fueled by the manipulative whispers of her father Otto, became the poison that killed their friendship and, eventually, the peace of the realm. Their relationship is the emotional heart of the first season, a slow-motion car crash of 2 people who love each other but are forced into roles that make them enemies. As the years pass in Season 1, the children grow, the emergence of Aemond Targaryen, a boy who was bullied for not having a dragon, only to claim the greatest dragon of them all, Vhagar. This single act shifted the balance of power in the family forever. Aemond, with his missing eye and his cold, calculating fury, became the Green's greatest weapon. On the other side, we have Rhaenyra's sons, whose parentage was whispered about in every hallway of the castle. The question of their legitimacy became a weapon used by Alicent to undermine Rhaenyra's claim, leading to a cycle of violence that began with a knife in the dark and ended with a dragon's fire in the sky. When Viserys finally passes away, the mask of civility is dropped. The Greens move with terrifying speed to crown Aegon II, hiding the king's death until they can secure the city. This coup is the spark that lights the fuse. Rhaenyra, grieving her father and her unborn child, is crowned on the cliffs of Dragonstone, a scene of somber, quiet power that stands in stark contrast to the hollow spectacle of Aegon's coronation in the Dragon Pit. From that moment on, there are two monarchs in Westeros, and the realm is forced to choose. Season 2 takes this tension and explodes it into open conflict. The time for letters and envoys is over. The death of young Luke at the end of Season 1 was the point of no return. Rhaenyra's grief turns into a cold, hard resolve, while Daemon takes his dragon and his rage to Harrenhal, seeking to raise an army in the Riverlands. The second season is a darker, more visceral experience, focusing on the cost of the war on the small folk and the psychological breakdown of those in power. Aegon II, struggling to be the king his mother and grandfather wanted him to be, only to find himself broken and burned after the Battle of Rook's Rest. The introduction of the Dragonseeds in Season 2 is one of the most fascinating developments in the lore. The idea that common people with a drop of Targaryen blood could claim the riderless dragons of Dragonstone changed the nature of the war. It democratized the ultimate weapon, but it also introduced a new level of unpredictability. Characters like Hugh Hammer and Ulf White bring a different perspective to the conflict, showing us what happens when those who have nothing are suddenly given the power to destroy everything. Through all of this, the shadow of the Song of Ice and Fire looms large. Rhaenyra is haunted by the idea that she must win this war not just for herself, but for the survival of humanity. This burden makes her hesitant to unleash the full power of her dragons, knowing that once the fire is started, it cannot be easily put out. Her journey in Season 2 is one of finding the balance between being a protector and being a conqueror. Meanwhile, Alicent begins to realize that she has lost control of the monster she helped create. Her sons are no longer listening to her, and the war has taken on a life of its own, leaving her to wonder if any of it was worth it. As we prepare to dive into the detailed breakdown of these events, remember that this is a story about the end of an era. By the time we reach the end of Season 2, the world is a much darker place than it was when we first saw young Rhaenyra and Alicent sitting under the weirwood tree. The innocence is gone, the dragons are dying, and the House of the Dragon is bleeding. But the story is far from over. There are still many more turns in the dance, many more betrayals to come, and many more fires to be lit. We will look at the tactical genius and the impulsive mistakes of both sides. We will analyze the importance of the Velaryon fleet and the strategic value of the Riverlands. We will talk about the strange, mystical occurrences at Harrenhal and the prophetic visions that haunt Daemon Targaryen. And we will examine the final, desperate meeting, moment of profound sadness that underscores the futility of their struggle. So, let us begin. Let us step back into the world of silver hair and purple eyes, of ancient prophecies and modern ambitions. Let us recap the first 2 seasons of House of the Dragon, so that you are fully prepared for the fire and blood that Season 3 will surely bring. This is the history of the Targaryens, at their peak and their precipice. This is the dance of the dragons. The history of the 7 kingdoms is often written in the names of kings, but the dance of the dragons is a history written in the names of queens, are the twin suns around which this entire universe orbits. Their friendship was the foundation of the peace, and their falling out was the crack that brought the ceiling down. In the beginning, they were just 2 girls sharing secrets in the gardens of the Red Keep, unaware that they would one day be the figureheads of a war that would kill thousands. Rhaenyra, the realm's delight, was born into a world that expected her to be a wife and a mother. But her father saw something more in her. When he named her heir, he wasn't just choosing a successor. He was trying to heal the wound left by the death of his wife and son. He wanted to believe that the world could be better, that it could accept a woman on the throne. But Rhaenyra grew up with the knowledge that her position was precarious. She saw the way the lords looked at her, the way they whispered about her uncle Daemon, and the way they eventually flocked to Alicent's sons. Her rebellion was not just against the Greens, it was against the very idea that she was less than a man. Alicent, on the other hand, was the ultimate pragmatist. She was raised by Otto Hightower, a man who viewed people as pieces on a Cyvasse board. She was taught that duty was the highest calling, and she performed that duty perfectly. She married a king she didn't love. She bore him children who were difficult and often cruel, and she held the realm together while Viserys withered away. To her, Rhaenyra's freedom was an insult. Why should Rhaenyra get to follow her heart while Alicent was forced to follow the rules? This sense of injustice is what fueled the fire of the Green faction. It wasn't just about power, it was about righteousness. And then there is Daemon. Matt Smith's portrayal of the Rogue Prince is one of the highlights of the series. He is a man of pure chaos, a warrior who loves his family but hates the constraints they put on him. His relationship with Rhaenyra is complex, a mix of genuine affection and political ambition. He is the sword of the Black faction, the one who is willing to do the things Rhaenyra cannot. His campaign in the Stepstones showed his brilliance as a commander, but his actions at Harrenhal in Season 2 showed his vulnerability. He is a man haunted by his own legacy, trying to find his place in a world that both fears and needs him. The dragons themselves are characters in this story. Syrax, Rhaenyra's Golden Queen; Caraxes, the Bloodworm, with his long neck and his terrifying whistle; Sunfire, the most beautiful dragon ever to fly; and Vhagar, the ancient hoary bitch, a survivor of 100 battles and the last living link to the days of Aegon the Conqueror. When these dragons fight, it isn't like a battle of men. It is a tectonic event. The ground shakes, the air burns, and the very sky seems to bleed. The Battle of Rook's Rest was our first real look at what happens when dragons of equal size and power clash, and the result was devastating. It left a king broken, a princess dead, and a dragon severely wounded. It showed that in a dragon war, there are no true winners. Season 2 also expanded the world beyond King's Landing and Dragonstone. We saw the icy majesty of the Wall, where Jacaerys went to secure the support of the Starks. We saw the industrial grit of the shipyards and the desperate hunger of the people in the capital. The war is not just happening in the castles, it is happening in the streets. The rat and cheese incident, where a royal heir was murdered in his own bed, showed that the war had reached a level of depravity that no one could have predicted. It was a son for a son, a brutal fulfillment of Daemon's promise, and it shattered whatever remained of the family's soul. As we look toward the future, the questions remain. Who will sit the throne when the smoke clears? Will the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire be preserved, or will it be lost in the fire? The Dance of the Dragons is a tragedy in the truest sense of the word. It is the story of a great house that had the power to save the world, but instead chose to destroy itself. It is a cautionary tale about the dangers of pride, the cost of ambition, and the fragility of peace. In this recap, we will leave no stone unturned. We will talk about the smaller players who had a big impact, the brave Sir Eric and Sir Eric, brothers who died by each other's hands, the mysterious Massaria, the White Worm, who built an empire of whispers in the shadow, whose love for Alicent turned into a bitter hatred for Rhaenyra, driving him to become the kingmaker of the Greens. Every one of these characters contributes to the tapestry of the dance. So, as the night settles in and the dragons begin to roar in your mind, let us walk through the history of Seasons 1 and 2. Let us remember the dead, honor the brave, and prepare for the coming storm. The fire is high, the dragons are restless, and the story of House Targaryen is waiting to be told. Throughout the following 9 hours, we will move chronologically, but we will also pause to examine the themes that make this story so resonant. We will talk about the role of women in Westeros, the nature of power and legitimacy, and the burden of prophecy. We will look at the production design, the incredible costumes, and the haunting score that brings this world to life. This is more than just a recap. It is an immersive experience into the world of Westeros, at its most volatile. The Targaryens believed they were closer to gods than men, but the Dance of the Dragons proved they were just as flawed, just as greedy, and just as mortal as anyone else. Their fire could build an empire, but it could also burn it down. And as the final movements of Season 2, we realize that the fire is now out of control. The only thing left to do is see who survives the heat. Let's begin our journey back to the beginning, to the reign of King Viserys I, and the choice that started it all. The sky is darkening, the wind is picking up, and the dragons are taking flight. Welcome back to the world of fire and blood. 200 years before the dragons danced and died, before the last Targaryen fled into exile, before the War of the Five Kings tore Westeros apart, there was a world already forged in fire and blood. This is the world of House of the Dragon, and to understand it, you have to look back to the beginning. Not the beginning of the show, but the beginning of the dynasty itself. Aegon the Conqueror didn't just land on the shores of Westeros with 3 dragons and a dream. He brought a vision of unity forged in dragonfire. When he set his black banner above the starry sept in Old Town, when he melted the swords of his defeated enemies into the Iron Throne, he did more than conquer. He created a legacy that, 2 centuries later, would be tested to its breaking point. You see, the Targaryens weren't just rulers. They were something else entirely. They were dragon lords, survivors of the doom of Valyria, carrying the blood of ancient empire in their veins. And they held on to that blood with a ferocity that bordered on obsession. The tradition of intrafamilial marriage, brother to sister, uncle to niece, was not a quirk of their culture. It was a survival mechanism. They believed that the blood of the dragon must remain pure, that any mingling with lesser houses would dilute their power, their connection to their beasts. By the time of our story, 100 years after Aegon's conquest, that bloodline had produced something unprecedented. The Targaryen dynasty had more dragons alive than at any point in their history. Not 3 dragons, not 5, but nearly 20. The skies of Westeros were thick with wings, and the roar of dragons was a constant, comforting hum beneath the surface of courtly life. This was the peak of their power, and it was fragile. The king who held that power was Viserys I, a man who had been chosen not by conquest but by counsel. The Great Council of 101 AC, held at Harrenhal, had settled the succession after the death of the old king, Jaehaerys the Conciliator. It was a moment that should have secured the future. Instead, it planted the seeds of a war that would tear the dynasty apart. Viserys was a good man, a peaceful man, but he lacked the iron will of his ancestors. He had no male heir from his first marriage, and when his beloved wife Aemond died in childbirth, along with their son, the succession became a wound that would not heal. He named his daughter Rhaenyra as his heir, a decision that defied centuries of tradition, and in doing so, he set the stage for the Dance of the Dragons. But before the bloodshed, before the betrayal, there was a time of relative peace, a time when the shadow of the Conqueror still loomed large, and the realm believed in the stability of the crown. The Targaryens had held the Iron Throne for a century, and they believed it would last 1,000 more. They were wrong. The seeds of discord were sown in the very foundation of their dynasty. The tradition of keeping the blood pure, of marrying within the family, created a lineage that was powerful, but also dangerously insular. It bred brilliance, yes, but also madness, and it created a succession crisis that no dragon could burn away. So when you watch House of the Dragon, remember the weight of that history. Every glance between Rhaenyra and Alicent, every whispered counsel, every dragon taking flight, it all carries the echo of 1,000 years of Targaryen rule. And at the heart of it all is a question that has haunted every dynasty since the dawn of civilization: who gets to sit on the throne? The answer, as we will see, is written in fire and blood. But before we reach the flames, we must understand the council that lit the spark. That is the story of the Great Council of 101 AC, the event that set the stage for everything that follows. A story of ambition, of law, and of the terrible price of choosing the wrong heir. The reign of King Jaehaerys, the first Targaryen, stretched across 5.5 decades, a golden age of peace and prosperity that saw the 7 kingdoms unified as never before. But by the closing years of the old king's life, that golden age had begun to tarnish. One by one, his heirs had been stripped away, a cruel pruning of the family tree that left the realm staring into the abyss of succession. Jaehaerys had outlived 2 sons and several grandchildren. His eldest son, Prince Aemon, died in a skirmish in the Vale, leaving behind only a daughter, Princess Rhaenys, a fierce and brilliant dragon rider. Then came Prince Balon, the king's second son, a warrior of legendary reputation. But he too succumbed to a burst belly, a mundane death for such a towering figure. Balon left 2 sons of his own, Viserys and Daemon, and so, when Jaehaerys finally passed from this world at the age of 69, the question that had haunted his final years became the defining crisis of the realm. Who would sit the Iron Throne? The choice fell along 2 bloodlines, Princess Rhaenys, daughter of Aemon, and Prince Viserys, son of Balon. In the eyes of many lords, both had strong claims. But the realm had never before seen a queen regnant, and the memory of Queen Rhaenyra's eventual war still lay more than a century ahead. The precedent of male primogeniture was deeply entrenched, and the spectre of female rule stirred unease, even among those who respected Rhaenys' abilities. To settle the matter without civil war, Lord Otto Hightower, then Hand of the King to the aged Jaehaerys, proposed a great council, a gathering of the nobility to choose the heir. And so, in the year 101 after Aegon's conquest, more than 1,000 lords and their retinues streamed toward the cursed, half-ruined fortress of Harrenhal. The great hall that had once echoed with the laughter of a tyrant now filled with the murmur of debate. For weeks, the claimants presented their cases. Rhaenys, known later as the Queen Who Never Was, argued by right of birth. She was the direct child of the firstborn son. Viserys argued by proximity of blood, and by the will of the late king himself, who had in his final years seemed to favour the male line. The lords listened, they deliberated, and then they cast their votes. The outcome was overwhelming. 20 votes for Viserys to every single vote for Rhaenys. The result was not even close. The Great Council of 101 AC established a stark precedent. The Iron Throne would pass to a male heir before a female, even if the female had a stronger claim by birth order. It was a decision that would echo through generations. A shadow cast forward into the reign of Viserys' own daughter, Rhaenyra, and so Prince Viserys Targaryen, a man known more for his love of feasts, of history, of peace, than for any ambition for power, became King Viserys I. He was a reluctant king, crowned not because he desired the weight of the crown, but because the realm demanded a steady hand. His first act was to continue the policies of his grandfather, seeking unity above all else. But beneath the veneer of calm, the seeds of discord had already been sown. The precedent set at Harrenhal had denied Princess Rhaenys, but it had also created a dangerous certainty in the minds of those who believed that only men could rule. That certainty would soon be tested, for as Viserys ascended the throne, his own family was already fracturing. His brother Daemon, ambitious and volatile, chafed at being passed over for the succession, and in the years to come, Viserys himself would defy the very precedent that had placed him on the throne by naming his daughter Rhaenyra as his heir. That decision, born of love and necessity, would ignite a fire that no amount of diplomacy could extinguish. The Great Council had tried to settle the matter of succession, but it had only postponed the reckoning. The dragons were not done dancing, and that brings us to the story of Rhaenyra, the first woman named heir since the Great Council, and the long shadow of that choice at Harrenhal. In our next chapter, we will explore the early reign of Viserys, the birth of his children, and the quiet storm that brewed around the princess, who would one day be called the Black Queen. This is the tale of the Heirs of the Dragon, a tale that begins not in triumph, but in the ashes of a golden age. The Great Council at Harrenhal had settled the succession, placing the crown upon the head of Prince Viserys. But the initiated that decision, made in the shadow Tuganitching halls, dreaded halls of that vast, crumbling fortress, did not settle the tension simmering beneath the surface of the realm. It merely only postponed them. for the true Waitlo-Yen of the conflict was not anthropogenic, born from ambition, pride, and the very nature of power itself, animal. And at the 6 flags of the dance, 2 figures Keshal figures KL characters. Let's continue. The Great Council at Harrenhal had settled the succession, placing the crown upon the head of Prince Viserys. But it did not settle the tension simmering beneath the Sot, the realm. It only postponed them, for the true source of the conflict was not a legal question of inheritance, but something more volatile. Soothes the ambitions of men and women who believed they were born to rule, and Xiong Feng Fa. Write the full spoken narration for the chapter. The Great Council at forecast the succession crisis that followed the death of King Jaehaerys I. The choice between Princess Radzi and Prince Viserys was made at Harrenhal, a decision that would echo Chen Wen the realm for a generation. But the echoes of that council did not fade enactment the tensions. They merely postponed the inevitable ravel, for the true source of the conflict was not a legal question of construction of inheritance, but something far more volatile: romance. The ambitions of men and women who believed they were born to rule, and so, Log Dany of the Dragons, the Dance of the Dragons, was born from those ambitions, the Heirs of the Dragon. Strand, the story of the dance begins not with a war chief, but with a daughter, Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, the realm's delight. She was not just the king's only surviving child. She was the intensities of his heart, cruising at Ankai, Todd. From her earliest years, Rhaenyra was a creature of fire and spirit, a girl Alfonso of her father's own blood, Haddam, Lodge. She rode her dragon, Syrax, with a confidence that seemed to mirror the very dragons of Junungo, of Bawancha and a password, Jinji. Boyaoshiong run her Gersha Horbialdi. The Great Council of Harrenhal had settled the succession, placing the crown upon the head of Prince Viserys. But it had not settled the realm. It had only postponed the inevitable, for the true source of the conflict was not a legal cancock of law, but a cancer of the soul. Want to be the realm's attention shifts. Wanching Remu. Movable, the king now has a male heir, a Sonra's direct competitor to Rhaenyra's claim. Him, the political Sonni hive of political intrigue, begins to buzz. The Dapan Otto Hightower, ever the schemer, begins to subtly undermine Richesso Rajavin's position. Lahenjo, he whispers in the king's ear about the dangers Bubialta Daishan, one Memphis, mentoring the dissect of a woman on the throne. About the dangers, Hor 640, Dangrek the Great Council's precedent. He cultivates alliances with the powerful houses of the realm, slowly building a faction that supports the claim of his grandson. Borrow's grandson, the young Prince Aegon. The tension, pressure on King Viserys to produce a male heir becomes Young immense. The realm needs a king's F-king, a warrior, a symbol of strength, HC. And while RCCR Propra injects a daughter, the use slain, Giassisio is not collegiate, not a son. The Whispers ruling council, the small council, is filled with men who are ickle who see R1 Ardria woman on the throne as an abomination, a violation of the natural order, Devays. And so the stage is set. The realm's delight Mine, Josanga Girlv daughter Zelda, Yengender drawn, her claim to subsequent contested. The volatile Prince Daemon, hungry for power and recognition, waits in the wings, a dragon without a rider, Yenjo Fongsana king without a throne, and Otto Hightower Weber, the hand of the king, weaves his web of intrigue, patient and cunning, waiting for the moment to Varatu. Diskimioto ship to strike, Nator, Nem Bez, 690, Vil, ratio Urpa simplify, theography this massmud, we leave them there, on the cusp of a storm. The next chapter, T will plunge Usity into Theorny the birthing bed, where the tragedy verkle of a dynasty literally hangs in the balance. The tragedy leap Jakgana Phologiai of the realm's delight will be tested, and the first Bloodvatsky of the dance will be written in blood and fire. The tragedy historically of the Traggle Heirs of the Dragon is about to a stay to be written, and it will be a tale of ambition, betrayal, and the terrible cost of power. The tragedy to cudgel much of the tragedy kilogram foot of the tragedy begins with a single agonizing scream, the tragedy. Add listener of the Queen, Bingla Skip of Ripscots. That hunger for recognition, that restless ambition that burned in Prince Daemon Targaryen, was about to collide with the most brutal of royal duties. But before Daemon could make his next move, the Red Keep was plunged into a grief that would echo through the very foundations of the Targaryen dynasty. In the year 105 after Aegon's conquest, Queen Aemma Arryn, the beloved wife of King Viserys I, was brought to her birthing bed in Maegor's Holdfast. The court held its breath. Aemma had already suffered multiple miscarriages and stillbirths, and Viserys desperately needed a male heir. This pregnancy was their greatest hope. The maesters and midwives clustered around her, their faces grim. The labour was long, agonising, and complications set in. The child would not come. The king's decision, made in a state of frantic desperation, was a forced caesarean section, a brutal medieval surgery performed without antiseptic or effective anaesthesia. Aemma was cut open while still conscious, her screams ringing through the stone chambers. The procedure delivered a son, a healthy boy with silver hair, but Aemma bled out within minutes. She died in her husband's arms, her blood soaking the linens. The child, named Balon after Viserys' own father, lived barely a day. He was called the Heir for a Day by the court in hushed, sorrowful whispers, a cruel nickname that would soon carry darker weight. The grief in King's Landing was suffocating. Viserys was shattered, a man hollowed out by the loss of his wife and his son in a single brutal night. The succession crisis that had simmered since the Great Council now boiled over. There was no living male heir from the king's own body. His brother Daemon, ever the opportunist, saw a path to power. Daemon was the commander of the City Watch, a prince with a sharp tongue and a taste for chaos. He was also, by law, Viserys' presumptive heir until a son was born. With Balon dead, Daemon's position seemed stronger than ever. But Daemon did not know how to be patient. He did not know how to grieve with grace. One evening, not long after the funeral, Daemon gathered with his gold cloaks in a brothel in the Street of Silk. Drink flowed, and the mood was coarse. In a toast that would seal his fate, Daemon raised his cup and called the dead infant Balon the Heir for a Day. The words were met with laughter from the soldiers, but they spread through the capital like wildfire. When the report reached King Viserys, it was an unforgivable insult, a mockery of his dead son and his beloved wife. Viserys, already fragile with grief, erupted. He summoned his brother to the throne room and, in front of the entire court, stripped Daemon of his title as heir and banished him from King's Landing. Daemon left for the Stepstones, exiled and bitter, but his hunger for recognition only grew. In the wake of that betrayal and loss, Viserys had to think of the realm. He could not marry again quickly. He was still mourning, but he had to secure the succession, and in a radical, unprecedented move, he declared his only surviving child, Princess Rhaenyra, as his official heir. She was just 8 years old. She was the blood of the dragon. Viserys named her Princess of Dragonstone, the traditional title for the heir to the throne. The lords of the realm swore oaths to her, kneeling in the great hall of the Red Keep. The realm had never before accepted a woman as an heir when a male claimant existed. But Viserys pressed forward, hoping that his will and the oath would hold. Yet that fragile peace was built on a foundation of grief and resentment. Daemon's exile would not last, and his defiance, the kind that earned him the name the Rogue Prince, was only just beginning. What he did next would push the realm closer to war and set the stage for the most bitter conflict in Targaryen history. The next chapter of this story is one of rebellion, stolen dragon eggs, and a prince who refused to fade into the shadows. That is the tale of the Rogue Prince's defiance. The blood had barely dried on the birthing bed before the realm felt the aftershocks of Queen Aemma's death. King Viserys had lost his wife and his son in a single harrowing night, and the Iron Throne, already unsteady, now trembled under the weight of a succession crisis. For Daemon Targaryen, the king's younger brother, this was not a tragedy, it was an opportunity. and Daemon never let opportunity slip through his fingers. You see, Daemon had long believed he was the rightful heir. He was Viserys' brother, a seasoned warrior, a dragon rider of Caraxes, the bloodworm, a fearsome beast with a temper to match its riders. But Viserys had made it clear Daemon was not to inherit. The king had even banished him from court by making a cruel joke about the dead infant Balon, calling him the hare for a day. Now, with Aemma gone and no male heir in sight, Daemon saw the throne's vacancy as a message. He would not wait for permission. Within days of the queen's funeral, Daemon acted. He rode Caraxes to Dragonstone, the ancient volcanic fortress of House Targaryen, the place where Aegon the Conqueror himself had once planned his conquest. But Daemon did not come as a loyal prince seeking solace. He came as a usurper. He seized the castle, declared himself its master, and then, in a move that echoed through every corridor of the Red Keep, he stole a dragon egg from the royal nursery. Not just any egg, one of the precious, unhatched eggs that had been placed in the cradle of the late Prince Balon. He took it to Dragonstone, as if claiming the future of the dynasty for himself. This was no petty theft. It was a declaration, a challenge. Daemon was saying, and he knew that King Viserys, still grieving and indecisive, would struggle to respond. The small council buzzed with outrage, but no one dared ride to Dragonstone to confront the rogue prince. No one except his niece. Rhaenyra Targaryen was only a teenager, but she had already inherited her father's stubborn will and her mother's fierce heart. She had grown up hearing stories of Aegon the Conqueror, of Vhagar and Meraxes, of the Fire. Daemon Targaryen had been neutralized for the moment. His theft of a dragon egg, his occupation of Dragonstone, his reckless provocation of the crown, all of it had been met by Rhaenyra's quiet steel on that bridge. She had faced down her uncle and walked away with the egg, with his submission and with the clear understanding that the realm now knew who the true heir was. But while the princess was absorbing that victory, a different kind of move was being made back in the Red Keep. A move so subtle, so patient, that no one in the court would recognize it for what it was until it was far too late. Otto Hightower had always been a man who thought in decades, not days. He had served as Hand of the King under Jaehaerys and now under Viserys, and he understood the mechanics of power better than almost anyone in Westeros. He also understood weakness, and right now King Viserys was drowning in it. The king had lost his beloved Aemma, lost his son, lost the will to rule. He spent his nights in the workshop with his Valyrian steel model, speaking to no one, eating little, wasting away in the silence of grief. The small council was rudderless. Daemon was too dangerous to trust. Rhaenyra was too young to wield the throne alone. Otto needed influence, needed a voice in the king's ear that would never be questioned. That voice would be his daughter. Alicent Hightower was only 15 years old. She had grown up in the castle as Rhaenyra's closest friend, a confidant, the only person the wild princess truly trusted. Alicent was kind, devout, and dutiful, everything a king's companion should be. And when Otto Hightower called her into his chambers one evening, after the funeral rites, he did not command her, he instructed her, softly, gently, with the weight of a father who knew exactly what he was doing. He told her that the king was lonely, that he needed comfort, that a friendly face, a gentle hand, a book read aloud in the quiet of the night could soothe a wounded soul. He never said the word marriage. He never had to. So Alicent began to visit the king's chambers. It started with a cup of tea offered in the dim light of the royal study, then a conversation about the gods, about duty, about the burden of rule, then a walk in the garden, where the autumn leaves fell like copper coins around them. Viserys, for the first time in months, began to smile. He looked forward to these moments. He saw in Alicent not a political pawn, but a gentle presence that reminded him of what he had lost and what might yet be found. She would sit beside him as he worked on his model, reading from the histories of old Valyria, her voice soft and steady, and in the silence between words, something began to grow. Not passion, not fire, but a quiet dependency, a bond built on grief shared. For Rhaenyra, These visits were at first a source of relief. Her father was healing, her friend was helping. She saw no threat in Alicent's kindness. It was still the same two girls who had sneaked into the dragon pit together, who had laughed at the court's absurdities, who had promised to protect each other. But the princess was young, and she did not yet understand the game her friend's father was playing. She did not see that every step Alicent took toward the king was a step away from her. The announcement came on a morning that seemed ordinary enough. Viserys called a session of the small council, then summoned the court to the throne room. He stood before the Iron Throne, still gaunt from his mourning, but with a new light in his eyes. He declared that he would remarry, and that his bride would be Lady Alicent Hightower. The shockwaves were immediate. Lord Corlys Velaryon, whose wife Rhaenys was the would-be queen passed over at the Great Council, felt the insult like a blade in the ribs. The lords of the realm exchanged whispers of outrage and confusion, and in the corner of the room, Rhaenyra stood frozen. She had not been told. She had not been asked. The one person she trusted most in the world, a friend, her sister in all but blood, had become her stepmother, and that friendship would never recover. The wedding was small, but the fracture was permanent. Alicent moved into the royal apartments, pregnant within weeks, and the dance of shadows had begun. Rhaenyra withdrew into herself, learning to guard her heart as tightly as her father guarded the crown. And Otto Hightower sat in his tower, watching the pieces fall into place, knowing that the seeds he had planted would one day bear bitter fruit. But before that fruit could ripen, there was another war to fight. Far from the Red Keep, in the narrow sea, a conflict was brewing that would draw the attention of every dragon rider in Westeros. The crab feeder had fortified the Stepstones. Daemon Targaryen, still restless, still hungry, was already sharpening his blade. The stage was set for the next chapter of this story, a chapter we will call The War for the Stepstones. The Hightower move had been subtle, almost invisible to the court, yet it would ripple through the coming decades like a stone dropped into still water. As the king found solace in his daughter's closest friend, another storm was gathering far from the halls of the Red Keep. A storm that would draw in the rogue prince and the wealthiest lord in the Seven Kingdoms. In the narrow, treacherous channels of the Stepstones, a new power had risen. The crab feeder, a man whose name evoked the slow, crushing death of the tide, had turned the shipping lanes into a graveyard of splintered hulls and drowned sailors. His alliance with the Triarchy, a loose coalition of free cities from across the narrow sea, gave him the ships and the silver to choke the commerce of the Velaryons. Lord Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake, had built his house's fortune on the trade that flowed through those waters, and now every voyage came with a ransom or a wreck. The cost was mounting, not just in gold but in pride. Corlys was a man who measured his legacy in ships and stories. He had sailed to the farthest edges of the known world, had brought back spices and silks and tales of wonders. But the crab feeder was stealing his sea, and with it, his house's future. The crown, however, was in no mood for another war. King Viserys had already lost a wife and a son. He was trying to rebuild a family, not send men to die on rocky islands. So Corlys turned his gaze to the one man who had nothing left to lose, Daemon Targaryen, the exiled rogue prince. Daemon had been stripped of his titles, his place in the succession, and his dignity. He had stolen a dragon egg and occupied Dragonstone, only to be humiliated by his niece. Now he was a prince without a purpose, wandering the streets of Pentos like a ghost. When Corlys offered him a fleet and a chance to carve out a kingdom of his own, Daemon did not hesitate. He had spent his life hungry for glory, and the Stepstones promised blood and fire. The war that followed was not a glorious campaign with trumpets and parades. It was a grinding, miserable struggle against heat, disease, and a foe who knew every cave and crevice of the islands. The crab feeder's forces used hit and run tactics, melting into the rocks whenever Daemon's dragons appeared. For months, the alliance struggled. The Triarchy ships slipped through blockades, and the cost in lives and coin grew unbearable. Corlys began to doubt his choice. Daemon was reckless, too eager to prove something, and his men were losing faith. And then came the moment that would seal the war. Daemon had been drinking, brooding in his tent, when he decided he would not wait for the enemy to come to him. He mounted Caraxes, the bloodworm, and flew alone into the heart of the crabfeeder's stronghold. He landed on the beach, dismounted, and walked forward without a sword drawn. The Triarchy soldiers watched in disbelief as this mad prince strode toward their lines. They thought it was a trick, but Daemon simply stood there, arms wide, daring them to take him. They surrounded him, and he let them drag him into the caves where the crabfeeder held court. But Daemon had not come to surrender, he had come to finish it. Inside the darkness of the cave, he drew a hidden blade and cut through the men who held him. He found the crabfeeder cowering behind a curtain of smoke and shadow. There was no negotiation, no parley. Daemon took the man's head, then carried it out into the light, blood still dripping from his hands. The sight broke the spirit of the Triarchy. They watched their leader's corpse paraded before them, and they fled. The narrow sea belonged to the Velaryons once more. Daemon had proven his worth, not through strategy or alliance, but through a single desperate act of violence. He had remade himself as a conqueror, and the Stepstones became his kingdom. But back in King's Landing, the consequences of that war were already taking shape. While Daemon fought, the king had remarried, and a second queen now sat beside him. With her came new heirs, new ambitions, and a fracture that would soon split the house of the Dragon in two. That fracture is where we turn next. To the wedding of the king and the daughter of his hand, and the birth of the children who would one day call themselves the true heirs. The chapter is called The Second Queen and the New Heirs, and it will change everything. As the war in the Stepstones rages on, with Daemon Targaryen and Corlys Velaryon forging an alliance of fire and salt against the crabfeeder, King's Landing settles into a quieter but equally consequential rhythm. The king has remarried, and his young bride, Alicent Hightower, is no longer just the gentle companion who read to him in his grief. She is now Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. And with that title comes a burden she never asked for, and a transformation that will reshape the realm's future. Her first child, a son, is born in the Red Keep, and the news spreads like wildfire through the court. They name him Aegon, after the Conqueror himself, a name heavy with destiny. And in that moment, the political landscape shifts beneath everyone's feet. For years, the succession has been settled. Rhaenyra, the king's only surviving child from his first marriage, is the named heir. But now there is a male heir, a son, and in the eyes of many, that changes everything. Alicent watches her son's tiny fingers curl around hers, and she feels something she hasn't felt before. A fierce, protective instinct that goes beyond maternal love. It is political awareness. She begins to see the court not as a place of comfort and duty, but as a chessboard where every move matters. The whispers reach her ears. The lords and ladies who mutter that a woman cannot sit the Iron Throne, that Aegon should be Prince of Dragonstone, that the realm needs a king, not a queen. She doesn't start these rumours, but she doesn't silence them either. She lets them grow, like ivy climbing the walls of the Red Keep. Her father, Otto Hightower, is always nearby, always advising, always planting seeds. He reminds her that her son's claim is strong, that the precedent of the Great Council at Harrenhal favoured male heirs, that Rhaenyra's position is fragile. Alicent listens. She begins to attend small council meetings with sharper eyes, asking questions, noting who nods at the mention of Aegon's name and who looks away. The shy girl who once read histories to a grieving king is gone. In her place stands a queen who understands that power is not given, it is taken or defended. But King Viserys remains stubborn. He has declared Rhaenyra his heir, and he will not change his mind. Not when Aegon is born, not when a second son, Aemond, follows, not when the Greens, as the faction loyal to Alicent's children come to be called, grow louder in their demands. Viserys sees the tension, hears the arguments, but he chooses to believe that his word is law, that his decree will hold. He refuses to name Aegon as heir, refuses to even entertain the idea. He clings to the memory of his first wife, Aemma, and to the promise he made to Rhaenyra, but his refusal only deepens the rift. The Greens begin to organise, quietly at first, then with increasing boldness. They whisper that Rhaenyra's children are bastards, that her marriage to Daemon is an affront to the gods, that only a true-born son can unite the realm. They look to Aegon, who grows into a sullen, resentful boy, aware that he is both a pawn and a prize. Alicent watches her son with a mixture of love and dread, knowing that the crown may one day crush him. She tries to prepare him, but it is a heavy weight for any child to bear. The court becomes a house divided. Rhaenyra, meanwhile, has retreated to Dragonstone with Daemon, building her own power base. She knows what is being said about her sons. She knows the Greens are sharpening their knives, and she knows that her father's silence will not protect her forever. The seeds of the Dance of the Dragons are already sown, watered by the birth of a boy named Aegon and the stubborn love of a king who will not see what is coming. Alicent Hightower, once so innocent, now carries the weight of a dynasty on her shoulders. She will not let her children be pushed aside. She will fight for them, with words, with whispers, with every tool at her disposal, and the realm will burn for it. But before the fire, there is a hunt, a royal hunt, in the Kingswood, where King Viserys hopes to mend fences and show the realm that all is well. It is there that White Hart, a legendary, almost mythical beast, is said to roam, and when that creature appears, it will choose its own meaning. Some will see it as a blessing, others as an omen, and one young princess will find herself face to face with a symbol that could either save her claim or seal her fate. That story, the tale of the royal hunt and the White Hart, is where we turn next. With the birth of Prince Aegon, the second of that name, the court of King Viserys settled into a new, uneasy rhythm. Queen Alicent, once the quiet girl who read to the king in his grief, had become a mother, a protector of her own bloodline, and the king, ever eager to please, behold his fragile family together, ordered a grand celebration for the boy's second name day. It would be a royal hunt in the Kingswood, a tradition meant to display the strength and unity of the house. But beneath the pageantry, the tensions that had been simmering since Aemma's death were beginning to boil. The hunt itself was a spectacle. Hundreds of lords and ladies rode out from the Red Keep, a train of silks, horseflesh, and gleaming armour. King Viserys, though his health was already beginning to fade with the creeping rot that would eventually consume him, sat astride a white palfrey, determined to appear vigorous. Young Rhaenyra rode beside him, her silver-gold hair streaming beneath a leather hunting hood. She was 17 now, fiery and sharp, still the acknowledged heir, but she felt the weight of expectation pressing down on her, more heavily with each passing moon. Her father had begun to speak, obliquely at first, then with increasing directness, of the need for her to marry. Not for love, not for her own happiness, but for the realm. He needed a strong consort, he said, a man who could stand beside her, command armies, and sire children to secure the succession. Rhaenyra hated every word of it. She had seen what marriage had done to her mother. She had seen her father remarry a woman barely older than herself, a woman who was once her closest friend. And now, with little Aegon growing sturdy and strong in the nursery, the whispers in court had grown louder. Some wondered if the king would change his mind, if a son might not be a more suitable heir than a daughter. Viserys, for all his love of Rhaenyra, was weak when it came to the opinions of his lords, and so he pushed her, gently but relentlessly, to choose a husband. The hunt was meant to be a distraction, but for Rhaenyra it became a stage. Among the nobles gathered was Lord Jason Lannister, the golden-haired head of House Lannister, fresh from Casterly Rock. He was handsome in that polished, arrogant way, with a smile that promised nothing but his own reflection. He had come to court with a purpose, and that purpose was to win the hand of the princess. Viserys had encouraged him, seeing in the Lannisters a powerful alliance, a source of gold and swords. And so, as the hunting party paused at a clearing for refreshments, Jason approached Rhaenyra with all the grace of a lion who believes the gazelle is already his. He spoke of the glory of the Westerlands, of the wealth of his house, of the great feasts and tournaments they would host. He offered her a future of luxury and prestige, as if she were a prize to be displayed. Rhaenyra listened, her face impassive, her eyes cold. She did not want to be a Lannister trophy. She did not want to be any man's consort, especially not one who saw her as a stepping stone to the throne. When Jason finished his grand speech, she answered with a smirk and a cutting remark about the limited ambitions of lions who had never ridden a dragon. The Lord of Casterly Rock flushed red, the tension between them palpable. Sir Criston Cole, a sworn shield, watched from nearby, his jaw tight. It was a small victory for the princess, but it only deepened the rift with her father. Later that day, as the hunt continued deep into the ancient woods, Rhaenyra separated from the main party. She needed air, space, silence. Her dragon, Syrax, was not with her. The great yellow beast was too large for the close forest, and she had left her at the camp, so she rode alone, her mare picking its way through the dappled shadows. And then in a sunlit glade she saw it, a hart pure white, its coat unblemished, its antlers crowned like a king's diadem. It stood still, regarding her with eyes that held no fear. In the lore of the Seven Kingdoms, the White Hart was a creature of legend, a sign from the gods, a mark of true royalty. To see one was to be chosen. Rhaenyra did not reach for her bow. She did not call out. She simply sat, breath held, as the hart turned and vanished into the green gloom. It was a moment that belonged only to her, a silent confirmation of something she had always believed, that she was the rightful heir, that the blood of the dragon ran true in her veins, and that no male child, no golden lord, no scheming queen could take that from her. She returned to the hunt with a new quiet in her heart, but also a new steel. The hunt concluded with the killing of a great stag, brought down by the king himself. Though his hands trembled on the spear, the lords cheered, the wine flowed, and little Aegon was presented with a toy sword. But Rhaenyra saw the glances exchanged between Alicent and Otto Hightower. She saw the way they smiled at the boy, the way they whispered to the king. The hunt was over, but the real hunt had only just begun, and soon Rhaenyra would face a choice that would shape the fate of the realm. The choice of a consort, a partner who would either strengthen her claim or drag her into ruin. The royal hunt had ended, and with it, any lingering hope that Rhaenyra might escape the crushing weight of expectation. Her father, King Viserys, had made his position unmistakably clear. She must marry, and soon, for the sake of the realm. The White Hart had appeared to her alone, a symbol of divine favour. But even that fleeting omen could not shield her from the political realities closing in like a storm front. So Rhaenyra did what Targaryens have always done when cornered. She took to the skies on Syrax, her golden dragon, and began a tour of the Seven Kingdoms that would determine not just her future, but the fate of an entire dynasty. Her journey was not a leisurely through the great houses. It was a meticulous, exhausting audition of every eligible lord and prince, from the Reach to the Stormlands, from the Vale to the Riverlands. Rhaenyra smiled through feasts, endured endless dances with suitors whose names blurred together, and listened to marriage proposals that ranged from ambitious to absurd. But beneath the courtly performances, a bitter truth hardened in her chest. The realm would never accept a ruling queen unless she was bound to a powerful consort, and no house could match the ancient bloodlines, the wealth, or, most crucially, the dragons of House Velaryon. Lord Corlys Velaryon, the Sea Snake, had spent years building his fleet and his fortune, but his greatest asset was his daughter Laena and his son Laenor, both of whom carried Targaryen blood through their mother, Princess Rhaenys. To unite the two families in marriage would be to forge an alliance that could withstand any challenge. Even the quiet murmurs of dissent that gathered in the shadows of the Red Keep, Viserys saw it as a wise consolidation of power. Otto Hightower saw it as a threat, and Rhaenyra, she saw it as a cage, but one she could perhaps learn to open from the inside. The arrangement with Sir Lionel Velaryon was presented to her not as a choice, but as a necessity. Lionel was strong, handsome, a dragon rider in his own right, and his presence at her side would silence any whispers that her claim to the throne was fragile. Yet the princess understood, as few others did, that there was more to this match than political calculus. In private, far from the ears of lords and ladies, a secret pact was forged between Rhaenyra and Laenor. They spoke plainly of what each needed and what they could offer. Laenor, for his part, confessed what his father had long tried to hide. His true nature, his preference for men, his fear that a traditional marriage would trap him in a lie. And Rhaenyra, seeing her own captivity mirrored in his, agreed to a partnership built on honesty rather than passion. They would marry, they would unite their houses, they would produce heirs to secure the succession, but in the quiet chambers of their shared life, they would grant each other liberty, freedom to love whom they chose, to seek companionship outside the marriage bed, to preserve their own souls even as they surrendered their bodies to the crown. It was a fragile truce between duty and desire, and it would hold only so long as no one looked too closely at the truth. But the realm was always watching, and soon the wedding itself would become a spectacle of fire and blood that no one could ignore. The murmurs of dissent would find a voice, and the seeds of the Dance of the Dragons would be planted in the very ceremony meant to unite the kingdom. That story, the wedding of Rhaenyra and Laenor, is a chapter that burns with its own terrible light. A turning point where alliances are forged and broken in the same breath, where the flames of celebration mask the embers of war, and it is that moment, the wedding of fire and blood, that we will step into next. So Rhaenyra's tour of the Seven Kingdoms ended not with a triumphant choice, but with the cold weight of duty. Her father, King Viserys, had made it clear. The future of the realm depended on a match that would shore up the crown's most powerful allies, and there was no ally more crucial than the Velaryons, the Sea Lords, whose wealth and dragons rivaled the Targaryens themselves. Lord Corlys Velaryon, the Sea Snake, had already proven his worth in the Stepstones, and his daughter, Laena, had been one of the candidates. But the arrangement struck in the throne room was not about love. It was about binding two great houses with blood and fire, and so the wedding was set. Princess Rhaenyra would marry Sir Lionel Velaryon, the son of Corlys, and Princess Rhaenys, a union that would unite the claims of the dragon and the sea. But the path to that altar would be paved with spectacle, violence, and a declaration of war that no one saw coming. The Velaryons arrived at King's Landing in a display of naval power that announced, without a word, that they were not merely guests, they were a force to be reckoned with. Their fleet filled the Blackwater Rush, sails bleached white and emblazoned with the seahorse sigil, row upon row of warships cutting through the water with military precision. Lord Corlys stood at the prow of the lead vessel, his silver hair whipping in the wind, his gaze fixed on the Red Keep, as though he were already measuring its defences. Behind him, Sir Laenor, handsome and armoured, with a dragon shadow circling overhead, their Mount Seasmoke, a pale silver beast that banked and dove above the fleet. It was a spectacle designed to remind every lord and small folk in the city that the Velaryons were not merely wealthy. They were powerful, and they were here to stake their claim. The common folk cheered, but the nobles, watching from the windows of the keep, knew better. This was a show of strength, a prelude to the real game. Meanwhile, in the halls of the Red Keep, Queen Alicent Hightower had been preparing for this day with a different kind of armour. She had watched her father Otto Hightower fall from power, had seen her husband King Viserys grow frail and distant, and had felt the whispers of the court shift away from her children. She knew that the wedding would draw the eyes of the realm, and she intended to use that moment to send a message. When the doors to the great hall swung open, Alicent entered not in the soft blues and golds of House Targaryen, but in a gown of deep emerald green, the colour of House Hightower, the colour of the beacon that calls soldiers to war. The court fell silent. Every eye turned to her as she glided through the crowd, her gaze fixed ahead, her jaw set. This was no longer the shy girl who had once read to the king in his grief. This was a queen who had chosen her side. The green gown was a declaration, a call to arms for her house, for her sons, for any who would stand against the coming storm. And in that moment, the dance of dragons truly began. Not in the skies, but in the silent battle of silk and symbolism. The wedding ceremony itself was a hollow affair, joyless and rushed. The High Septon droned the words of binding, while Rhaenyra stood stiff as marble beside her future husband. There was no smile from the bride, no warmth from the groom. Sir Laena seemed almost as reluctant as she, his eyes darting to the gathered knights, lingering on one face in particular. Sir Joffrey Lonmouth, his lover, a man whose presence here was both a comfort and a taunt. The vows were exchanged, the cloaks were placed, and the marriage was sealed. But the feast that followed was not a celebration. It was a tinderbox waiting for a spark, and the spark came from Sir Criston Cole. Criston Cole had once been Rhaenyra's sworn shield, her confidant, perhaps even her lover, but that bond had shattered in bitterness and betrayal. Now he was the Queen's man, a member of the Kingsguard, and his hatred for Rhaenyra and her new allies festered in plain sight. At the wedding feast, Sir Joffrey Lonmouth noticed the venom in Cole's eyes, and perhaps seeking to diffuse the tension, approached him with a friendly word. What exactly was said, we can never be certain. Maybe a jest, maybe a challenge, maybe an attempt to make peace. But Sir Criston did not hear diplomacy. He heard an insult. He heard a threat. And in a burst of violence that shocked the hall, he attacked. It was not a duel. It was a slaughter. Cole beat Sir Joffrey to the ground with his bare fists, then with a mailed gauntlet, then with the pommel of his sword. A brutal, relentless assault that left the court frozen in horror. By the time the guards pulled him away, Sir Joffrey Lonmouth lay dead on the marble floor, his skull cracked open, blood pooling around the feet of the wedding guests. The music had stopped. The laughter was gone. Rhaenyra stared in disbelief. Sir Lionel let out a raw, anguished cry, and in the chaos, Queen Alicent watched in silence, her green gown now splattered with crimson. She did not flinch. She did not cry. She simply turned and walked away. The message had been sent. There would be no peace, no reconciliation, no wedding feast that could wash away the blood. The ceremony ended in shame and sorrow. Rhaenyra and Lyonor were rushed to their chambers, the marriage unconsummated in spirit, if not yet in body. The revelry that should have marked a new era became a funeral dirge, and as the sun set over King's Landing, the realm understood that the innocence of the court was gone. What remained was a cold, brutal struggle for power. The wedding of fire and blood had been a promise, but not the kind anyone had hoped for. It was a promise of war, and in the days that followed, the real work began. The scheming, the alliances, the desperate attempts to hold together a family that was already tearing apart at the seams. But before the fire could spread, time would pass. A strange, uneasy peace settled over the kingdom. A decade of silence between the breaking of the first bond and the spark that would ignite the realm. That stretch of quiet years, filled with births and deaths and whispered conspiracies, is a story for another time. The story of the 10-year gap when the seeds of the Dance of the Dragons were watered with patience and poison. The previous chapter ended with the wedding of fire and blood. Rhaenyra and Lyonor Velaryon united beneath the eyes of the Seven. Their union meant to bind two great houses and secure the succession. But that ceremony was merely the stage for the real performance. Alicent Hightower, descending the stairs in a gown of deep green, a signal to every lord in the hall that her house was ready for war. The Hightower colours, the call to arms, the first public crack in the fragile peace of King Viserys' court, and then silence. Not the silence of resolution, but the silence of a held breath. A decade passed between that wedding and the events that would break the realm. 10 years of uneasy quiet, of children born and children growing, of rumours festering like rot beneath a polished floor. The main protagonists aged, their faces lined not just by time, but by the weight of expectation and resentment. Rhaenyra Targaryen, once a girl of fierce ambition and dragonfire, became a woman hardened by the slow erosion of hope. Her father, King Viserys, withered further into a skeletal figure, his body succumbing to a mysterious ailment that left him half-masked in gold, his breath ragged, his decisions ever more dependent on the whispers of those around him. Alicent Hightower, no longer the shy girl comforting a grieving king, stood as a queen in full armour, her hair pulled back, her eyes sharp, her every movement calculated to maintain her son's claim. And Daemon Targaryen, the rogue prince, returned from the Stepstones a hero, but a restless one, his eyes always scanning for the next battle. The realm watched as Rhaenyra fulfilled her duty, or tried to. She gave birth to 3 sons in quick succession, Jacaerys, Lucerys, and Joffrey. They were strong boys, healthy, with the silver-gold hair of Targaryens, but features that stirred whispers across the kingdom. Their noses, their chins the set of their jaw. Nothing about them resembled their official father, Laena Velaryon, who was known to prefer the company of men. Instead, the boys bore the unmistakable stamp of Sir Harwin Strong, the commander of the City Watch, and a man of dark hair and broad shoulders. Rhaenyra's struggle was not just to produce heirs, but to produce heirs that looked like their supposed father, and she failed in the most visible way possible. The children were Velaryon in name only, in the courtyards of the Red Keep, in the streets of King's Landing. The whispers grew louder. The boys were called the Strong Boys, not as a compliment, but as a dagger. Their legitimacy was questioned not in court, not yet, but in every hushed conversation between nobles, every glance exchanged over goblets of wine. And yet these boys were dragons. Jacaerys, the eldest, was already proving himself clever and brave, a natural leader. Lucerys, quieter and more sensitive, shared a bond with his dragon Arax that mirrored the deep connection of the old Targaryen riders. Joffrey, still young, showed flashes of his mother's fire. They were Rhaenyra's pride and her vulnerability. For every child she bore, the Greens had their own brood. Alicent's children grew alongside them, and the rivalry deepened with each year. Aegon the Elder, the firstborn son of the king and queen, was a sullen boy, more interested in drinking and cruelty than in duty. His sister Helaena was gentle, almost dreamy, with a fascination for insects and prophecies that made her seem otherworldly. And then there was Aemond, younger but fiercer, with a hunger for validation that burned like wildfire. He had no dragon of his own, while Rhaenyra's sons all had eggs that hatched. That lack gnawed at him, a constant reminder of his place in the order of things. The children of the 2 queens were forced into proximity, into lessons, into feasts, where they sat on opposite sides of the hall, their mothers watching from their respective thrones. Every glance, every slight, every whispered insult was a spark. The firewood was stacked high. The 10-year gap allowed the seeds of the Dance of the Dragons to take root and grow thick. It was a decade of quiet manoeuvring, of Alicent gathering power through her father Otto, now once again Hand of the King, of Rhaenyra retreating to Dragonstone with Daemon, building her own court apart from the politics of the capital. But you cannot run from the throne. Every birth, every rumour, every day that Viserys grew weaker brought the moment closer when the question would have to be answered. Who would sit the Iron Throne after him? The boys, the strong boys, the true-born princes, the dragons in training, were not just children. They were living claims, walking challenges to the order of things. And as we shall see in the next chapter, the tension between these families would finally snap, not over a battle or a crown, but over a single visible truth, written in hair colour and jawline. A truth that would be called the Strong Scandal, and that would shatter any last pretense of peace. The 10-year gap did more than just age the characters and shift the political landscape. It left Rhaenyra's reputation hanging by a thread. Her 3 sons, Jacaerys, Lucerys, and Joffrey, all carried the brown hair and dark eyes of their alleged father, Sir Laenor Velaryon. But the court had eyes. Everyone knew that Laenor preferred the company of men, and everyone noticed that the boys looked nothing like the silver-haired, violet-eyed Targaryens or Velaryons. They looked like Sir Harwin Strong. Harwin Strong was the captain of the City Watch and the eldest son of Lord Lionel Strong, the Hand of the King. He was not a subtle man. He was built like a bull, with a straightforward manner and a fierce loyalty that he wore on his sleeve. And he wore that loyalty most visibly when it came to Rhaenyra. He was her protector in the training yard, her shadow in the corridors of the Red Keep, and her secret lover in the quiet hours of the night. Their relationship was an open secret, whispered about by servants and nobles alike, but never spoken aloud in the throne room. To deny it was to risk everything. To acknowledge it would have set fire to the succession. The tension finally boiled over one afternoon in the training yard. Sir Criston Cole, the former Kingsguard, who had once been Rhaenyra's sworn shield, and some say her lover, had grown bitter and resentful. He saw in Harwin Strong everything he had lost: Rhaenyra's favour, her trust, her body. And so, when Harwin crossed his path during a sparring session, Criston did not hold back. He used his Morning Star with brutal efficiency, breaking Harwin's collarbone in a single vicious swing. The fight was not a duel, it was an execution. Harwin, though strong, was not the same calibre of fighter as the man who had once won the tourney in Rhaenyra's honour. The training yard fell silent as Harwin crumpled to the dirt, his arm useless, his pride shattered. Criston stood over him, breathing hard, his eyes full of something darker than anger. It was the look of a man who knew he had just taken a step toward open war. But the real master of the game was not in the yard at all. Larys Strong, the younger brother of Harwin and the second son of Lord Lionel, watched from the shadows. Larys was a quiet, club-footed man who moved through the Red Keep like a ghost. He collected secrets the way other men collected coins, and he had no loyalty to blood. He saw his brother's disgrace as an opportunity, not a tragedy. He began whispering in the ear of Queen Alicent, feeding her information about Rhaenyra's indiscretions, about the true parentage of her sons, about the weakness of the succession. Larys was not a soldier. He was a poisoner of reputations, a weaver of webs, and he would soon prove to be one of the most dangerous men in the Seven Kingdoms. The fire came without warning. Harrenhal, the ancient and cursed castle of House Strong, was a sprawling, half-ruined fortress built by the Ironborn King Harren the Black. It was said to be a place of bad luck, where the stones remembered the dragon fire that had melted them centuries ago. One night a blaze erupted in the tower where Lord Lionel and Sir Harwin were sleeping. The flames consumed everything. By morning the strong men were ash. The official story blamed an overturned candle, but no one with any sense believed that. Larys Strong, the club-footed lord who now inherited Harrenhal and its lands, had orchestrated the tragedy. He had set the fire himself, and in the days that followed, he visited Queen Alicent in her chambers, his eyes wet with false tears, and confirmed that he had done it for her, to remove a rival, to secure her son's claim, to prove his worth as a whisperer. Alicent recoiled, but she did not refuse his service. The Strong scandal tore through the court like the fire that killed its namesakes. Rhaenyra lost her lover and her protector. Her sons lost the man who might have been their father in truth, if not in name. And Larys Strong, with his hunched shoulders and his quiet voice, became the shadow behind the throne. He was the hand that moved the pieces no one saw, and soon a new tragedy would strike House Targaryen, one that would remove another figure from Rhaenyra's life and leave a wound that would never fully heal. The death of Laena Velaryon was not a fire, but it was just as sudden, just as devastating, and it would change the course of the war before the war had even truly begun. The fallout from the training yard was immediate and irreversible. Harwin Strong had shattered Sir Criston Cole's collarbone in full view of the court, and in doing so, he had all but announced what everyone already whispered, that the Strongs, not the Velaryons, were the true fathers of Rhaenyra's sons. Viserys, ever the peacekeeper, tried to bury the scandal as quickly as possible, but the damage was done. Harwin was sent away from King's Landing back to Harrenhal, and the royal family fractured a little more. Meanwhile, Daemon Targaryen had long since removed himself from the chaos of the Red Keep. He had found a different kind of life, far from the thrones and the politics, in the free city of Pentos. There is a quiet beauty to Daemon and Laena's years in Essos. They settled in a sprawling manse overlooking the Bay of Pentos, a place of white marble and open courtyards where the sea breeze carried the scent of lemon trees and salt. Laena had always been a wild spirit, as comfortable in the saddle of her dragon Vhagar as she was in a silk gown, and Pentos gave her the freedom that King's Landing never could. Their life was not without purpose. The man had his own ambitions, his own wars to fight in the Stepstones. But when he returned from the bloodshed, he came home to Laena and their 2 daughters. Baela and Riots were the centre of their world. Baela, the elder, had her father's fire, already testing the edges of her own boldness. Riots was quieter, more contemplative, with a sensitivity that made Laena watch her a little more closely. For a time, it seemed they had found the peace that so often eluded House Targaryen. But the Velaryon blood does not stay calm for long. Laena grew restless, and she and Daemon knew that their family could not remain in Pentos forever. The call of Dragonstone, of Driftmark, of the inheritance that awaited their daughters, pulled at them, and then came the 3rd pregnancy. Laena had always been strong, but the child inside her would not come easily. The midwives tried everything. For hours, perhaps days, the accounts differ. She laboured in the heat of the Pentoshi summer. The pain was immense, and it became clear that neither mother nor child would survive the birth. Daemon was at her side, his face a mask of armour, but inside he was already breaking. She looked at him and made a choice that would echo through the rest of his life. She did not want to die slowly on a bed of sweat and blood. She wanted to die as a dragon rider. She wanted to die with Vhagar. Laena Velaryon, barely able to stand, dragged herself out of the manse and onto the terrace. The dragon Vhagar sensed her distress and let out a mournful roar that shook the sky. Laena climbed. How she climbed in that state is beyond comprehension, and she gave the command. In every language of old Valyria, the word for fly is the same as the word for burn. She spoke the word, and Vhagar, with a plume of dragonfire that lit the night, consumed her. Daemon watched. He watched the woman he had chosen, the mother of his children, turn to ash and smoke and memory. He did not scream. He did not weep. He simply stood there, and the silence that followed was worse than any cry. The news travelled fast. The body was gone, but the soul of Laena Velaryon was carried east and west to her family on Driftmark. Lord Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake, and his wife Princess Rhaenys had lost their daughter, and so the Targaryens and Velaryons gathered not for a wedding or a coronation, but for a funeral. The island of Driftmark is a place of salt and stone, of dark seas and darker cliffs. The funeral was held by the shore, under the stars. Laena had no body to bury, so a pyre was built in her honour, and the flames reflected off the waves as the family stood in silence. Daemon stood apart, his daughters at his side. Rhaenys, the queen who never was, held herself with a composure that masked oceans of grief. Corlys stared at the fire and said nothing, and the children, the many children of this tangled dynasty, watched with eyes that had already seen too much. But a Targaryen funeral is never just a farewell, it is a gathering of wolves. The wake that followed took place in the great hall of high tide, the Velaryon seat. Wine flowed. Words were spoken beneath the breath, and simmering beneath the surface were all the resentments that had been building for years. Rhaenyra had come with her sons, Jace, Luke and little Joffrey, and with them came the whispers of bastard blood. Alicent and her children had arrived from King's Landing, and her son Aemond, now a young man with one eye and a grudge, watched the dragons on the beach with a hunger that nothing could satisfy. That night, as the adults drank and mourned and schemed, the children slipped away. They had their own wars to fight, and in the darkness of Driftmark, something terrible happened. A blow was struck, an eye was lost, and a dragon, the largest living dragon in the world, was claimed. Laena's death had left Vhagar without a rider, and the greatest prize in all of Westeros was waiting for anyone bold enough to take it. That is where our story turns next, toward the crowning of a new rider, a theft that would ignite a war far hotter than a funeral pyre. The night of the wake was only the beginning. Soon, we would see Vhagar's new rider take to the sky, and the dance of the dragons would begin in earnest. The death of Laena Velaryon, consumed by dragonfire in the Pentoshi night, left a wound in the family that would never truly heal. But grief in House Targaryen is a luxury that must be set aside for the cold calculus of power. Daemon, having lost his wife, returned to the stage of King's Landing with his daughters, Baela and Rhaena, and a new, simmering resentment. The court, already a viper's nest of whispers and ambition, now had a new crack in its foundation. And it was into this crack that the smallest of seeds, a seed of vengeance and desperate pride, would take root. The children of the royal family were growing, and with them, their dragons. Aegon, the firstborn son of Viserys and Alicent, was a sullen youth, more interested in drink and the company of low-born women than in the weight of his crown. His brother Aemond was different. Aemond was sharp, intense, and driven by a hunger for validation that his older brother could never understand. But Aemond lacked one thing that defined a Targaryen prince: a dragon. While his siblings and cousins had bonded with hatchlings, Aemond remained dragonless. This was a humiliation that gnawed at him, a constant reminder of his perceived inferiority in the eyes of the court. The night of Laena Velaryon's funeral at Driftmark became the crucible. The great hall of high tide was filled with mourners, but the air was thick with unspoken tensions. Rhaenyra and her family, including her sons Jacaerys and Lucerys, were present. Alicent and her children, Aegon, Helena and Aemond, stood across the hall, a silent chasm between them. The feast was a performance of unity, a thin veneer over a family at war with itself. And it was in the quiet hours after the feast, when the castle slept and the moon cast long shadows across the dragon pit, that Aemond made his move. He had heard the whispers, the boasts of his brother Aegon about the great beasts in the pit, but Aemond's gaze was set on the largest of them all, Vhagar, the dragon of the late Laena Velaryon, the mount of the Conqueror's sister, a beast of living legend. She was a creature of immense size and ancient fury, a mountain of scales and fire. To claim her was to claim a power that would silence every whisper, every slight, every doubt. So under the cover of darkness, Aemond slipped away from the feast, his heart pounding not with fear, but with a cold, determined ambition. The dragon pit was a cavern of shadows, and the low, rumbling breath of sleeping beasts. But Vhagar was not asleep. She sensed the intruder, a small, fragile thing approaching her domain. Aemond moved with a purpose that belied his youth, speaking the words of command in High Valyrian, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. The ancient dragon raised her head, her bronze eyes glinting in the torchlight. For a moment, the boy and the beast regarded each other, a silent negotiation across centuries, and then Vhagar lowered her head. Aemond climbed onto her back, and the bond was forged in fire and shadow. He had done what no one else dared. He had claimed the largest living dragon in the world. The news spread like wildfire through the castle. Aemond Targaryen, the dragonless prince, had mounted Vhagar, but the triumph was short-lived. For Rhaenyra's sons, Jacaerys and Lucerys, saw Aemond's boast as a direct threat. In the training yard, the confrontation was inevitable. Aemond, drunk on his new power, taunted his nephews, calling them strongs in a cruel whisper, a reference to their disputed parentage. The insult was a line drawn in the sand. Lucerys, the younger and more impulsive, lunged at Aemond. But Aemond was faster, stronger, and fueled by years of resentment. He beat Lucerys to the ground, his fists finding their mark. Then the world exploded into chaos. Jacaerys and Aemond were locked in a brutal, desperate struggle. Fists, feet, and fury. It was no longer a fight between boys. It was a clash of dynasties, of wounded pride and stolen honor. In the melee, a blade was drawn. Aemond, his face a mask of rage, raised a rock, But it was Lucerys who struck first, a quick savage slash across Aemond's face. The prince screamed, a sound that cut through the night like a dragon's shriek. Blood poured from the wound, a river of crimson down his cheek. He had lost an eye. The aftermath was a storm. Alicent, upon seeing her son's ruined face, was consumed by a fury that had been building for years. She did not see a boy who had started a fight. She saw a son who had been maimed by the children of the woman she saw as a usurper. She stormed into the throne room, demanding justice. But Viserys, frail and desperate for peace, offered only a feeble compromise. He demanded that the matter be settled, that Rhaenyra's son, Lucerys, be punished. But Rhaenyra, her own fury barely contained, refused. The argument escalated, a torrent of old grievances and new wounds. And then Alicent, in a moment of unhinged rage, lunged at Rhaenyra, her hand finding the princess's arm, drawing blood. The court was frozen, a queen attacking a princess. The king, his voice a broken whisper, demanded an end. An eye for an eye. He said his words hanging in the air like a curse, but he was too weak to enforce it. The wound was not just physical. It was a fracture in the very foundation of the House of the Dragon. Viserys, in his final act of a failing king, tried to mend the unbreakable. He called a family meeting, a desperate plea for unity. He spoke of the prophecy of Aegon the Conqueror, the song of ice and fire, the dream of a Targaryen who would unite the realm against a coming darkness. He spoke of the burden of the crown, the weight of legacy. But his words were lost on the bitter air. The room was divided, not by a table, but by a chasm of blood and pride. Aemond, his eye now a scarred socket, stared at Lucerys with a hatred that would fester for years. Alicent, her hand still stained with Rhaenyra's blood, looked at her husband with a cold, hard gaze. And Rhaenyra, her son's honour defended, but her own heart broken, knew that the peace was a lie. The dance of dragons had begun, not with a roar, but with a whisper of a blade and the cry of a wounded prince. The seeds of war had been sown in the dirt of a dragon's lair, and they would grow into a fire that would consume them all. The unity of the Blacks, forged in the fires of grief and defiance, was about to be tested in ways none of them could foresee. The next chapter would see them gather their strength, their dragons, and their allies for the storm that was coming. The question was not if the war would come, but when, and who would be the first to fall. The night of Aemond's claiming of Vhagar ended in blood and fury. The young prince, newly bonded to the largest dragon in the world, faced the wrath of his cousins. Rhaenyra's sons, alongside Daemon's daughters, cornered him on the beach. What began as a confrontation over Vhagar turned into a brutal brawl. Aemond, outnumbered, took a blade to the eye. The wound was deep, the pain immense. And when King Viserys demanded an answer, Lucerys confessed he struck the blow to defend his brothers. That night fractured the family beyond repair. Alicent, driven by grief and rage, demanded Lucerys lose an eye in return. Viserys refused, and so the Green Queen walked out, her heart hardened, her resolve set. The Targaryen dynasty had split into two irreconcilable camps. But as the court simmered in King's Landing, another drama unfolded at Driftmark. Lord Corlys Velaryon lay near death, wounded in the Stepstones. His wife, Princess Rhaenys, had rushed to his side, and his son, Sir Laenor Velaryon, was very much alive, though everyone believed he was dead. Yes, the fate of Laenor Velaryon had been a carefully orchestrated illusion. You see, Daemon and Rhaenyra had conspired with Laenor himself. He longed for freedom, a life away from the gilded cage of marriage and duty. So, on the night of Laena's funeral, Laenor's sworn protector, Sir Carl Corrie, killed a servant and burned the body beyond recognition. The charred corpse was presented as Laenor's, and while the realm mourned the supposed death of the heir to Driftmark, Laenor sailed away in secret, free at last to live as he wished. For Rhaenyra and Daemon, this was more than a kindness. It was a strategic necessity. With Laenor gone, Rhaenyra's marriage to him was void. She could now wed her uncle, without the stain of bigamy, and so it happened on the shores of Dragonstone, under a pale sky and the watchful eyes of their dragons. Rhaenyra Targaryen, and Daemon Targaryen joined their hands before a septon. They spoke the vows of old Valyria, words that bound them not just in marriage but in purpose. The waves crashed against the black sand as Syrax and Caraxes circled above. This was not a wedding of pageantry or politics. It was a union born of grief, ambition and love. Together, they would forge a new faction, the Blacks, named for the colours of House Targaryen's banner. Their cause was clear: uphold Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne against the pretender Aegon the Elder and his green allies. The consolidation of the Black faction began in earnest. On Dragonstone, Rhaenyra and Daemon gathered their loyalists: Lord Corlys Velaryon, Princess Aerys, the Sea Snake's fleet, and the Dragon Riders who answered to them. They sent ravens across the realm, calling on lords who had sworn oaths to Rhaenyra years before. And in this fortress of volcanic stone, the Blacks prepared for war. They knew that the Greens, led by Otto Hightower and Queen Alicent, were already coronating Aegon the Elder in King's Landing. But Rhaenyra would not bend. She had the true name of the heir, the support of the old king's words, and the dragons to back her claim. In the months that followed, Rhaenyra's womb quickened with Daemon's child. She gave birth to twin sons, Aegon the Younger and Viserys. Named after the Conqueror and her father, these boys were pure Targaryen, born of the dragon's blood on both sides. Their arrival secured the dynastic line for the Blacks. With these heirs, Daemon and Rhaenyra would look to the future, even as the past crumbled around them. But the crown they sought would not come without sacrifice. The dance of the dragons had already begun, and the first blood was yet to be shed. As the Blacks fortified their stronghold, a new question emerged. Who would inherit the Driftmark throne? Lord Corlys Velaryon, now recovered, must name an heir. His true-born daughter Laena was dead. His son Laenor presumed dead. Only his granddaughters Baela and Rhaena remained. But they were girls in a world that favoured men, and the Greens had their own candidate. This succession dispute, simmering on the horizon, would soon erupt into the first battle of the Civil War. That is the story of the Driftmark Succession, and it is a tale of ambition, loyalty, and the terrible price of choosing a side. The Sea Snake, Corlys Velaryon, had weathered storms that would have shattered lesser men. He had sailed to the ends of the known world, brought back riches beyond counting, and built House Velaryon into a power that rivaled the Targaryens themselves. But no amount of voyages could prepare him for the wound he took in the Stepstones. It was a deep, festering gash, and it would not heal. The Maesters did what they could. But the Lord of the Tides was fading, and with his fading came a question that would tear the realm apart. Who would inherit Driftmark? You see, Corlys had two potential heirs. His grandson, Lucidris Velaryon, the second son of Rhaenyra Targaryen, was the named successor. But there was a problem that everyone whispered about, but few dared to say aloud. Lucerys was not of Velaryon blood. He was the son of Harwin Strong, and everyone knew it. The boy had the brown hair, the brown eyes, the strong jaw. He was as much a Velaryon as a fish is a horse. And yet, Rhaenyra had married him into the house. And Corlys, for the sake of his legacy and his wife Rhaenys, had accepted the fiction. But not everyone was willing to let the lie stand. Vaemond Velaryon, Corlys's younger brother, had spent his entire life in the shadow of the Sea Snake. He had watched his brother claim glory after glory, while he was left to manage the docks and count the coins. And now, with Corlys on his deathbed, Vaemond saw his moment. He would not let the seat of Driftmark pass to a bastard. He would not let his brother's legacy be stolen by a woman's infidelity. So Vaemond did what any ambitious man would do. He took his case to the Iron Throne. He stood before the court of King's Landing and, with all the venom he could muster, declared that Rhaenyra's sons were not true Velaryons. He called them bastards. He called them strongs. He demanded that the succession be set aside, that he be named the rightful heir to Driftmark. And for a moment the court held its breath, because Vaemond was not wrong. The truth of it was written on the faces of those children. But in King's Landing, truth is a fragile thing, easily crushed beneath the weight of power. Now King Viserys was a broken man by this point. His body was a ruin of sores and missing limbs, his mind clouded by milk of the poppy. He could barely walk, barely speak. But when he heard what Aemond had said, when he heard the honour of his daughter and the legitimacy of his grandchildren being dragged through the mud, something stirred in him, something ancient and terrible. He demanded to be taken to the throne room. His maesters begged him to rest, but he would not listen. He had himself carried, step by agonizing step, through the corridors of the Red Keep. Every movement sent fire through his bones. Every breath was a battle, but he would not stop. He would not let his daughter face this alone. And so King Viserys, the man who had been a ghost in his own court for years, appeared one last time. He walked into the throne room, leaning on a cane, his face a mask of pain. The court fell silent. Aemond was in the middle of his speech, but he stopped. He could not believe what he was seeing. The king, the dying king, had come to defend his daughter. Viserys did not speak loudly. He did not need to. He looked at Aemond and he said, with a voice that cracked with age and authority, that Lucerys Velaryon was his grandson, that his name was Velaryon, that the succession was settled. And then he did something that no one expected. He drew his dagger, not to attack but to make a point. He told Aemond that if he wished to press his claim, he would have to do it with his tongue cut out. It was a threat, a warning, a final act of defiance from a king who had nothing left to give. But Aemond was not a man to be silenced. He was a Velaryon, proud and stubborn. He looked at the king, looked at Rhaenyra, and then he looked at the court, and he spoke again. He called Lucerys a bastard to his face. He said that Rhaenyra had shamed her house, that her children were abominations, that the throne itself was built on lies. It was a declaration of war, and in that moment, the king's patience finally broke. Viserys did not have the strength to act, but Daemon did. Daemon Targaryen, the rogue prince, the man who had been waiting for an excuse to shed blood, stepped forward. He did not draw a sword. He did not shout. He simply walked up to Aemond, looked him in the eye, and with a single fluid motion, he drew Dark Sister and took Aemond's head from his shoulders. The body crumpled. The head rolled across the stone floor, and the court erupted into chaos. But the message was clear. The Velaryon succession would not be challenged. Not while Daemon had a blade. Not while Viserys still drew breath. And not while Rhaenyra's claim to the throne remained absolute. The Greens in the room, Alicent, Otto, Criston Cole, watched in horror. They had hoped to use the Velaryon dispute to weaken Rhaenyra, to sow doubt about her children's legitimacy. Instead, they had been handed a brutal reminder of the price of defiance. Aemond's death was a turning point. It showed that the Blacks would not be passive. It showed that Daemon was willing to kill for his wife's honour. And it showed that Viserys, even in his final days, would not let his daughter be disinherited. The king's walk to the throne room was his last great act. He would die soon after, his body finally giving out. But in that moment, he had reminded everyone what it meant to be a Targaryen. Now, with Aemond's blood still wet on the floor, the court returned to its uneasy peace. But the cracks were widening. The Greens and the Blacks were no longer just rivals. They were enemies. And the only thing holding back the storm was the king's final breath. But before that breath could be drawn, there would be one last gathering. One final feast where the masks would slip and the daggers would be drawn. That gathering would become known as the Last Supper, and it would set the stage for the war to come. The execution of Aemond Velaryon had sent a clear message through the halls of Driftmark and King's Landing alike. Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne and the legitimacy of her sons would be defended with dragonfire if necessary, and yet, for all the blood spilled in that throne room, the wound between the two branches of House Targaryen had only festered deeper. King Viserys, now a pale and hollowed shell of the man who once united the realm, could see the fractures spreading through his family like cracks in a dragon's egg. He knew he was dying, and in that final desperate act of a father who had lost control of his children, he decided to gather them all for one last supper. The setting was the Great Hall of the Red Keep, a space that had witnessed countless feasts and councils, but never one so heavy with unspoken grievances. Viserys, barely able to walk, had to be helped to his seat. His skin was papery thin, his voice a rasping whisper, but his eyes still held the fire of a king who refused to let his legacy crumble. He looked around the table at his daughter Rhaenyra, at his wife Alicent, at the children from both sides, and he saw not the adults they had become, but the children he remembered. He saw Rhaenyra and Alicent as girls who once laughed together in the gardens. He saw Aegon and Aemond as boys who played at knighthood. He saw the Targaryen family that had once been whole, and so he made his plea, not a command, not a decree, but a request from a dying man to the people he loved most. He asked them to remember who they were before the crown, before the succession, before the whispers of usurpation. He asked them to see each other as they once saw each other, as brothers, as sisters, as family. It was a fragile, beautiful moment, the kind that only comes when death is close enough to touch. For a brief moment, the room seemed to soften. Alicent, seated across from Rhaenyra, met her stepdaughter's gaze. The years of resentment, the accusations of betrayal, the quiet war they had waged through their children, all of it seemed to pause. Rhaenyra reached across the table and took Alicent's hand. It was a gesture of peace, a silent vow that perhaps they could find a way to heal the rift. For a few heartbeats, the hall felt like home again, but the moment could not last, because Aemond Targaryen, nursing the wound of his lost eye and the bitter pride of the dragon rider who had claimed Vhagar, was not ready to forgive. He rose from his seat, goblet in hand, and proposed a toast. To the strong boys, he said. He meant it as a dagger, a public reminder that Rhaenyra's sons Jacaerys, Lucerys and Joffrey were not truly Targaryens in blood, but sons of Sir Harwin Strong. The word hung in the air like dragonfire, searing the fragile peace. Rhaenyra's son, Lucerys, had been the one who took Aemond's eye years ago, and now Aemond was taking something far more precious, the illusion of unity. The table erupted. Accusations flew. The children of the Greens and the Blacks glared at each other with the hatred of a war that had not yet begun, but was already raging in their hearts. Viserys, too weak to stand, watched as his final hope crumbled. He tried to raise his voice, but it was barely more than a whisper. Rhaenyra looked at her father, saw the anguish in his face, and knew that staying would only make things worse. She stood, her own dignity intact, and announced that she was returning to Dragonstone. She would not let her children be humiliated in their own family's hall. With Daemon at her side, she left the Red Keep, the sound of her footsteps echoing like the first drumbeat of a coming storm. As the doors closed behind her, Viserys sank back into his chair. The supper was over, the family was broken, and in the quiet of the night, the king who had tried so hard to hold his house together began to slip away. His breath grew shallow. His eyes, still fixed on the empty table where Rhaenyra had sat, began to lose their light. The realm waited, unaware, but the end was near, and on Dragonstone, Rhaenyra would soon receive the news that would turn the fragile peace into ash. Because the next chapter, the death of a king, was about to write itself with fire and blood. The night of the Last Supper had been a fragile truce, a temporary ceasefire born of a dying man's plea. Viserys had risen from his throne, his body ravaged by years of illness, and he had walked the length of the table, leaning on his cane, his voice cracking with emotion. He had asked his family to see each other as they once were, before the bitterness, before the divide, and for a brief flickering moment, it had almost worked. Rhaenyra and Alicent had shared a look, not of friendship, but of recognition, a quiet understanding that beneath all the enmity, they were both mothers, wives, both women caught in the machinery of power they had not chosen. That the king's strength was not meant to outlast that dinner. He had poured himself into the performance, and now, in the quiet of his chambers, there was nothing left to give. The maesters had warned that the end was near, that the decay of his flesh had finally reached its limit, and so, Later that same night, as the Red Keep settled into an uneasy slumber, Viserys Targaryen lay in his bed, his breath shallow, his mind drifting in and out of fevered dreams. He was not alone. Alicent was at his side, as she had been for years, tending to his failing body, her hand resting on his. She was the queen, yes, but she was also the caretaker, the one who had watched him wither inch by inch. And in the darkness, Viserys stirred. He mistook her for Rhaenyra. In his delirium, his thoughts turned to the one secret he had carried. For decades, the prophecy passed from king to heir, from Aegon the Conqueror himself. He spoke of the song of ice and fire, the dream of a prince who would unite the realm against a darkness from the north, a threat that would one day descend. He spoke of the true weight of the Iron Throne, not as a seat of glory, but as a burden to protect the living. And in that final trembling whisper, he said the name that would change everything. He said, Aegon, you must unite the realm, the prince that was promised. But the king was not speaking of his son. He was speaking of Aegon the Conqueror, the founder of his dynasty, the first to dream of the song of ice and fire. He was passing the prophecy to Rhaenyra, the heir he had chosen. Yet Alicent, kneeling there in the dim candlelight, heard only the name of her own child, Aegon, her son. The thought took root instantly, a seed planted in fertile soil of ambition and fear. She believed, with the certainty of a woman who'd spent years feeling sidelined, that Viserys had named their son as his true successor, that his dying words were a command, a sacred directive to crown Aegon. She held his hand tighter as he slipped away. There was no dramatic last breath, no grand pronouncement. Viserys simply stopped. The king was gone, and in that moment, the fragile piece of the Last Supper shattered into 1,000 pieces. Alicent did not weep for long. She did not raise an alarm. She acted. She locked the doors of the Red Keep. No one in, no one out. The king's death was a weapon, and she intended to wield it before anyone else could even draw steel. She gathered the small council in secret, the lords who had long favoured her son's claim. Otto Hightower, her father, who had been dismissed as Hand, but was never far from the levers of power. Criston Cole, the knight who hated Rhaenyra with a burning personal fury. Larys Strong, the Whisperer, with his twisted foot and sharper mind. Tywin Lannister, always ready to serve the winning side. They met in a chamber far from prying ears, and there Alicent told them what she believed the king had said. The prophecy became a political tool. The Song of Ice and Fire, a secret meant to unite the realm against the cold, was twisted into a justification for usurpation. They moved with chilling efficiency. Plans were laid to crown Aegon II. Before Rhaenyra even learned that her father had died, messengers were dispatched. Loyalists were summoned, and the Crownlands began to tilt toward a coup that would be dressed in the robes of legitimacy. And yet in the silence of that locked keep, the king's body lay still, his eyes closed, his story finished. He had spent his reign trying to hold together a family that was already cracking, and in the end, his own final words, meant to save the realm from a far-off doom, became the spark that ignited the fire, a misunderstanding born of love and exhaustion, a tragic irony that would cost thousands of lives. The next chapter begins with a council, a green council, where the fate of the throne is decided not by blood, but by bitter interpretation. And once the crown is placed on the wrong head, there will be no turning back. Before we dive deeper into this incredible journey, I'm curious. Where in the world are you watching this from? Drop a comment below and let our global community know. And if you're finding this as mind-blowing as I am, hit that like button to help more people discover this story. The silence in the Red Keep was a living thing, a held breath that had not yet been released. For a few precious, terrible moments, no one in the royal bedchamber knew what to do. The old king, Viserys the Peaceful, lay still on his deathbed, the great mask of office finally removed, his face slack and pale. But in the minds of the Greens, the plan had been set in motion long before his final breath. The moment the maester confirmed the king had passed, the room became a stage for a coup. Alicent Hightower, The Queen Dowager stood at the centre of it. She had heard Viserys' last, fevered whisper about the prince that was promised, the song of ice and fire, and she had twisted it in her grief. She believed, with a mother's desperate conviction, that her husband had named their son Aegon as his heir. She did not see the trap she had laid for herself. She saw only duty, and so, with the king's body still warm, she gave the order. No word of his death was to leave the castle walls. The news was a weapon, and she intended to wield it first. The small council chamber, moments later, was a storm of whispers and hard stares. Lord Larys Strong, the clubfoot, watched with his usual unsettling calm. Grand Maester Orwyle, bound by his order's neutrality, could only offer weak protests. But it was Lord Beesbury, the master of coin, who became the conscience of the room. He was an old man, a man of law and order, and he would not be party to this treason. He stood and declared, with a quavering but firm voice, that the king's death must be announced, that the succession must follow the king's declared will. He spoke of Rhaenyra, of the oath sworn to her, of the law. Sir Criston Cole, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, had been standing near the door. He did not argue, he did not debate, he simply moved. In one fluid motion, he crossed the room, drew his dagger, and drove it into Lord Beesbury's throat. The old man fell without a sound, blood pooling on the stone floor. The room went silent. The dissent had been silenced, literally, in a heartbeat. There was no trial, no sentence, no king's justice. There was only expediency. The Green Council had been forged in blood before it had even truly begun. With the king's death concealed and the first objector silenced, the council turned to the matter of securing the throne. But first they needed the king. Not the dead one, but the new one. And Prince Aegon, the man they intended to crown, was nowhere to be found. He was a creature of base appetites and low company, and he had vanished into the fetid underbelly of King's Landing. The hunt began in the shadows. Sir Eric and Sir Aric Cargill, twin knights of the Kingsguard, were sent to find him. Their loyalty was to the crown, but the crown was now a fractured thing. They moved through the city's warrens, through the stench of the Street of Silk, and the damp, rack-gnawed tunnels beneath the Dragon Pit. They found him in a fighting pit, a place of blood and sand and roaring crowds, where the prince had been indulging his baser instincts. Aegon was drunk, his fine clothes stained, his eyes wild. He did not want the crown. He knew what it would cost him. But the twins, bound by their oaths, dragged him back to the Red Keep, a reluctant king for a throne he never sought. And so the coronation was prepared. The High Septon was summoned. The bells of the great Sept of Baelor were rung, a sound that carried across the city, a sound that meant a new king was being crowned. But the bells did not ring for Viserys. They rang for Aegon II, and in the shadows of the throne room, as the crown was placed upon the head of the drunken, weeping prince, the fate of the realm was sealed. The dance of the dragons had begun. The body of King Viserys had barely cooled when the Green Council set their plan in motion. They had the king's seal, they had the city watch, and they had a dead man's final words that Alicent Hightower believed named her son Aegon as the rightful heir. But what she had heard was a misunderstanding born of grief and exhaustion. Viserys had been speaking of the prophecy of Aegon the Conqueror's dream, not of his own son. Yet that misunderstanding would now rewrite the history of the Seven Kingdoms. The council moved quickly, with the cold precision of men who had been preparing for this moment for years. Otter Hightower, ever the architect, had already dispatched ravens to the great houses, summoning them to bend the knee. Criston Cole, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, stood ready to enforce the new king's will, and in the shadows, Larys Strong whispered his quiet certainties. But there was one problem they had not fully anticipated: the king himself. Aegon II Targaryen did not want the crown. When they came to him in his chambers, he was drunk, dishevelled, and utterly disinterested in the weight of a kingdom. He had spent his youth watching his father wither under the burden of rule, and he had seen what the throne did to a man. He had no desire to be a king. He had no desire to be anything more than a prince who could indulge his appetites without consequence. But the Greens had no other option. If Aegon did not take the crown, the realm would fall to Rhaenyra, and every lord who had whispered against her claim would face her judgment. So they pushed him. They dressed him in fine silks and painted him with the mask of a monarch. They reminded him of his duty, his blood, his birthright. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the reluctance began to fade. Aegon had never been given a reason to want power, but now, for the first time, he was given a taste of what it could buy. Not gold, not women, not wine, those he already had. What the crown offered was something far more intoxicating, the certainty that he mattered, that his word would shape the world, that he would no longer be a forgotten son, a disappointment, a shadow. He would be the king. And so, on the day of his coronation, Aegon II Targaryen walked through the streets of King's Landing, not as a reluctant prince dragged to his fate, but as a man beginning to believe in his own legend. The dragon pit was packed. Thousands upon thousands of small folk had gathered to witness the crowning of their new king. The great dome of the dragon pit loomed above them, its massive stone arches carved with the history of House Targaryen. The air was thick with incense and sweat, and the low hum of expectation. The 7 septons stood in a line before the Iron Throne, which had been carried from the Red Keep and placed at the centre of the pit, its jagged edges glinting in the torchlight. Aegon entered to thunderous applause. He walked slowly, deliberately, his green and gold cloak trailing behind him. He looked at the crowd, and for the first time he saw not a mob, but an audience. They were here for him. They cheered his name. They wanted him to be their king. And in that moment, something shifted inside him. The reluctance he had carried like a weight began to dissolve, replaced by something warmer, something more dangerous, the seduction of adoration. Otto Hightower placed the crown upon his head. Alicent stood beside him, her face a careful mask of duty and grief. And as the crowd roared, Aegon raised his hand, and they roared louder. He smiled. It was a small thing at first, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but it grew. He looked at his mother, at his grandfather, at the lords and ladies who had come to witness his ascension, and he thought perhaps this is not so terrible after all. But the coronation was not without its shadow. Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, the queen who never was, had been summoned to the dragon pit. She was meant to kneel, to accept the new king, to lend her bloodline's legitimacy to the usurper's claim. But Rhaenys had spent her life being passed over, being dismissed, being told that her sex made her unworthy. She had watched her cousin Viserys take the throne that should have been hers. She had watched her daughter Laena die. She had watched her son Laenor be forced into a sham marriage. And now she was expected to bow to a boy who had never earned a single victory, who had never commanded a single army, who had never done anything but drink and whore his way through youth. She did not bow. Instead, she smiled, and in that smile was the promise of fire. The crowd gasped as the ground beneath the dragon pit began to tremble. A low rumble grew into a roar, and then the stone floor cracked open. From the darkness below, a beast emerged, ancient and terrible, its scales the colour of blood and copper. Meleys, the Red Queen, had come. Rhaenys did not speak. She did not need to. She mounted her dragon, and in that single act, she declared war. The Greens watched in horror as the massive dragon rose through the broken dome of the pit, its wings casting the crowd into shadow. For a moment, it seemed she might burn them all. Aegon's face went pale. Alicent clutched her son. Otto shouted for the guards. But Rhaenys did not attack. She simply looked down at them, her eyes cold, her message clear. I could have killed you all. I chose not to. Remember that. And then she was gone, flying east toward Dragonstone, toward Rhaenyra, toward war. The coronation was complete. Aegon sat on the Iron Throne, but the throne had never felt so fragile. The cheers of the crowd were hollow now, drowned out by the beating of dragon wings in the distance. The realm had 2 queens, 2 kings, 2 claims, and the only thing that could settle it was fire and blood. The declaration of war had been made without a single word spoken. Rhaenys' escape was a message, a warning, a promise. The Greens had crowned their king, but the Blacks had not yet bent the knee, and on Dragonstone, a Dragon Queen was already preparing her answer. What would Rhaenyra do when she learned that her father's throne had been stolen? What would Daemon do when he heard that his brother's final words had been twisted into a lie? The dance of the dragons was no longer a possibility. It was a certainty, and the next chapter would begin, not with a crown, but with a war. The Black Queen was about to rise. The coronation of Aegon II was a spectacle of gold and green, a carefully choreographed lie performed before 1,000 witnesses in the Dragon Pit. But the truth of that day did not stay confined to King's Landing. It flew. It flew on black wings and scarlet scales, carried by a woman who had seen the green fire rise, and who knew the cost of silence. Rhaenys Targaryen, the queen who never was, brought the news to Dragonstone. She arrived not as a herald, but as a storm breaking over the dark volcanic island. Her dragon, Melis, descended through the grey clouds with a roar that shook the stone walls of the fortress. Rhaenys herself was pale, her silver hair windswept, her eyes carrying the weight of what she had witnessed. We found Rhaenyra in the great hall, surrounded by her children and advisors, and she spoke the words that would shatter the fragile peace of the realm. Viserys was dead. The old king, the reluctant king, had passed in his sleep, and before his body grew cold, the Greens had moved. They crowned his son, not his chosen heir. They raised Aegon II as king, and with that act they had declared war on the succession itself. Rhaenyra heard the news standing beside a long stone table, her hand resting on the carved dragon at its edge. She did not weep. The grief for her father was a deep, cold water inside her, but she could not afford to drown in it, not now. Not when the throne she had been promised was being stolen before her eyes. She asked about her father's final words, and Rhaenys told her what she knew. That Viserys had spoken of Aegon the Conqueror's prophecy, of the Song of Ice and Fire, and that Alicent had misunderstood. It was a tragedy born of love and ambition, a misheard whisper that would cost thousands of lives. But even as Rhaenyra absorbed the enormity of the betrayal, something else was stirring within her. She was with child. The babe, the daughter she had hoped for, was pressing against the boundaries of her body, and the news, the shock, the fury, the terror, they all converged at once. That night the labour began. It was not a gentle birth. It was a violent, tearing thing, a struggle that mirrored the kingdom's own fracture. The maesters of Dragonstone did what they could, but the child came wrong. Visenya, the name Rhaenyra had chosen in honour of the Conqueror's warrior sister, was born with twisted limbs and a face that could not draw breath. She lived only a moment, if she lived at all, and then she was gone. Rhaenyra held the tiny broken body in her arms, and the room fell silent. The candles flickered. Daemon stood at the door, his hand on his sword, his face unreadable. For a long time no one spoke. And then Rhaenyra did something that would define her reign. She did not allow herself to shatter completely. She took her grief and she forged it into steel. She asked for her father's crown. It was brought to her, the simple black circlet of King Viserys, unadorned by jewels. A crown meant for a ruler who did not want power. Rhaenyra placed it upon her own head, and in that moment, she became not just a claimant, but a queen, the Black Queen, the mother of a lost daughter and the heir of a dying dynasty. The coronation was not a grand affair. There were no crowds, no trumpets, no septons anointing her with oils. There was only the cold stone of Dragonstone, the smoke from the torches, and the loyal men and women who knelt before her. Daemon placed the crown on her brow, and he spoke the words that bound them together. Long may she reign, and yet ruling is more than wearing a crown. The Black Queen needed a council, a strategy, an army of banners to rally to her cause. That very night, she convened the Black Council. Around her gathered her most trusted advisors. Daemon, of course, fierce and impatient. The sea snake, Lord Corlys Velaryon, who had suffered his own losses and who brought with him the wealth of the narrow sea. Her voice still raw from the journey, who understood the shape of the war to come. They discussed alliances. The great houses of Westeros would be forced to choose. The Starks of Winterfell, bound by ancient ties of honour and friendship with the Targaryens, were a natural ally. The Arryns of the Vale, where Rhaenyra's mother had come from, might be swayed. The Tullys of Riverrun were a question mark, caught between loyalties. And the Lannisters, the Baratheons, the Tyrells. They would side with the Greens likely, seduced by promises of power or by the fear of a woman on the Iron Throne. The council debated long into the night. Maester Gerodis provided scrolls and histories. Messengers were chosen, their horses saddled, their ravens prepared. But the most delicate task fell to Rhaenyra's own children. Lucerys, her second son, would fly on his dragon Arax to Storm's End to treat with Lord Boros Baratheon. Jaehaerys, her eldest, would take his dragon Vermax to Winterfell and the Eyrie. They were boys, barely more than children, but they were the only messengers the Blacks could trust. Rhaenyra watched them leave from the Tower of Dragonstone, her heart a hollow chamber. She knew that the war had already begun, not with armies, but with words, and the outcome of those words would decide whether her children would live or die, whether her crown would hold or break, whether the name Targaryen would burn bright or fade into ash. As the dragons rose into the sky, their wings casting long shadows across the sea, the Black Queen turned back to her hall. She thought of Visenya, of the tiny body wrapped in linen, of the daughter she would never hold, and she thought of the prophecy her father had whispered, the song of ice and fire. If she was to be the queen who saved the world, she would have to survive the fire first. But survival is not a gentle thing. It is a relentless climb over the bodies of the fallen, and the next step would be taken by her sons. They flew into a storm of their own making, and what they would find waiting for them, what they would carry back, would set the realm ablaze. That story, the story of the messengers and their terrible fates, is the one we must turn to next. The ravens have flown. The dragons are in the air. The war is no longer a threat. It is a departure. And in the chapter called The Messengers of War, we will follow those wings into the darkness. Rhaenys had barely finished been speaking when the weight of her words settled over Dragonstone like a shroud. King Viserys was dead. Aegon the Usurper had been crowned in the Red Keep, and Rhaenyra, still bleeding from the loss of her daughter Visenya, now faced a storm far crueler than any autumn gale. The Blacks had no choice but to act. But they could not strike blindly. War demanded allies, and allies demanded messengers. So it was that Rhaenyra's two eldest sons, Jaehaerys and Lucerys, were called to her side. They were young, Jace barely a man grown, Luke still a boy, but they were princes of the realm, and they rode dragons. Their mother tasked them with the most vital mission of the fledgling war, to carry her words to the great houses of the realm and secure their allegiance. Jaehaerys would take his dragon Vermax to the north, to treat with Lord Cregan Stark at Winterfell, and then to the Vale, to win the favour of Lady Jane Arryn. Lucerys, mounted on the young dragon Arax, would fly south to Storm's End to seek the support of Lord Boros Baratheon. The morning of their departure was heavy with unspoken fears. Rhaenyra embraced each son as if she might never see them again, and Daemon stood apart, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The princes mounted their dragons and took to the sky, two specks against a grey and brooding firmament. Jace flew north into the cold. Luke flew south into what he did not yet know was a trap. Storm's End rose from the coast like a clenched fist of black stone, the ancient fortress of the Durandons and now the Baratheons. Lucerys brought Arax down through the driving rain, the wind howling off Shipbreaker Bay, so fierce it nearly tore the young dragon from the sky. Inside the great hall, a fire roared in the hearth. Its warmth did not reach the shadows. There, standing beside Lord Boros, was Prince Aemond Targaryen, a thin smile on his lips and his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. Luke felt his blood run cold. Aemond was here, and Aemond meant danger. The prince had not forgotten the loss of his eye at Luke's hand years before, and the scar that split his face was a permanent reminder of that debt. But Luke had come as an envoy, and he would not flee until his message was delivered. The storm at Storm's End was unlike anything Lucerys Velaryon had ever flown through. The winds howled off Shipbreaker Bay, slamming against the ancient curtain walls of the Durrandon fortress, and rain lashed the stone like 1,000 angry whips. He had come as an envoy, a boy of 14 bearing his mother's message, hoping to secure the allegiance of Lord Boros Baratheon. But when he arrived, dripping and weary, he found that another dragon had already landed ahead of him. Aemond Targaryen was there, his single eye glinting in the torchlight, and Vhagar, the largest living dragon in the world, the she-dragon that had once carried Visenya Targaryen into battle, was curled in the courtyard like a mountain of green bronze and rage. The Great Hall of Storm's End was a cavern of shadows and salt-stained banners. Lord Boros sat on his throne, a man more interested in strength than in oaths, and Aemond stood at his side, a thin smile on his lips. Luke delivered his mother's message. The Baratheons had sworn fealty to the Iron Throne and to Rhaenyra as its rightful heir, but Aemond had come bearing his own offer, a marriage pact between his nephew and one of Boros's daughters, and the promise of vengeance against Rhaenyra's house. Boros wavered, but in the end he turned to Luke and said, "Your father was a strong, not a Targaryen." It was a cruel dismissal, and Luke had no choice but to leave. But Aemond was not finished. He followed Luke into the courtyard, calling out for him to apologise, to pay the debt of the eye he had lost years ago. Luke, barely old enough to fly a dragon alone, climbed onto his young dragon Arrax, and Arrax took to the stormy sky. Aemond climbed onto Vhagar, and the chase began. Above the bay, the storm grew worse. Lightning split the clouds, and the rain was like needles against their faces. Luke thought he could outrun Vhagar. Arrax was nimble, fast, but he was young, and Vhagar was a war beast of unimaginable power. Aemond's intention was not to kill. He wanted to frighten, to humiliate, to make Luke lose control. He urged Vhagar forward, roaring insults into the wind. But Arrax, terrified and confused, turned to defend himself. A burst of flame shot from his jaws, and Vhagar, Ancient, scarred and enraged, did what her instincts commanded. She bit Arrax in half in midair. Luke fell alone into the dark water far below. He never screamed. That night, the Dance of the Dragons began, not with a formal declaration of war, but with a single death. A boy who had only wanted to deliver a message. The news reached Dragonstone on a grey dawn. Rhaenyra had been waiting for word from her sons, pacing the cold stone corridors of the old Targaryen fortress. When the raven came, bearing the seal of Storm's End, she knew before she even read the scroll, her son was dead. Her second boy, the quiet one, who had always clung to his elder brother, who had been sent to do a man's work before he was a man, was gone, and something inside her broke. At first there was silence, a deep, hollow silence that seemed to drain the colour from the world. Then came the screams. Rhaenyra collapsed in the painted table chamber, her hands clutching the carved dragon at the table's edge. Her voice raw with grief, so total it was like a physical wound. Daemon stood nearby, his face unreadable. He had seen many deaths, but this was different. This was a child. This was his wife's child, and it had been done by his own brother's son. Rhaenyra's transformation was not immediate. It came in waves. The first wave was despair. She wanted to mourn, to retreat, to let the world burn without her. But Daemon would not let her. He whispered in her ear, not comfort but vengeance. He reminded her of the debt owed, of Aemond, Aegon, of the Green Council that had stolen the throne. And slowly the despair hardened into something else, a cold, unyielding fury. She became a queen not of justice, but of retribution. Daemon knew that the Greens would not be moved by words or ravens. They had struck first, and they had struck at a child. The old rules of war were dead. He needed a weapon that would cut not at armies, but at the heart of the Green Court. And for that, he went to the one person in King's Landing who could find such a weapon. Mysaria, known to many as the White Worm, had built a network of whispers and shadows in the capital. She was a survivor, a woman who had crawled through the sewers and climbed the rungs of power with nothing but her wits. Daemon had used her before, but now he came to her with a different purpose. He did not ask for spies or for secrets. He asked for killers. 2 men specifically, one known as Blood, a former gold cloak with a taste for violence, and the other called Cheese, a rat catcher who knew every hidden passage in the Red Keep. They were not noble assassins. They were gutter filth, the kind of men who would do anything for enough silver, and Daemon promised them gold. More gold than they had ever seen. Their target, a son for a son. The Green King, Aegon II, had lost nothing yet, but Daemon intended to make him feel the same pain Rhaenyra now carried. He wanted Aegon to know what it meant to lose a child. Blood and Cheese were hired in the shadows of Flea Bottom, and their instructions were simple. Enter the Red Keep, find the king's heir, and make the horror unmistakable. It was not an assassination. It was a message. As the sun set over King's Landing, the 2 men slipped through a forgotten grate, crawling through the sewers beneath Maegor's holdfast. They knew the way. Cheese had mapped the tunnels for years, knew which stones were loose, which doors were never locked. And above them, in the royal apartments, Queen Helaena slept beside her children, the twins Jaehaerys and Jaehaera, and the young Maelor. The guards were drunk, or bribed, or simply not watching. The night was quiet, save for the distant sound of dragons circling the city. Dragons that belonged to the Greens, but that could not see what was about to happen in the dark. Blood carried a small axe, Cheese carried a dagger, and together they climbed the spiral stairs to a door that should have been barred. What happened next would scar the Red Keep forever. It would turn a queen's grief into a king's nightmare, and it would set a fire that no dragon could outfly. The dance of the dragons had taken its first step, and now the next was about to land in the soft silence of a child's bedroom. This is a story of revenge, of blood for blood, and of a line crossed that could never be uncrossed. And in the next chapter, we will step into that room. We will see the faces of those who survived, and hear the screams that echoed through the stone halls. The horror in the Red Keep is coming, and when it arrives, nothing will ever be the same. The death of Lucerys Velaryon sent a shockwave through the realm, but for Rhaenyra Targaryen, it was a wound that would never heal, a wound that demanded blood in return. In the hours after that terrible news reached Dragonstone, the Black Queen transformed. The grieving mother, the reluctant monarch, gave way to something darker, something that would not be satisfied with mere words or diplomatic overtures. She wanted a son for a son, and she was willing to send the very shadows of the city to collect that debt. It was Daemon Targaryen who set the plan in motion. He knew that the Red Keep, for all its walls and guards, was riddled with secret passages, tunnel carved into the ancient rock by the Targaryens themselves, forgotten by most, but not by the prince who had spent years lurking in the city's underbelly. And so he found 2 men who would do what no knight of the Kingsguard could: a former gold cloak named Blood, and a rat catcher known as Cheese. These were not warriors of honour. They were instruments of terror. On the night of the deed, under the cover of darkness, Blood and Cheese slipped into the Red Keep. Through one of those hidden passages, they moved like ghosts through the cold stone corridors, past sleeping servants and dozing guards, until they reached the private chambers of Queen Helaena. The Queen, daughter of Alicent Hightower, sister and wife to King Aegon II, mother to 2 young sons and a daughter, was the most gentle soul in a court that had grown vicious. She had never wanted this war, had never wished for bloodshed, but on this night, she would become its unwilling vessel. The intruders found her in the nursery with her children. Prince Jaehaerys, the elder boy, was barely 6 years old. Prince Maelor was still a toddler. Their sister Jaehaera slept nearby. Blood and Cheese seized the queen, forced her to the floor, and held a knife to her throat. Then they gave her a choice no mother should ever have to make. They told her she must decide which of her sons would die, the younger or the elder, the heir or the spare. They were not merciful men. They were cruel men who enjoyed cruelty, and they wanted her to suffer before they struck. Laena begged. She pleaded for their lives. She offered herself instead. They refused. She tried to bargain with her own body, with the crown's gold, with anything she could think of. But Blood and Cheese were not interested in ransom. They had a mission, to take a life for a life, a prince for a prince, and they wanted the queen to name the victim. In her desperation, Laena pointed to Maelor, the younger boy, the one who had not yet learned to speak in full sentences. Perhaps she thought the smaller one would be spared, or perhaps she believed the older boy, as the firstborn son, should be protected. Whatever her reasoning, she made a choice. But Blood and Cheese did not honour it. They laughed and said that if she could not choose properly, they would take the more valuable prize, Prince Jaehaerys, the king's firstborn and heir. They dragged the boy from his bed. Jaehaerys screamed, called for his mother, for his father, for anyone to save him. Laena screamed too, a sound that tore through the night and woke half the castle. But by the time the guards arrived, it was too late. Blood cut the child's throat, and Cheese dropped the body onto the floor. The queen collapsed beside her son, her mind shattering into 1,000 fragments. The horror of that night did not end with the murder. In the days and weeks that followed, the Green royal family began to unravel from within. King Aegon II, already a weak and reluctant monarch, spiraled into paranoia and rage. He could not protect his own children from assassins in his own castle. Queen Alicent, the architect of so much of this war, watched helplessly as her daughter-in-law descended into madness. Laena could no longer speak of the future, could no longer bear to look at Maelor without weeping. She retreated into her own mind, muttering prophecies that no one wanted to hear, seeing visions of what was to come. The Red Keep became a haunted place. Every shadow held a threat, every whisper a conspiracy. The guards doubled their patrols, but the damage was done. The Greens had lost more than a prince. They had lost the illusion that they were safe within their own walls. And as the whispers of Blood and Cheese spread across Westeros, the Blacks made clear that they would not stop at one death. The dance of the dragons had truly begun, not with a battle in the field, but with a knife in the dark aimed at a child. That single act of vengeance would echo through the remainder of the war, poisoning every negotiation, every chance for peace. For if the Blacks were willing to break the most sacred of bonds, the safety of children in their own beds, then what limits remained? And what did that say about the woman who would sit the Iron Throne? These questions would haunt Rhaenyra's own supporters in time. But for now, the only question that mattered was this: what would the Greens do next? The answer, as we will discover, would be as terrible as the crime itself. A spiral of retaliation that would become known as the fallout of Blood and Cheese. The weight of what happened in the nursery of the Red Keep did not simply linger in the air. It shattered the fragile peace that had held the Green Court together. Queen Laena had been forced to choose which of her two sons would die, and Blood and Cheese had made sure the choice meant nothing. They killed the boy, Prince Jaehaerys, and left the Queen alive with the memory of his blood on her hands, on her gown, and the sound of her own screams still ringing in her ears. When Aegon II learned what had befallen his son, he did not weep. He did not mourn with the quiet dignity of a king. He descended into a drunken rage so complete that the servants learned to stay out of his path, and the rats in the walls of the palace began to hear his howls echoing through the stone. The king demanded immediate war, not the careful, measured conflict that his advisors had been planning. He wanted blood for blood, and he wanted it now. Every hour that passed without the heads of Rhaenyra's loyalists on pikes was an hour of treason in his eyes. He stumbled through the corridors of the keep, with a goblet of wine splashing over his wrist, screaming for action, for vengeance, for the kind of violence that would make the world remember the name Targaryen. But the palace had been compromised. Blood and Cheese had used the secret tunnels to reach the royal apartments, tunnels that only the rat catchers were supposed to know. And so in his intoxication and his fury, Aegon II ordered every rat-catcher in the Red Keep rounded up and executed. The massacre was swift and brutal. Dozens of men who had spent their days wrangling vermin from the kitchens and the storerooms were dragged into the courtyard. They begged, they swore, they knew nothing. They wept for their wives and children. But the king did not listen. He stood on a balcony above them, swaying slightly, watching each head fall, the same cold satisfaction that a man might take from smashing a spider under his boot. The blood pooled in the cobblestones, and the crows gathered on the rooftops. Before the bodies had even gone cold, it was a signal to the entire court. Aegon II was not a king who would be reasoned with. He was a king who would burn the world to find the men who had taken his son, and that is where the old order began to fracture. Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King, had spent his entire political career weaving webs of diplomacy and careful alliances. He believed in patience, in doing the hard work of whispering in the right ears, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But his grandson's murder had made patience a luxury that no one in the Red Keep could afford. Every time Otto counselled restraint, every time he suggested gathering more evidence before launching a full-scale war, Aegon's rage turned on him. The Hand's slow, methodical approach, the very thing that had kept the Greens alive through years of uncertainty, was now the greatest liability. And in a moment of drunken clarity, Aegon II dismissed Otto Hightower as Hand of the King, stripping him of his badge and his title, sending him from the council chamber without a word of thanks for the decades of service. In Otto's place, a different kind of man took the pin. Sir Criston Cole had never been a diplomat. He was a knight of the Kingsguard, a man who had risen from nothing through sheer skill and brutality. He had no patience for councils, no love for treaties. He understood only one language, the language of steel and fire, and when Aegon looked at him, he saw a weapon that would not hesitate. Criston Cole accepted the position of Hand of the King with a grim satisfaction, and immediately began to advocate for the kind of strategy that Otto had always resisted. No more half measures, no more waiting. The Greens would strike hard, strike fast, and they would not stop until every black was ash. The Red Keep became a war room. Maps were unrolled across the great table, and Cole began to plot the movements of armies and the flight paths of dragons. The execution of the rat-catchers had been a tragedy, but it had also purged the palace of any possible informants. The tunnels were sealed, the guard was doubled, and in the courtyard, where the blood of the rat-catchers still stained the stones, the new Hand of the King began to prepare for a campaign that would make the realm remember the name Cole with fear. Aegon II, meanwhile, retreated into his cups, trusting the war to a man who had no doubt that the only way to answer the death of a prince was to slaughter the family of the Queen who had sent the assassins. But even in the heart of the Green Court, there were fractures that no amount of fire could weld shut. Alicent Hightower watched her son spiral into a drunkard, and her father cast out like a broken tool, and she began to wonder if the throne they had fought for was worth the price. Her daughter, Laena, wandered the halls now with hollow eyes, murmuring prophecies that no one wanted to hear, and in the shadows of the keep, one of the twins who had been spared that terrible night, Prince Jaehaerys's brother, Prince Maelor, would soon find himself at the centre of a decision that would tear the family apart completely. The duel of the twins was not a fight over honour or land. It was a choice, forced upon a mother, that would echo through the rest of the war. And when that choice was made, it would prove that even the deepest bonds of blood can be broken by the weight of a crown. The blood of the rat-catchers had barely dried on the cobblestones of the Red Keep. King Aegon II, hollow-eyed and reeking of wine, had ordered every man who set traps in the castle walls to be hanged in the outer yard. Their bodies swayed like grotesque trophies, a warning to any who might dare to whisper against the crown. But the killer who had stolen into Laena's chamber, the man called Blood, and his companion Cheese, they were long gone. The king could not reach them, and that impotent rage, That helpless fury, it demanded an outlet. It demanded a victory, no matter how small or how cruel. And so Sir Criston Cole, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, stepped into the void. He was a man forged in the heat of battle and hardened by a lifetime of serving the throne. He understood that war was not won by hanging innocent servants. It was won by striking at the heart of the enemy. And the enemy, the Blacks, sat in the fortress of Dragonstone, led by the woman who had once been his princess. The woman he had come to despise with every fibre of his being. He needed a blade that could slip past her defences. A blade that would not be noticed until it was too late. The idea came to him in the quiet hours of the night as he stood vigil in the throne room. There were 2 knights in the Kingsguard, brothers born of the same womb, their faces almost identical mirrors. Sir Aric Cargill and Sir Eric Cargill. They had been inseparable once, twin souls bound by a shared oath. But the dance of the dragons had torn the realm in 2, and it had torn them apart as well. Sir Eric, the elder by minutes, had remained loyal to Rhaenyra. He had sailed with her to Dragonstone, becoming a trusted protector of the Black Queen. Sir Aric, the younger, had knelt to Aegon II and now served the Green Council in King's Landing. They were the same blood, the same face, the same voice, and that, Criston Cole realised, was the perfect weapon. He summoned Sir Aric to a private chamber, away from the prying ears of the court. There, in the flickering candlelight, he laid out the plan. Sir Aric would sail to Dragonstone alone. He would present himself at the gates as his brother, Sir Eric. He would speak of urgent news, of a plot against the Queen, of a need to see her in person, and once he was close enough, once he had her trust, he would strike. A single thrust of a dagger, and the war would be over. Rhaenyra would fall, the Blacks would crumble, and Aegon II would sit unchallenged on the Iron Throne. The plan was cold, it was calculated, and it required Sir Aric to commit the deepest betrayal possible, to wear the face of his own brother, to use that trust as a mask for murder. But war does not ask for comfort, it asks for sacrifice. And Sir Aric, loyal to his king and desperate to prove his worth, agreed. He set sail under a grey sky, the sea choppy and restless. Dragonstone rose from the mist like a black fang, its volcanic peaks shrouded in sulphurous clouds. The castle was a place of ancient Targaryen power, of dragon dreams and fire, but to Sir Aric, it was simply a fortress that held his brother, and the target he had been sent to eliminate. He was admitted without question. The guards saw his face, the familiar face of Sir Eric, and they opened the gates. He walked through the stone corridors, his heart hammering beneath his white cloak. Every step felt wrong. Every shadow seemed to whisper his brother's name. But he pressed on, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword, and then he saw him. Sir Eric Cargill, standing at the end of the hall, his brow furrowed in confusion. For a long moment, the 2 brothers simply stared at each other. The air between them was thick with shared memory, with a childhood spent wrestling in the training yards, with a lifetime of vows spoken side by side. Sir Eric knew. He knew before a single word was spoken. He saw the lie in his brother's eyes, the tension in his shoulders. Sir Aric spoke first. He said something about a message, about a threat to the Queen, but his voice was too tight, too rehearsed. Sir Eric shook his head slowly. He asked if their mother knew what he had become, and then the swords were drawn. The duel in the halls of Dragonstone was not a battle of grand strategy. It was a private, frantic, heartbreaking scramble for survival. The sounds of steel on steel echoed off the stone walls, but there were no war cries, no taunts, only grunts of effort and the desperate rhythm of 2 men who knew each other's every move. They had trained together as boys. They knew the feints, the parries, the angles. Every thrust was anticipated, every block was met. It was a dance of mirrors, a fight against a reflection that moved in perfect sync. Broken furniture crashed to the floor. A tapestry was slashed. The portraits of Targaryen kings stared down in silent judgment. Sir Aric lunged, his blade aimed for the heart. Sir Eric twisted aside, the steel scraping past his ribs. He answered with a sweeping cut that would have taken his brother's head. But Sir Aric ducked and rolled, coming up with dirt on his white cloak. They circled each other, breath ragged. This was not how it was supposed to end. They had sworn to protect the realm, to stand as brothers in arms. Now they were trapped in a narrow corridor, their blades seeking the blood of the only person in the world who truly understood them. The war had reached into their family and twisted it into something monstrous. In the end, their blades found their marks at the same time. Sir Eric drove his swordward through Sir Aric's chest, just below the collarbone, and Sir Aric, with his dying strength, drove his own blade into Sir Eric's side, between the ribs. They collapsed together, sliding down the wall, their white cloaks staining red. The guards of Dragonstone arrived too late. They found the twins lying side by side, their blood pooling into one dark mirror. Their faces, even in death, were identical, and the terrible truth of it sank into the heart of every witness. This war was no longer about succession, or honour, or the rights of a queen. It had become a fratricidal nightmare. Brother killing brother. Twins who had shared a womb sharing a grave. The news reached Queen Rhaenyra in her chambers. She listened in silence, her face unreadable, but the trembling of her hands betrayed her. She had loved Sir Eric. She had trusted him, and now his blood was on her floors, spilled by his own brother, sent by the man who had once been her sworn protector. Sir Criston Cole had not succeeded in killing her, but he had succeeded in reminding her of the cost. The Dance of the Dragons was consuming everything it touched. Families, allegiances, even the bonds of blood itself were being devoured by the fire. And somewhere in the Riverlands, at the ancient castle of Harrenhal, Prince Daemon Targaryen was beginning to hear whispers. The haunted halls were calling to him. The weirwood tree in the Godswood was bleeding red sap, and the air was thick with visions. He did not yet know what he would find there, but the stage was being set for something far darker than a duel between twins. The war was far from over, and the worst was yet to come. The duel of the Cargill twins ended with one brother dead in the dust of Dragonstone, and the other, Sir Aric, sent back to King's Landing carrying the shame of failure. But that failure was not the end of the war. It was only a spark, because while the Greens had tried to strike at Rhaenyra's heart, Daemon Targaryen was already moving to cut off one of their limbs. He did not ask for permission. He did not wait for a council of war. He simply mounted Caraxes, the Bloodworm, and flew north to claim the largest, most cursed fortress in all of Westeros, Harrenhal, the black stone nightmare that Aegon the Conqueror could not melt, the castle that killed its builder, Harren the Black, and every lord who has ever tried to hold it. Daemon Targaryen knew its reputation. He did not care. He needed a base of operations, a place to rally the river lords who had sworn to Rhaenyra but had not yet lifted a finger, and so he descended on Harrenhal like a spectre, taking it without a fight. The garrison, already wavering in their loyalties, simply opened the gates. They had no dragon of their own. They had no desire to burn. But the moment Daemon crossed the threshold, he felt it. A cold that had nothing to do with stone, a weight that pressed against the back of his skull. Harrenhal is not just a castle. It is a wound in the world. A place where the memory of fire and blood and screaming has soaked into the very mortar. The Targaryen prince, who had seen battle and bloodshed and the raw fury of dragonfire, found himself unsettled in a way he could not explain. The servants whispered that the castle was haunted. Daemon dismissed them as superstitious fools. But that first night, as he sat alone in the great hall, the shadows seemed to move in ways that light could not account for. He heard footsteps where there were no feet. He saw faces in the smoke of the hearth, and he began to dream. Not ordinary dreams, visions. He saw Rhaenyra as a young girl, laughing before her face twisted into a mask of grief. He saw his brother Viserys, not as the frail king he had become, but as the man he once was, sitting on the Iron Throne with a look of disappointment that cut deeper than any blade. He saw himself standing before a mirror, but the reflection was not his own. It was a younger Daemon, perhaps, or a darker one. The castle was speaking to him, feeding on his memories and his fears, and he could not wake. This is the power of Harrenhal. It is a place of lingering curses, where the blood of thousands who died in its construction and its fall has soaked into the very foundation. The old gods and the new alike seem to hold no sway here, and in the midst of this haunted solitude, Daemon Targaryen, the rogue prince, the man who had never known fear, began to understand what it meant to be truly alone. It was in this state that he met her, Alice Rivers. She was not a lady of the castle, not a noblewoman come to pledge her fealty. She was the wood witch of the Riverlands, a woman of whispered legends and feared counsel. Some said she was a bastard of House Strong, others that she was something far older, a remnant of the children of the forest who had lingered in the shadows of Harrenhal for centuries. Daemon found her in the Godswood, standing beneath a weirwood tree that bled red sap like tears. She did not bow, she did not flinch. She looked at him with eyes that held no fear of dragons. "You have come to claim a castle," she said, "but the castle will claim you first." Daemon laughed, but the sound died in his throat. She spoke of the curse of Harrenhal, of lords who had gone mad within these walls, of the ghosts that whispered secrets to those who listened too closely. She spoke of a prophecy, a green dream that had come to her in the night. She saw blood in the river, fire in the sky. She saw a dragon with two heads fighting itself, and she saw Daemon standing at a crossroads, holding a crown in one hand and a sword in the other. He did not ask her what she meant. He was Daemon Targaryen. He did not seek the counsel of hedge witches, but he could not shake her words. They clung to him like the damp of the castle walls. And as the days passed, the visions grew stronger. He saw his brother's face in the flames. He saw Lucerys falling from the sky. He saw a woman with silver hair, but her face was not Rhaenyra's. It was someone else, someone he did not yet know. Meanwhile, the River Lords were not coming. Daemon had sent ravens to every house of consequence: Blackwood, Bracken, Tully, Mallister, Vance. He had summoned them to Harrenhal to swear their swords to Rhaenyra's cause, and they had answered with silence. They remembered the last time a Targaryen had come to the Riverlands, demanding loyalty. They remembered the dragons. They remembered the burning, and they were in no hurry to choose a side that might leave their fields ash and their children fatherless. Daemon grew impatient. He was not a man who waited well. He paced the crumbling halls of Harrenhal, his boots echoing on the stone, the weight of his crown, or rather, the crown he meant to place on Rhaenyra's head, pressing on his thoughts. He had come here to raise an army, but the army would not come. The River Lords were playing their own game, waiting to see which way the wind would blow, and Daemon, for all his fire and fury, could not force them. He could not burn them into loyalty. He needed them to choose. But the castle was making him forget why he had come. The days blurred together. He would wake from a dream of dragonfire and find himself standing in a room he did not remember entering. He would hear his own voice speaking words he did not recall saying. The line between waking and dreaming began to dissolve, and in that haze, he started to see the woman from his vision, not as a shadow, but as a presence. She was there when he turned a corner. She was there in the reflection of a still pool. She was Alice Rivers, and she was watching him. She came to him one night, not in a dream, but in the flesh. She walked into his chambers as if she belonged there, her feet silent on the cold stone. She told him that the River Lords would not come until they saw a sign. They needed to believe that Rhaenyra's cause was not doomed, that the Blacks had a power that could match the Greens. And then she told him something else. She told him that the dead were not silent in Harrenhal. They had been whispering to her for years, and they whispered now about a boy, a bastard boy with a dragon's blood, who would one day sit a throne of swords. Daemon listened. He did not know if she was mad, or if she was truly seeing what he could not, but he knew one thing. He could not stay in this castle much longer. The walls were closing in, the ghosts were growing louder, and every night he dreamed of a crown that burned. He sent word to Rhaenyra. He told her that Harrenhal was his, but the River Lords were still hesitant. He asked for her patience, for her trust. But even as he wrote the words, he felt the lie in them. He was not patient. He was not waiting. He was unraveling, thread by thread, in the shadow of a fortress that had devoured stronger men than him. And then the sign came. Not from a raven, not from a lord's messenger, but from the sky. A dragon, not his own, circled the towers of Harrenhal one evening. It was Vhagar, the oldest and largest of the Green's dragons, ridden by Prince Aemond. Daemon watched from the highest tower as the beast passed, its wings blotting out the stars. He knew then that the war was coming to him. He did not have to go looking for it. It would find him here, in this cursed place. But before the battle, there was something else. Alice Rivers came to him one last time. She told him that the next move would not be made by armies or dragons. It would be made by fire and blood. Yes, but not in the way he expected. She spoke of a mill by the river, where a boy would die and a war would truly begin. Daemon did not understand, but he remembered her words when the news came. The burning of the mill, a green attack on a black supply post. A boy, a child, burned alive in the name of war. And in that moment, Daemon realized that Harrenhal had not broken him. It had shown him what he was willing to become. The River Lords finally answered his call, not out of loyalty, but out of fear. They had seen the dragon in the sky. They had heard the whispers of the Wood Witch, and they knew that Daemon Targaryen, for all his madness, was still the most dangerous man in the realm. He gathered his banners in the shadow of Harrenhal's melted towers, and he prepared to march. But before he left, he turned one last time to look at the great hall where he had seen so many visions. He thought he saw a figure standing in the doorway, a woman with red hair and green eyes. She smiled, and then she was gone. Daemon rode out of Harrenhal with an army at his back, but the curse of the castle followed him. He would never be free of it. The dreams, the visions, the whispers in the dark, they were a part of him now, and as he rode toward the next battle, toward the next chapter of this endless war, he wondered if Alice Rivers had seen this too, if she had seen him standing in the ashes of a kingdom, holding a crown that had cost him everything. The next chapter is called The Burning of the Mill, and it will show us just how far the Greens are willing to go to break the Blacks. But before that fire, there was this. A prince alone in a haunted castle, listening to the whispers of a witch and trying not to lose his mind. Daemon Targaryen had taken Harrenhal without a single sword being drawn, the great fortress yielding to him, as if the haunted stones themselves recognized a kindred spirit. But while Daemon sat in that cursed hall, wrestling with his own ghosts and the lingering visions that plagued his nights, the war he had helped ignite was already spreading beyond his control. The Blacks and the Greens were no longer content to skulk in shadows or trade, whispered threats across council tables. They were about to draw blood in the open, and the first true land engagement of the Dance of the Dragons would not be fought on Dragonback, nor in the capital, nor even beneath the banners of the great houses. It would erupt in the Riverlands, between two families whose hatred ran so deep that not even the Targaryens could claim to understand it. The Brackens and the Blackwoods. Their feud was older than the Iron Throne itself, stretching back centuries into the First Men's time, when the rivers ran red with the blood of their shared grudges. The Blackwoods, who worshipped the old gods and still carved faces into weirwood trees. The Brackens, who had long since turned to the faith of the Seven, but never turned their backs on a chance to humiliate their rivals. Both houses claimed dominion over the same stretch of the Red Fork. Both had produced kings before Aegon's conquest, and both had sent sons to die in petty skirmishes for so many generations that no one could remember the original insult. All that remained was a bone-deep, irrational hatred, a fire that needed only a single spark to consume the entire region. The spark came when Lord Samwell Blackwood declared for Rhaenyra, and Lord Amos Bracken declared for Aegon II. It was the easiest choice either man had ever made, not out of loyalty to any throne, but because opposing each other gave their lives meaning. The Dance of the Dragons was merely a convenient excuse to resume a war that had never truly ended. Armies were raised, not for the glory of the Targaryens, but for the ancient satisfaction of seeing the other side burn. And so the first major land engagement of the Civil War took place not at a castle or a crossing, but at a mill, a simple stone mill by the river, where the Blackwoods had gathered their forces and where the Brackens marched to meet them. The burning of the mill, the histories would call it, though the mill itself was only a backdrop to the carnage that unfolded beneath a grey autumn sky. The Brackens struck first, their knights in crimson and gold charging across the shallow ford, lances levelled, war cries lost in the thunder of hooves. The Blackwoods answered with a volley of arrows, black-fletched shafts that tore through the morning air and found the gaps in armour with a sickening precision. Men fell before they ever reached the opposite bank, their bodies dragged downstream by the current. But the charge did not break. It crashed into the Blackwood lines like a wave against stone. And for a long, brutal hour, the two armies locked together in a slaughter that had nothing to do with strategy. There was no chivalry here, no mercy, no quarter, no surrender. The feud demanded blood, and both sides were determined to drown the river in it. Swords hacked through mail, axes split helms, and men died clutching at the throats of men they had hated since childhood. The mill itself caught fire, first from a stray torch, then from the oil that spilled from broken lamps, and soon the flames climbed the wooden walls and reached for the thatched roof. The burning mill cast a hellish glow over the battlefield, illuminating faces twisted with rage and grief, and still the killing continued. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the ford had turned red. Bodies lay in heaps, tangled together in death as they had been in life. Bracken and Blackwood indistinguishable in the mud. Hundreds had fallen, and among them were knights who had ridden to war expecting glory, only to find themselves butchered in a farmer's field. This was not the noble combat that the songs promised. This was butchery, plain and simple, and it sent a message to every lord in Westeros. The old rules no longer applied. Word of the battle reached Rhaenyra at Dragonstone, carried by Raven and whispered by riders who had escaped the slaughter. She had hoped that the war could be contained, that her supporters would fight only when necessary and spare the small folk the worst of the suffering. But the burning of the mill proved otherwise. The flames she had lit with her son's death and her demand for vengeance were spreading faster than she could control. The Brackens and Blackwoods had not fought for her cause. They had fought for their own, and they would keep fighting until one house was annihilated. That same hatred was waking across every corner of the realm, and Rhaenyra realized with a chill that she could no longer direct the fire. She could only watch as it consumed everything in its path. The casualties at the mill were devastating, but the true loss was something more intangible. The notion that war could be waged with honour, that knights would respect the boundaries of mercy, that the bonds of fealty would hold. All of that burned away with the mill's collapsing roof. The Dance of the Dragons had entered a new phase, one where ancient grudges and petty feuds would be settled with blood and fire, and no one, not even the Queen, could stop it. As Rhaenyra stared at the reports from the Riverlands, she understood that she had lost the ability to choose her battles. The war was choosing them for her, and the next battle would be far worse. Far from the rivers, far from the petty squabbles of the Brackens and the Blackwoods, a different kind of storm was gathering, a storm that would bring together the largest concentration of dragonfire seen since the dawn of the Targaryen dynasty. The lords of the realm would soon learn that a mill burning was only a prelude. The real fire was yet to come at a place called Rook's Rest. While the ancient blood feud between the Brackens, the Blackwoods, ignited the first major land battle of the war, it was a mere spark compared to the inferno that Sir Criston Cole was about to light. The burning of the mill was a brutal prelude, but Cole had no interest in grinding victories through peasant mud. He wanted dragons. He needed to draw the Blacks into a killing field of his own design, and he chose the castle of Rook's Rest as his bait. Rook's Rest was a modest but strategically vital holding in the Crown Lands, loyal to Rhaenyra. By laying siege to it, Cole wasn't just trying to capture a fortress. He was sending a message to the Black Queen: come defend your own or watch your supporters burn. And he knew that whoever the Blacks sent to break the siege would bring fire and scales with them. That was precisely the trap. Sir Criston Cole, now the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard for the Greens, had learned from the earlier skirmishes. He understood the overwhelming power of dragons, but he also understood that dragons could be lured, ambushed, and overwhelmed if you had dragons of your own. So he set his stage. A conventional assault on Rook's Rest, with siege engines and foot soldiers, enough to force a response, but not enough to take the castle too quickly. He needed the Black Dragon to arrive before the castle fell, and arrive she did. Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, the queen who never was, answered the call. She mounted her dragon Meleys, the Red Queen, a beast of immense size and ferocity, and flew for Rook's Rest. It was a bold move, but Rhaenys was no fool. She knew the risks, but she also knew that if Rook's Rest fell, the Greens would have a direct path to Dragonstone itself. Meleys tore through the sky, her red scales gleaming like a bloodstain against the clouds, and she descended upon the green siege lines with devastating fury. Fire rained down upon the soldiers below. Meleys unleashed torrents of flame, incinerating tents, siege towers, and men alike. For a moment, it seemed as though Rhaenys had turned the tide. The Green Army scattered, and victory appeared within her grasp. But she had not yet seen the full scope of Cole's trap. From the cover of the nearby woods, two dragons rose. First came Sunfire, the golden dragon of King Aegon II, his scales shimmering like molten metal. And then, larger and darker, came Vhagar, the oldest and largest living dragon in the world, ridden by Prince Aemond. This was the surprise intervention that Cole had orchestrated. Not one, but two green dragons, lying in wait to ambush the lone Red Queen. Rhaenys saw them too late. Aegon and Aemond had coordinated their ascent, rising from opposite directions to box Meleys in. There was no escape. The three dragons met in the skies, above the Crown Lands, and what followed was one of the most brutal dragon battles the world had ever seen. Meleys fought with fury, her jaws snapping at Sunfire's neck, her claws raking Vhagar's hide. But Vhagar was a monster of legend, and Sunfire was young and agile. The battle became a whirlwind of flame and blood, each dragon ripping into the others. Aegon on Sunfire closed in, attempting to grapple Meleys from above, but the Red Queen was faster. She twisted and bit deep into Sunfire's wing, sending the golden dragon spiralling toward the ground with. The battle at Rook's Rest had become a furnace of ambition and blood. Princess Rhaenys, the queen who never was, rode her scarlet dragon Meleys into the heart of Sir Criston Cole's trap, believing she was answering a desperate plea from Lord Staunton. Instead, she flew into a killing ground. The Greens had prepared for this moment with cold precision. Two dragons, no less, awaited her, and they were not alone. King Aegon II himself had taken to the sky atop Sunfire, the golden dragon whose scales shone like living treasure, while Prince Aemond circled above on Vhagar, the largest living beast in the known world, a creature older than most of the armies fighting below. Rhaenys saw the ambush unfold in the blink of an eye. From the clouds, Aemond's dragon descended like a storm breaking, and Aegon's Sunfire swept in from the east. For a moment, the sky above Rook's Rest became a canvas painted in fire and fury. Meleys, the Red Queen, was no stranger to battle. She had fought in the Stepstones. She had carried Rhaenys through 100 dangers, but two dragons against one was a mathematics that no amount of courage could balance. Yet Rhaenys did not flee. She turned Meleys into the teeth of the enemy, and the great beast roared a challenge that shook the very stones of the castle below. The clash was apocalyptic. Sunfire and Meleys locked in a spiral of teeth and flame, while Vhagar hung back, watching. Aegon, young and reckless, pressed his attack with all the arrogance of a king who believed himself invincible. He drove Sunfire into Meleys' flank, tearing at her wing. But Rhaenys was a veteran rider, and Meleys was cunning. She twisted, bit deep into Sunfire's neck, and sent a jet of flame straight into the king's face. Aegon screamed. A sound that was swallowed by the roar of dragons and the crash of falling masonry. Sunfire, grievously wounded, tumbled from the sky, his golden body slamming into the earth below, wings broken, blood pooling in the mud. The king lay pinned beneath his own beast, his body shattered, his skin blackened and smoking. And then Aemond acted. From above, Vhagar descended on Meleys with the weight of a mountain. The old dragon, nearly twice the size of the Red Queen, bit down on her spine and drove her into the ground. Rhaenys did not yield. She fought with every ounce of strength she had, even as Meleys' blood soaked the earth. But Vhagar was relentless. Aemond, his face a mask of cold calculation, did not call off the attack. Instead, he urged Vhagar to tear Meleys apart. And in that final crushing moment, the Red Queen was broken. Her neck snapped, her heart stopped, and Princess Rhaenys, the woman who should have been queen, died in the saddle. Her body was never recovered from the wreck. But there was something in the way Aemond moved after the kill. He did not land to check on his brother. He did not send aid to the wounded king. Instead, he circled low, and as he angled Vhagar's great head toward the fallen Sunfire, a fresh jet of dragonfire burst forth. Accidentally, the chroniclers would later claim. The flames washed over the tangled bodies of Aegon and Sunfire, scorching what remained. Aemond's supporters would swear it was a tragic error, a stray breath from a creature too large to control. But many whispered the truth. The prince had seized his moment. With Aegon maimed and Sunfire crippled, the path to the Iron Throne lay open for Aemond. He was now the most powerful dragon rider in the Greens' camp, and his brother was a ruin of a king. The aftermath of Rook's Rest was a triumph for the Greens, but a hollow one. Cole's trap had worked beyond expectation. He had destroyed the Blacks' most formidable dragon rider, yet the cost was staggering. Aegon too would never fully recover. He lay in a comatose state, his bones fused, his skin a map of agony, his reign effectively over. Sunfire, once the pride of the Targaryen stables, was a pale shadow of himself, hobbling and wingless, barely able to lift his head. The victory belonged in truth to Aemond, and he wasted no time in claiming the spoils. The head of Meleys, the great Red Queen, was severed and paraded through the streets of King's Landing. Citizens lined the cobblestones, some cheering, many silent. The dragons had become symbols of terror, not glory. The head was mounted on a spike and carried from the dragon pit to the Red Keep, a grotesque trophy that dripped blood and memory. Rhaenys' final stand had brought nothing, no strategic advantage, no delay in the war, but it had shown the Greens that the Blacks would fight to the last, and it had shown Aemond that a prince could become a king with the right kind of fire. As the sun set on King's Landing, the city buzzed with rumours. Whispers spread that Aemond had not saved his brother, but rather hastened his fall. The maesters tended to Aegon's broken body, but they could not mend what was broken in the soul of the dynasty. The Iron Throne, always a seat of blood, now had a regent in waiting. The kingdom would soon learn what it meant to be ruled by a prince who had burned his own brother in the name of victory. And in the shadows of Dragonstone, on the other side of the war, Rhaenyra heard the news of Rhaenys' death. She felt the loss not just as a defeat, but as a warning. The dance was far from over, and the next move would belong to Aemond, a man who had already proven he would stop at nothing. The smoke from Rook's Rest had barely cleared when the weight of a broken crown settled on Aemond Targaryen's brow. King Aegon II, your anointed sovereign, lay in the maester's chambers, his body a ruin of shattered bone and seared flesh, clinging to life by threads of milk of the poppy and the prayers of scepters. The dragon Sunfire, once the golden pride of the Greens, was a crippled beast, its wing torn, its body scorched, unable to fly, unable to hunt. And so, with the king broken and the realm bleeding, the Iron Throne, that monstrous, jagged seat of conquest, turned its hungry eyes to the one prince who still had the strength to sit upon it. Aemond Targaryen, the one-eyed prince, the rider of Vhagar, the largest and most fearsome dragon in all the world, did not wait for the small council to deliberate. He did not seek the blessing of his mother, nor the counsel of the Hand. He simply walked into the throne room, past the whispering lords and the silent Kingsguard, and took the regency, not as a steward, not as a caretaker. He took it as a conqueror takes a city, and in that moment the war changed. The first thing Aemond did was lock the gates of King's Landing, not the outer gates, not the posterns, every gate, every sewer grate, every crack in the walls where a rat might slip through. The city was to be sealed, and it was to remain sealed until Rhaenyra Targaryen bent the knee or burned. The small folk, the thousands who had already begun to hoard what little grain remained, they watched as the iron portcullises slammed down. The merchants who had fled the fighting found their escape routes blocked. The farmers who had hoped to bring their harvest to the city markets were turned away at spear point. Starvation was no longer a distant threat. It was a policy. Aemond understood something his mother never could, that a war fought with dragons is not a war of armies or supply lines. It is a war of terror, and terror, he reasoned, begins in the belly. Alicent Hightower, the Queen Dowager, the woman who had spent her life weaving alliances and whispering compromises, watched her son with a cold, hollow dread. She tried to counsel him, to remind him that a king must be loved as well as feared. But Aemond's answer was a single sharp glance. He did not need her counsel. He did not need her soft words or her careful politics. He needed dragons. He needed fire. And he needed the small folk to understand, in the most primal way, that the only mercy they could expect from the Greens was the mercy of a quick death. The city gates were barred, the granaries were locked, and the people of King's Landing began to starve. This was not the war Alicent had envisioned. She had wanted a quiet coup, a swift coronation, a realm that would accept Aegon as its king, because the alternative was chaos. But chaos had come anyway, and it wore her son's face. She saw the way Aemond looked at the throne now, not as a burden, not as a duty, but as a prize. She saw the way he spoke of the small folk, not as subjects to be protected, but as cattle to be culled, and she knew, with a cold certainty that settled in her bones, that she had lost him. The boy she had raised, the second son who had always been overlooked, was gone. In his place was a prince who had tasted power and found it sweeter than any wine. The military strategy shifted with brutal clarity. Aemond did not care for the slow grinding war of sieges and supply lines. He had Vhagar, the largest dragon in the world. He had a brother who lay helpless in a bed, a sister-in-law who wept in the shadows, and a realm that was slipping through his fingers like sand. So he would burn the realm to ash and rebuild it in his image. The first target was not a castle or a city. It was the morale of the Blacks. He sent word to the Riverlands, to the Reach, to every lord who had dared to raise a banner for Rhaenyra. He did not demand surrender. He demanded submission, and he backed his demands with fire. The closing of the gates was more than a logistical decision. It was a message. Every morning, the small folk would wake to the sound of the city crier, reading the names of those who had been caught trying to smuggle school food through the walls. Every evening, they would watch the smoke rise from the pyres, where the bodies of the executed were burned. The message was simple. There is no escape. There is no mercy. There is only the dragon, and the dragon is hungry. Alicent tried to intervene. She went to Aemond in the Tower of the Hand, where he had taken up residence, surrounded by maps and war tables, and the constant, low hum of Vhagar's breathing from the pit below. She pleaded with him to show restraint, to remember that the small folk were not the enemy, that a queen must be a mother to her people. Aemond listened, his single eye fixed on her with an unnerving stillness. And then he told her, in a voice as cold as winter steel, that she was no longer queen, she was the mother of a king, and her place was in the sept, praying for his victory. He did not raise his voice. He did not threaten. He simply dismissed her, as one might dismiss a servant who had outlived her usefulness. And so Alicent Hightower, the woman who had once held the realm in her palm, retreated to her chambers. She watched from her window as the city grew thinner, as the faces in the streets grew gaunt and hollow-eyed. She heard the whispers in the corridors, the rumours of children crying in the night, of mothers selling their hair for a crust of bread. She had wanted power for her son, yes, but she had never imagined it would taste like this. Meanwhile, Aemond's war machine ground forward. He summoned the dragon riders of the Greens, not as allies, but as instruments. He sent riders to Dragonstone not to negotiate, but to demand. And when the demands were ignored, he took to the sky on Vhagar. He did not burn villages or castles. He burned fields. He burned granaries. He burned the food that would have fed armies, the grain that would have sustained the winter. He understood that the Blacks could not be defeated in a single battle. They had to be starved, isolated and broken, and the fastest way to break them was to break the land itself. The closing of the gates had another purpose, one that the lords of the Red Keep were slow to understand. By sealing the city, Aemond had ensured that no word of his actions could escape. No raven could fly from King's Landing without his leave. No messenger could slip through the walls. The capital became a prison, and everyone inside it was a hostage. The lords who had once whispered against Aegon now found themselves nodding in agreement with Aemond's every decree. The merchants who had once grumbled about the cost of war now donated gold to the war effort, hoping to buy their way back into the prince's favour. Fear, Aemond had learned, was a far more efficient currency than gold, and yet for all his ruthlessness, Aemond was not a fool. He knew that the Blacks would not simply starve. They had dragons too. They had Rhaenyra, who was pregnant, who was grieving, who was desperate. Desperate people did desperate things, and so Aemond prepared for the inevitable counterattack. He strengthened the walls of King's Landing, not with stone, but with dragon fire. He ordered every available dragon to be ready for battle at a moment's notice. He turned the Red Keep into a fortress of ash and bone. But the most chilling change was not in the city, nor in the war councils. It was in the throne room itself. Aemond had taken to sitting on the Iron Throne, not as a regent, but as a king. He would hold court for hours, listening to petitions, dispensing judgments, all while Aegon lay unconscious in his chambers. The lords who came to him for audience saw the way his hand rested on the pommel of his sword. They saw the way his eye never blinked. They saw the way the firelight played across the twisted metal of the throne. And they knew in that moment that the realm had a new ruler. The question was no longer whether Aegon would recover. The question was whether anyone would want him to. And so the Dance of the Dragons entered its darkest phase. Not a war of battles, but a war of attrition, a war of starvation, a war of fear. Aemond Targaryen, the one-eyed prince, had become the thing his mother had always feared he would become, a tyrant. And the small folk of King's Landing, the people who had once cheered for dragons, now prayed for the sky to fall silent. But the sky would not fall silent, not yet. For even as Aemond tightened his grip on the capital, a new threat was rising in the east. A threat that would not come from the Blacks, but from the very blood of the Targaryen line itself. The Dragonseeds, they called them, bastards of the Dragon Lords, scattered across the realm, hidden in plain sight. And when Rhaenyra's call went out, they would answer, not for loyalty, not for duty, for the only thing that had ever mattered to the Targaryens. The chance to claim a dragon. That story, the story of the Dragonseeds, is one you will not want to miss. But for now, the gates of King's Landing remain closed. The fires of war burn low but steady, and the prince who sits the throne, the one-eyed regent, waits for the next move in this Game of Thrones. The air in the council chamber on Dragonstone was thick with smoke and desperation. Rhaenyra's war council had just received word of another defeat, another dragon lost, another prince dead. The Blacks were bleeding riders, faster than they could train them, and across the narrow sea, Aemond One-Eye was growing bolder, his dragon Vhagar casting a shadow that stretched from the God's Eye to the Gullet. It was in this moment of crushing uncertainty that Prince Jacaerys Velaryon stepped forward with a plan so audacious, it bordered on madness. Jace had seen the war from the front lines. He had flown his dragon Vermax through storms of arrows and fire. He knew that the Greens had more dragons, larger dragons, and more experienced riders, but he also knew something else. On Dragonstone, in the caves carved by volcanic fire, there were dragons without riders. Vermithor, the Bronze Fury, once the mount of King Jaehaerys, Silverwing, the gentle queen of good Queen Alysanne, and Seasmoke, the pale grey beast who had once belonged to Lyonor Velaryon. These were not hatchlings or wild strays. These were battle-hardened dragons, the largest in the world after Vhagar herself. But they had been riderless for years, their lairs sealed by stone and superstition. Jacaerys argued that the Targaryen bloodline was the key, not just the pure blood of the royal line, but any blood touched by dragonfire. The bastards of House Targaryen, the Dragonseeds scattered across the Seven Kingdoms, could be the answer. The proclamation went out across the Crown Lands. Any man or woman with Targaryen blood, no matter how diluted, was summoned to Dragonstone. They came from the docks of Hull, the brothels of King's Landing, the fishing villages of Driftmark. They came with calloused hands and hollow eyes, clutching scraps of parchment that proved their lineage, or simply trusting that the dragon would know its own. Rhaenyra watched them from the battlements, her face unreadable. She had spent her entire life fighting for the legitimacy of her bloodline. Now she was inviting bastards to claim the same fire that had burned her ancestors. The sowing began under a sky the colour of ash. Jacaerys stood before the gathered crowd, his voice carrying over the wind. He spoke of duty, of blood, of the chance to rise above their station. But the true test was not in words, it was in flame. One by one, the would-be riders were led into the dragon's lair. The first to try was a blacksmith's son from Driftmark. He approached Seasmoke with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. The dragon sniffed him, exhaled a cloud of hot air, and then turned away. The man pressed forward, reaching out a hand. Seasmoke's tail whipped around, sending him flying against the stone wall. He did not get up. The crowd grew quieter with each failure. A young woman from the brothels of King's Landing stepped forward. She had the silver-gold hair of old Valyria, but her eyes held no dragonfire. She approached Vermithor, the largest of the unclaimed dragons. The beast lowered its massive head, its nostrils flaring. She sang to it, a soft lullaby in High Valyrian. For a moment, it seemed to work. Then Vermithor opened its mouth and engulfed her in a torrent of flame. The scream lasted only a second. The ashes scattered across the stone floor. The watching crowd recoiled. Some turned and fled. Others fell to their knees, praying to gods they had not believed in since childhood. But then came a man named Ulf. He was a drunkard, a braggart, and a fool. He had no training, no armour, no fear. He walked up to Silverwing, the dragon that had once carried a queen, and he spoke to it as if it were an old friend. The dragon lowered its head. Ulf climbed onto its back. The crowd gasped. Silverwing spread its wings and took to the sky, and for the first time in years, the air above Dragonstone sang with the sound of a dragon's roar. Then came Hugh Hammer, a blacksmith's bastard from the city. He was a giant of a man, scarred and silent. He approached Vermithor with the weight of a lifetime of resentment. The Bronze Fury had killed 3 would-be riders already that day, but Hugh did not flinch. He placed his hand on the dragon's snout, and the beast, which had not suffered a rider since King Jaehaerys himself, bowed its head. The most unlikely of all was a boy named Addam. He was the son of a shipwright, a nobody from the docks of Hull. But when he walked into the cave where Seasmoke laired, the dragon did not hiss. It did not burn. It simply waited. Addam spoke no words. He climbed onto the dragon's back, and Seasmoke rose into the air as if it had been waiting for him all along. The sowing was a bloodbath. Dozens died. But when the ashes settled, 3 new riders had joined the Black Cause. Hugh Hammer rode Vermithor, Ulf the White rode Silverwing, and Addam of Hull rode Seasmoke. They were not lords. They were not knights. They were Dragonseeds, born of fire and blood, and they would change the course of the war. But as the sun set over Dragonstone, Jacaerys watched them fly. He knew that these new riders were a gamble. They were untrained, unpredictable, and hungry for power. He had seen the way Hugh looked at the Iron Throne. He had heard the whispers that Ulf was already drinking to his own legend. The seeds had been sown. But what would grow from them? The answer would come soon enough in the fires of the next battle. And that story belongs to the chapter we call The New Riders. The sowing on Dragonstone had yielded its first fruits, and the realm would never be the same. Jacaerys Velaryon's gamble, throwing open the gates of the Dragonmont to any soul with a drop of Targaryen blood, had drawn a motley collection of claimants. Some were of the old houses, bastards of the seed of kings and princes. Others were nobodies, men and women who had never known a life beyond the smoky forges of Hull or the muddy streets of King's Landing. Among them, 3 names would rise from the ash and flame to reshape the war, and the first of them, perhaps the most loyal, was a quiet shipwright's son named Addam of Hull. Addam came from the port town beneath Driftmark, a place of salt and tar and the constant groan of the tides. He was a bastard, but not the kind anyone had ever whispered about in court. His mother was a common woman, his father unknown, though rumour would later whisper that he was of Velaryon blood, perhaps even the son of Lord Corlys himself. But that night, standing before the ancient carved doors of the Dragonmont, Addam was just another face in the crowd, a young man with calloused hands and a steady gaze. He had no armour, no claim, no banner. He had only the memory of a dragon's roar he had heard as a child, a sound that never left his bones. When the keepers opened the cave, the dragons stirred. Vermithor, the bronze fury, rumbled in the deep. Silverwing, sleek and shy, coiled in a chamber of her own. But it was Seasmoke who answered Addam. That pale grey dragon, once bonded to Laenor Velaryon, had been riderless for years, grieving or waiting, no one could say. As Addam stepped forward, Seasmoke lifted his head. The air thickened with heat and the smell of brimstone. Witnesses said the dragon did not snarl. He simply looked at Addam, and Addam looked back. Then, without a sound, the dragon lowered his neck. Addam climbed onto those weathered scales, and Seasmoke took to the sky for the first time in too long. On the ground, whispers spread like wildfire. A commoner, a shipwright's bastard, had claimed a dragon, and not just any dragon. One of the strongest and most battle-tested in the Black's fleet. Rhaenyra, watching from the high tower of Dragonstone, saw the grey shape rising against the sunset. She did not smile. She understood the cost of this new power, but Addam was only the beginning. The other 2 who emerged from that sowing would prove far more volatile. Hugh Hammer was a blacksmith's son from King's Landing, a giant of a man, broad-shouldered and loud, with a temper that matched the forge fire he had worked at all his life. When he mounted Vermithor, the second largest dragon in the world, the ground shook. Vermithor had been the mount of King Jaehaerys, the Conciliator, the old king who had ruled long and wisely. But Hugh was no king. He was a man who had known hunger, who had watched his mother die in a flea-bottom alley, and who had never been given anything in his life except work and pain. When the bronze fury took to the air, Hugh screamed with joy that sounded almost like rage. He wanted more than a dragon. He wanted everything. Then there was Ulf the White, a drunkard, a braggart, a man who claimed to be the bastard of a Targaryen prince, but whose true lineage was never proven. Ulf had spent his days in taverns, telling tall tales over cups of sour wine. When he approached Silverwing, the pale white queen of dragons, she seemed almost amused. Silverwing had been the mount of Queen Alizarn, gentle and wise. But Ulf, stumbling and grinning, climbed onto her back with the ease of a man who had never known fear, and Silverwing let him. That day, 3 new riders rose over Dragonstone, a loyal foundling, a vengeful blacksmith, and a drunken fool, and Rhaenyra had bet her war on all of them. The decision was not made lightly. Jacaerys had argued that the Blacks needed dragons in the sky, not locked in stone. Rhaenyra knew the risk. She had seen what happened when men who had never tasted power suddenly held the fire of the gods. But she also knew that the Greens had Sunfire, Vhagar and Dreamfire. The Blacks were outnumbered. They needed riders, and they needed them now. So she gave the command. Any man or woman who could claim a dragon, even a low-born bastard, would be granted lands, titles and place at her court. It was a gamble that would either save her crown or shatter it. The new dragons changed the calculus overnight. Seasmoke, Vermithor and Silverwing were not the only ones. There were others, smaller dragons, like Mudasa and Sheepstealer, but the new riders gave Rhaenyra a fleet capable of striking anywhere. The Greens had relied on the sheer terror of Vhagar, the ancient monster of the sky. Now the Blacks could answer with a cloud of fire. Yet the true question was not how many dragons they had, but whose hands held the reins. Addam of Hull, for all his humble origins, proved himself a knight in spirit. He took to Seasmoke like a man born to the saddle. He did not ask for gold or titles. He asked only to serve, to fight for the queen he believed in. Rhaenyra trusted him, and that trust would prove invaluable. But Hugh Hammer and Ulf the White were different. Hugh began to see himself as more than a blacksmith. He wore his new armour, drank from silver cups, and demanded respect from seasoned lords. He spoke of the old king, of the power he now held, and there was a glint in his eye that hinted at ambition beyond duty. Ulf, meanwhile, treated his dragon like a barroom trophy. He flew for pleasure, not for strategy. He arrived late to war councils, reeking of wine, and laughed at the grim faces around the map table. Rhaenyra's gamble was that the war would be over before these men could become a problem. But wars have a way of testing loyalty, and Dragonfire has no patience for diplomacy. The balance of power had shifted. The Blacks, once struggling to match the Greens' dragon strength, now had a swarm. But a swarm cannot be commanded if its masters cannot be controlled. And in the weeks that followed, a darker truth began to settle over Dragonstone. The men who ride dragons are not always men who can be trusted. The flames they command are not always turned toward the enemy. Sometimes they burn the hand that feeds them. And as the Blacks prepared for the next great confrontation, the whispers grew louder. Would the new riders hold, or would they break? The answer, like a storm gathering over the narrow sea, was already on its way. And so the war machine shifts once more. The dragons are gathering, the enemy is moving, and in the salt-sprayed halls of Driftmark, a fleet is being readied. A battle that will decide the fate of the Gullet itself. With 3 new dragon riders now sworn to the Black cause, Rhaenyra's strength in the air has grown considerably, but the war is not won in the sky alone. For all their dragons, the Blacks face a critical vulnerability: the sea. King's Landing remains under the iron grip of the Greens, and the Velaryon fleet has held the Gullet for months, starving the capital of trade and reinforcements. Yet the Greens are not content to wither behind their walls. They have looked beyond Westeros for a weapon. The Blacks cannot match with flame alone. The Triarchy, that of 3 free cities from across the narrow sea, Myr, Lys and Tyrosh, has long hungered for dominion over the Stepstones. They remembered Daemon Targaryen's campaigns there, the blood they spilled, the losses they suffered. Now the Greens offer them a prize greater than any pirate's treasure: the right to plunder the Velaryon fleet, and with it, the keys to the Gullet. In exchange for 100 warships and 10,000 sellswords, the Triarchy agrees to break the blockade and deliver a blow from which Rhaenyra may never recover. The naval build-up is unlike anything Westeros has seen since the days of Aegon the Conqueror. In the harbours of the free cities, timber groans and tar smokes, as shipwrights hammer together a fleet built to crush the strongest navy in the 7 kingdoms. Captains sharpen their blades and count their coin. The Triarchy's admiral, a cunning Myrish corsair named Shrako Lohar, commands the armada with a ruthlessness that chills even the Greens' most hardened veterans. Their target, the Gullet, the narrow stretch of water between Dragonstone and Driftmark, where the Velaryon ships have held the line for so long. And there is something else the Greens have promised the Triarchy. A prize that strikes at the very heart of Rhaenyra's lineage. Her sons, Jacaerys and Lucerys, have been dispatched to the Eyrie and Winterfell to secure alliances, but the Greens know that should the blockade fall, the path to Dragonstone itself opens, and with it, the threat of Rhaenyra's younger sons being sent to Essos for safekeeping becomes a very real possibility. The Blacks whisper of a plan to spirit away Princes Aegon and Viserys to Pentos, to keep them out of Aemond's reach, but the sea that would carry them to safety is now the very sea that the Triarchy seeks to control. This crisis fractures the fragile unity on Dragonstone. Corlys Velaryon, the Sea Snake, has never been a man swayed by sentiment. He built his house's power on trade routes and salt water, but the death of his wife, Princess Rhaenys, at the Battle of Rook's Rest, has opened a wound that will not heal. He saw her burn alongside Meleys, and though he remains loyal to Rhaenyra's cause, his trust in her judgment wavers. How could she send his granddaughter, Baela, into the field? How could she allow the Dragonseeds to ride beasts that belong to Velaryon blood? The tension between them is a cold, heavy fog. Rhaenyra needs his fleet. Corlys needs her to acknowledge the cost of her war, and so the preparations begin for what will become the largest naval battle in Westerosi history. On Dragonstone, Rhaenyra paces the painted table, her fingers tracing the narrow channel that separates her from her enemies. Daemon argues for a dragon assault on the Triarchy's ships, but Corlys warns that even dragons cannot be everywhere at once, and that the Triarchy's archers have learned to loose fire arrows with deadly precision. War councils grow heated, alliances strain. Maps of the Gullet are marked and remarked with the positions of unseen enemy hulls. The Greens watch from King's Landing, waiting. Aemond, now Prince Regent, believes the Triarchy's fleet will shatter the Blacks' morale, but the Blacks know that if they lose the Gullet, they lose their last lifeline to the north, to the Riverlands, to the very allies who pledged swords in their name. The storm is gathering, and the ships are sailing. In the next chapter, we will witness the fire and the salt, the courage and the drowning, when the Gullet becomes a graveyard of dragons and ships alike in the confrontation that history will remember as the Battle of the Gullet. The Triarchy fleet had been gathering for weeks, a slow, deliberate storm assembling in the Stepstones. Their ships, gleaming with the painted sigils of Liz, Mar and Tyrosh, cut through the narrow sea with a single purpose: to shatter the Velaryon blockade that had kept King's Landing starving and isolated. Lord Corlys Velaryon knew they were coming, but he underestimated the timing, the scale, and the sheer ferocity of the enemy's hunger. It was not just a naval engagement they prepared for. It was a massacre dressed in sail and fire. The Gullet, that vital waterway between Dragonstone and the coast of the Crown Lands, became the stage for the most devastating sea battle of the Dance of the Dragons. On a grey morning when the tide ran strong and the wind carried the salt of distant shores, the Triarchy struck. Their assault was perfectly coordinated. An ambush that caught the Velaryon patrol line in the open channel, far from the safety of the island's harbours. Warships, drummonds and swift galleys poured through the gaps in the blockade, their oars churning white foam, their decks crowded with crossbowmen and archers. The first volley of arrows darkened the sky. Then came the fire. Triarchy captains had outfitted their vessels with trebuchets and catapults, loaded with pots of burning pitch and oil. One after another, they crashed against the hulls of the Velaryon fleet. The Sea Snake's proud Drummond, the flagship, took a direct hit amidships. Flames licked up the mast, and screams echoed across the water as sailors leaped into the churning sea, only to be met by more arrows from the enemy ships. Within an hour, a dozen ships were burning, and the blockade was broken. But the Triarchy had not counted on the dragons. High above the smoke and chaos, wings of leather and bone caught the morning light. Rhaenyra's Dragonseeds, the low-born bastards who had claimed the riderless dragons of Dragonstone, had been sent to reinforce the fleet. Hugh Hammer on Vermithor, Ulf the White on Silverwing, and Addam of Hull on Seasmoke descended like judgment. Their bellies glowed with fire, and when they opened their jaws, the sea itself seemed to recoil. The Triarchy ships, so confident moments before, now scattered in panic. Yet in war, no plan survives the first breath of dragon flame. The Dragonseeds were powerful, but they were untested in naval combat. Hugh and Ulf, hungry for glory, broke formation and pursued enemy stragglers into the shallows. This left a gap in the defence, a window that the Triarchy's most ambitious captains exploited. They turned their remaining ships toward the coast, where a smaller, faster vessel carried a cargo more precious than gold. Prince Jacaerys Velaryon, heir to the Iron Throne, and his dragon Vermax, Jace had been sent to supervise the dragon riders, to ensure they remained loyal and effective. He was young, barely a man, but he carried the weight of his mother's crown on his shoulders. When he saw the Triarchy ships break through the line, he did not hesitate. He vaulted onto Vermax's back, the young dragon roaring with a fire that rivaled the sun. Together, they dove toward the enemy fleet, a green and bronze blur against the smoke. It was a trap the Triarchy had prepared for dragons. They had ballistae mounted on their galleys, heavy iron bolts tipped with fish hooks and chain. As Vermax swooped low over the water, a volley of these projectiles tore through the air. One caught the dragon in the wing, another in the chest. Vermax screamed, a sound that silenced the battlefield for a heartbeat. He twisted, trying to climb, but the wound was mortal. Blood poured from his chest, and his strength failed. He crashed into the sea, taking Jacaerys with him. The prince did not drown. He emerged from the wreckage, gasping for air, but the Triarchy archers were waiting. A dozen arrows found their mark. Jacaerys Velaryon, the boy who had been groomed to rule, the son who had held his mother's hopes together, sank beneath the waves. His body was never recovered. The battle did not end there. It raged on for hours, a butcher's bill of fire and steel. The Dragonseeds rallied, burning the remaining Triarchy ships to the waterline. By nightfall, the Blacks had claimed a victory. The enemy fleet was destroyed. The blockade was restored, but the cost was staggering. Over half the Velaryon fleet had been sunk or burned. Thousands of sailors perished, and the heir to the throne, Prince Jacaerys, was gone. Rhaenyra would learn of her son's death before the moon set that night. The news came from a raven, its message written in desperate haste. She did not weep in front of her court. She simply stood, stone-faced, and then retreated to her chambers. The fire that had burned in her eyes for justice now turned to something colder, darker. If the Triarchy thought they could take her son, she would show them what a mother dragon truly was. But that is a story for another time. For now, the smoke still rises over the Gullet. The sea carries the ashes of 1,000 men and one prince. The madness of Harrenhal is about to unfold, and it will echo with the screams of a kingdom that has already lost too much. The aftermath of the Gullet left a bitter taste in the mouths of the Blacks. Rhaenyra had lost another son, and the Triarchy's audacity had cost them dearly. But the war was far from over. While the fighting raged at sea, Daemon Targaryen sat in the cursed halls of Harrenhal, and the castle's madness was beginning to consume him. You see, Harrenhal is not just a ruin, it is a wound in the world. A place where the stone itself seems to remember every drop of blood spilled upon it. Daemon, who had always been a man of action, found himself trapped in this labyrinth of ash and shadow, waiting for an army that never came. The nights grew longer, and with them the visions. He saw the future, or perhaps a possible future, a vision of Rhaenyra on the Iron Throne, but not as a queen. She was a corpse, her crown stained with blood. He saw a dragon with 3 heads, but one of them was screaming. He saw himself, old and broken, wandering the halls of a castle that no longer existed. This was the madness of Harrenhal. It was not a place of ghosts in the traditional sense, but a place where time bled, where the past and the future pressed against the present, like a storm against a window. Daemon began to speak to people who were not there. He argued with Viserys, who had been dead for years. He plotted with Laena, who had burned in the sky. And in the quiet moments, when the wind howled through the broken towers, he saw the face of Aemond Targaryen, the one-eyed prince, and he knew that he was coming, and come he did. Aemond Targaryen, riding Vhagar, the largest dragon in the world, descended upon Harrenhal like a god of war. The castle, already a monument to ruin, seemed to tremble under the shadow of that ancient beast. Aemond had come to reclaim the fortress for the Greens, to establish a foothold in the Riverlands and to prove that he was not just a prince, but a conqueror. He landed in the great courtyard, the stones cracking under Vhagar's weight, and he demanded Daemon's surrender. But Daemon was not there. He had slipped away in the night, leaving only the echoes of his madness behind. He had abandoned Harrenhal without a fight, not out of cowardice, but out of strategy. He knew that holding the castle would mean a siege, and a siege would mean a war of attrition that the Blacks could not afford. So he left Aemond with a victory that tasted like ash, a hollow prize in a crumbling fortress. Aemond's fury was absolute. He had ridden across the Riverlands, burning and pillaging, hoping to draw Daemon out. He wanted a battle, a duel of dragons, a chance to prove that he was the true heir to the legacy of Aegon the Conqueror. But Daemon had denied him that satisfaction. So Aemond did what Targaryens have always done when frustrated. He burned. The Riverlands became a sea of fire. Villages turned to embers. Fields turned to ash. The people fled, but there was nowhere to run. Vhagar's shadow stretched across the land like a wing of death, and Aemond, the Prince Regent, became a monster in the eyes of the realm. And yet, even as the rivers ran black with smoke, Daemon was not idle. He had abandoned Harrenhal, yes, but he had not abandoned the war. He was riding south, toward King's Landing, toward the heart of the Green Power. The madness of Harrenhal had shown him something. A vision of the future, perhaps, or a memory of the past. He saw the Iron Throne not as a seat of power, but as a trap. He saw the dragons not as weapons, but as chains. And he saw that the only way to break the chains was to strike at the head. So while Aemond burned the Riverlands in frustration, Daemon prepared a different kind of fire. He was not going to fight a war of attrition. He was going to end it. And he would do it not with dragonfire, but with cunning, with deception, and with the one thing that Aemond could never understand: patience. The stage was set for the fall of King's Landing. The Blacks had lost the Gullet, but they had not lost the war, and Daemon, the rogue prince, the man who had seen the future and found it wanting, was about to make his move. The madness of Harrenhal had consumed Daemon. He had seen visions there of a crown of bones, of a future he could not control. But when the Raven came from Dragonstone, carrying Rhaenyra's command, the fog lifted. Aemond Targaryen had left King's Landing, flying Vhagar north to Harrenhal, seeking to crush Daemon himself. The capital was vulnerable, and Daemon, for all his ghosts, knew an opportunity when he saw one. He did not hesitate. He mounted Caraxes and flew not to battle, but to rendezvous with his queen. Rhaenyra had already gathered what remained of her strength. Dragon riders, loyal lords, and a fleet that had slipped past the Triarchy's blockade. Their plan was simple, brutal, and final. While Aemond hunted a phantom at Harrenhal, they would take his city from beneath him. The assault on King's Landing was not a battle in the traditional sense. There was no clash of armies on the fields outside the walls. Instead, it was a strike of precision, of shadow and flame. Daemon and Rhaenyra descended upon the city with Syrax and Caraxes, their dragons casting long shadows over the Red Keep. The people below had seen dragons before, but never like this. Two of the largest beasts alive, circling the throne they had come to reclaim. But the true key to the city did not lie in dragonfire. It lay in the streets, in the men who wore the gold cloaks of the City Watch. Daemon had commanded them once, long ago. He had trained them, drilled them, made them his own. And though years had passed, and though the Greens had placed their own men in command, the loyalty of the Gold Cloaks ran deeper than any oath to a usurper. When the signal came, single horn blast from the Dragon Gate, the Watch turned. They did not fight for Aegon. They did not fight for Alicent. They opened the gates. They turned their spears on the Lannister guards, who had been stationed to protect the Red Keep. They let the Blacks pour into the city like water through a cracked dam. Inside the castle, panic reigned. Alicent Hightower, the Dowager Queen, was taken in her chambers without a struggle. She had expected this day, perhaps even welcomed it, as a release from the nightmare her family had become. But Aegon II was not so resigned. He had been warned, by Larys Strong and by his own instincts, that the capital could not hold. As the first shouts of Rhaenyra, Queen Rhaenyra, echoed through the streets, Aegon gathered what remained of his household, his children, his loyalists, and a handful of gold, and fled through the tunnels beneath the Red Keep. Larys Strong, the clubfoot, led the way. He knew every passage, every hidden door, every shadow that could swallow a king. Behind them, the sound of dragons grew closer, but Aegon did not look back. He would live to fight another day, or so he believed. Rhaenyra entered the throne room not as a conqueror, but as a queen, reclaiming what was hers. The Iron Throne stood before her, jagged and unforgiving, the same throne that had been denied her by the whims of men. She walked slowly, her hand brushing the cold metal of the swords that formed its arms. Daemon stood at her side, his eyes scanning the hall for any remaining threat. But there was none. The gold cloaks had done their work well. She sat, the metal bit into her palms, sharp and unyielding. It was not comfort she sought, but power, and for a moment the realm was hers. But even as she took her seat, the seeds of future ruin were already sown. Aegon had escaped. His children had escaped. And somewhere in the shadows, Larys Strong was weaving new webs. The war was not over. It had only changed shape. The city was hers, but the kingdom was not yet won. And as the sun set over the Blackwater, casting long shadows across the throne room, Rhaenyra knew that the hardest battles were still to come. The dance of the dragons was far from finished. What remained now was the aftermath, the slow burn of a victory that tasted like ash. The next chapter, the Queen of Ashes, would see Rhaenyra's rule tested not by dragons, but by the very people she had come to save. I hope you're as amazed by this as I am. If you want to stay updated on more content like this, make sure to subscribe and join our community of curious minds. Trust me, what's coming next will challenge everything you thought you knew. King's Landing had fallen, but the victory was hollow. Rhaenyra Targaryen, the queen who never was, now sat the Iron Throne, yet the throne room smelt of ash, not triumph. The city she had conquered was a corpse, starving, hostile, and choked with the memory of her enemy. The gold cloaks had opened the gates for Daemon. Yes, but that was a blade's edge of loyalty, and the people did not cheer for their new queen. They watched her with hollow eyes, clutching empty bellies, and whispered that she was a tyrant who had brought war to their doors. Rhaenyra had won King's Landing, but she had not won the city's heart, and a queen who rules a starving capital rules over a powder keg. The first blow came when she demanded account of the treasury. The Master of Coin, a Lannister appointee who had fled with the Greens, left behind ledgers that told a brutal truth. The vaults were empty. Aegon II and his council had bled the coffers dry, paying for sellswords, bribing lords, and hoarding gold for their own escape. There was no coin for grain, no silver to pay the city watch, no dragons to mint new currency. Rhaenyra sat in the council chamber, surrounded by the echoes of her father's reign, and knew that to hold the throne, she would have to tax the very people who already hated her. She imposed heavy levies on the merchants, the guilds, and the small folk who could barely afford bread. It was a desperate act, and she knew it. The streets would grow quieter, then louder, then violent, and yet her greatest fear was not the empty treasury or the hungry mobs. It was the dragons, Dragonseeds, those low-born bastards who had claimed the beasts through blood and chance, had proven themselves in the Battle of the Gullet. Hugh Hammer, Ulf the White, Addam of Hull. They had fought for her, but she could not trust them. They were not of her blood. They had been given power she could not control, and power without loyalty is a sword that can turn on its wielder. Rhaenyra's paranoia grew with each whisper from her council, each report of a dragonseed boasting in a tavern, each rumour that Hugh or Ulf might be courted by the Greens. She began to see traitors in every shadow, and the paranoia poisoned her judgment. Then there were the prisoners. Alicent Hightower, the Dowager Queen, who had once been her stepmother and friend, now sat in a cell beneath the Red Keep. Rhaenyra had not ordered her execution, not yet, but she could not let her go, could not risk the symbol Alicent represented. And Otto Hightower, the architect of the Greens' rebellion, was dragged before the throne. Rhaenyra looked at the man who had schemed for decades to put Aegon on the throne, who had whispering poison into her father's ear, who had stolen her birthright. She did not hesitate. She ordered his head taken, and the sword fell in the courtyard where so many had bled before. The execution silenced no one. It only deepened the fear and hatred that clung to her rule like smoke. The Queen of Ashes, they began to call her, a ruler who inherited nothing but destruction, who burned her own kingdom to hold it. And in the shadows, the seeds of the first betrayal were already being sown in King's Landing. But in a distant town called Tumbleton, where a dragon rider would choose a different side, and the price of that choice would shake the realm to its core, Rhaenyra sat on the Iron Throne. But the seat was colder and sharper than she had ever imagined. She had taken King's Landing, yes, but the city she now ruled was a starving, seething beast. The treasury was empty. Her father's wars and his endless feasts had bled it dry, and then the Greens had stripped the vaults before they fled. She had been forced to impose heavy taxes on a populace that already hated her, to squeeze coin from merchants who had no grain to sell, to demand tribute from lords who whispered that a woman's reign was cursed. The Queen of Ashes, they called her, and the title burned. But far worse than the whispers was the news that came from the Reach. The Green Army, led by Lord Aemond Hightower, was marching north with a host that outnumbered anything Rhaenyra could field. They were moving toward Tumbleton, a town that sat astride the main road to King's Landing. If Tumbleton fell, the Greens would have a staging ground for a siege. Rhaenyra had dragons, but she did not have enough riders. Her own sons were too young, her stepdaughters too few, and Daemon was still in Harrenhal, lost in his visions and his madness. She needed more dragon riders, and quickly. That was when she turned to the Dragonseeds, those bastards of Targaryen blood, the forgotten sons and daughters of the house's wandering lords, had already proven their worth. Hugh Hammer, a blacksmith's son from Hull, had claimed the dragon Vermithor, the bronze fury once ridden by King Jaehaerys, and Ulf the White, a drunkard and a braggart, had somehow managed to mount Silverwing, the gentle queen of dragons who had belonged to Queen Alizan. These two men had fought in the Battle of the Gullet, and they had helped break the Triarchy's fleet. They were Rhaenyra's best hope, so she sent them south to Tumbleton. Hugh on Vermithor, Ulf on Silverwing, with orders to burn the Green Army before it could reach the town. It was a simple plan, a desperate one, but it should have worked. 2 adult dragons against a host of men on foot. The Greens had no dragon of their own nearby. Aemond was still at Harrenhal with Vhagar, and the other Greens were scattered. Rhaenyra believed she had bought herself time, but she had misjudged the loyalty of her lowborn dragon riders. Hugh Hammer and Ulf the White had tasted power, and power changes a man faster than fire. They had been mocked, looked down on, treated as tools by the lords of Dragonstone. And now, with dragons beneath them, they saw a different future. They flew to Tumbleton, yes, but they did not burn the Green Army. Instead, they landed in the midst of Lord Ormond's camp and offered their swords and their dragons to the Greens. The defection was absolute and immediate. Hugh and Ulf declared themselves true Targaryens, men who had been wronged by the Pretender Queen. They said that Rhaenyra was no better than a usurper herself, that she had used them as chattel, and to prove their allegiance, they turned their dragons on the town they were supposed to protect. Tumbleton was a market town, prosperous and proud, with stone walls and wooden roofs that had stood for centuries. Vermithor's breath turned those roofs to kindling, and Silverwing's flame cooked the streets. Soldiers, women, children, all were consumed. The town became a pyre, and the smoke rose like a shroud over the Reach. When the news reached King's Landing, Rhaenyra's world broke. She had trusted these men, given them the greatest gift a Targaryen could give, a dragon. and they had thrown that gift back in her face, using it to destroy her own subjects. The betrayal was not just military, it was personal. It tore open the already festering wound of her paranoia. If she could not trust the bastards, who could she trust? Her own lords, her own children. She began to see traitors everywhere, to suspect every Velaryon, every ally who had come from the seed of the dragon. The court grew silent, fearful. Any man with Targaryen blood on his sleeve was now a potential enemy, and the Greens, emboldened by their new dragon riders, prepared to march on King's Landing with fire from above. Rhaenyra had lost not just the battle for Tumbleton, she had lost the war's momentum, and more importantly, she had lost her grip on power. Her rule, already fragile, collapsed into suspicion and dread. She would never again trust a Dragonseed, and that mistrust would poison every decision she made from that moment on. But one Dragonseed remained loyal, though his loyalty was now a terrible liability. Addam Velaryon, the bastard who had claimed Seasmoke, still stood with Rhaenyra. He had not defected, he had not burned any towns. But how could she be sure? How could anyone be sure? The question hung in the air, and the answer would soon demand blood. The hunt for Addam Velaryon was about to begin. A hunt that would test whether loyalty meant anything in a war already consumed by fire and betrayal. The defection of Hugh Hammer and Ulf the White at Tumbleton sent shockwaves through Rhaenyra's court. Two dragon riders, men she had elevated from the mud and ash of King's Landing, had turned their cloaks and their fire against her, and in that moment, trust became a currency she could no longer afford. Every Dragonseed who sat astride a Valyrian beast was now a potential blade aimed at her throat, and none more so than Addam of Hull. Addam had always been the quiet one, the loyal one. He had claimed Seasmoke, not through ambition, but through a bond that seemed fated. He was Corlys Velaryon's secret son, a truth the sea snake had guarded like a dragon's hoard. But in the wake of Tumbleton, Rhaenyra saw only the risk. If Hugh Hammer could turn, if Ulf the White could sell their oaths for gold and promises, what was to stop Addam from doing the same? He had Velaryon blood, he had a dragon, and he had the loyalty of the fleet that had made her throne possible. So Rhaenyra gave the order: arrest Addam of Hull, take him into custody on suspicion of treason, let him prove his innocence in chains. The command was carried with all the haste of a queen who feared the next betrayal before it landed. Men were dispatched to Driftmark, to the Velaryon seat of High Tide, where Addam had been quietly aiding his father in the aftermath of the war. They were to seize him, bind him, bring him back to the capital for questioning. But they had not reckoned with Lord Corlys Velaryon. The sea snake had spent a lifetime navigating storms, literal and political. He knew the shape of injustice when he saw it, and he saw that Rhaenyra's fear had clouded her judgment. Addam was no turncloak. He had bled for her cause, had ridden Seasmoke into the Gullet, had helped break the Triarchy's hold on the sea. Corlys would not see his son taken on a suspicion born of another man's treachery. So when the Queen's men arrived, Corlys met them with defiance carved into every line of his weathered face. He did not resist their orders to seize him. He knew the cost of open rebellion, but he would not hand over Addam. Instead, he sent a secret warning, a whisper carried by a trusted servant through the corridors of High Tide. He told Addam to flee, to take Seasmoke and ride for safety, to prove his loyalty not by submitting to a cell, but by choosing his own fate. And Addam listened. He took to the sky before the Queen's soldiers could reach him, Seasmoke's pale scales catching the sun as they rose above the sea. But flight was not enough. Addam knew that running would only confirm Rhaenyra's fears. He had to show her that he was still hers, that his loyalty was real. So he did not flee to the Riverlands or seek refuge in the free cities. He did not turn to the Greens. Instead, he pointed Seasmoke toward the heart of the enemy's strength, toward the God's Eye. It was a suicide mission, a glorious, desperate, dragon-scale gamble. He would fly to the Green forces gathering near Harrenhal, alone, and fight to prove that Addam of Hull was no traitor. He would burn through their lines, strike at their commanders, and if he died, he would die with his honor intact. It was the only way left to him. Back on Driftmark, Rhaenyra's men took Lord Corlys into custody. The Sea Snake was led away in chains, the man who had built the Velaryon fleet from timber and ambition, now a prisoner in his own domain. And with his imprisonment, the Velaryon fleet's support slipped from Rhaenyra's grasp. The ships that had carried her supplies, that had blockaded King's Landing, that had been the iron spine of her naval power. They would not sail for a queen who jailed their lord. One by one, the captains turned their sails away. Rhaenyra had won the throne, but she was losing the sea. Addam's flight was a lone ember against a darkening horizon. He rode sea smoke toward the lake called the God's Eye, where the waters mirrored the sky and the shadows of Harrenhal loomed on the shore. He carried no banner, no herald, only the fire in his chest, and the desperate hope that his death would speak louder than his escape, and there above the lake he would meet his fate. But that tale belongs to the next chapter, the one they call the God's Eye, where dragons fall and legends are born from ash and water. For now, know that the hunt for Addam Velaryon ended not in capture, but in a choice that would burn itself into the memory of the war. Daemon Targaryen had been losing himself in the ruins of Harrenhal for weeks, haunted by visions, by the ghost of his dead wife Laena, by the mockery of his own reflection. He saw the future in the flames, a prophecy of a prince who was promised, a song of ice and fire. But none of that wisdom helped him when Aemond Targaryen finally arrived. Vhagar's wings casting a shadow that swallowed the twisted towers. Daemon did not hesitate. He climbed into the saddle of Caraxes, the bloodworm, and lifted off from the cursed courtyard to meet his nephew in the sky. The challenge was not a speech, it was an action. Daemon soared above the lake called the God's Eye, a vast blue eye in the heart of the Riverlands, and there he waited. Aemond was eager, vengeful, and arrogant. He had lost an eye to Lucerys years ago, and now he had killed that same boy. But Daemon was not a boy. He was the rogue prince, a warrior who had spent a lifetime sharpened by war and exile. The two dragons circled each other, the oldest and largest beast in the world, facing the most fearsome and fiery of the younger generation. And then they clashed. The sky tore open with flame and fury. Caraxes twisted and bit, his serpentine neck wrapping around Vhagar's throat, while Vhagar's massive jaws locked onto Caraxes' wing. They fell together, a tangled mass of scales and blood, spinning toward the lake below. Aemond, confident in his dragon, never saw Daemon leave his saddle. In the chaos of the fall, the rogue prince leaped from Caraxes, his sword Dark Sister raised, and drove the Valyrian steel blade straight through Aemond's eye. A final ironic echo of the boyhood wound that had started this feud. The Prince of the Greens died before he hit the water. Both dragons slammed into the lake. Caraxes, mortally wounded, dragged Vhagar beneath the surface. The water churned red and black. For a long moment, the God's Eye was still. Then the bodies of man and beast sank into the depths, never to be recovered. Daemon Targaryen was gone. Aemond Targaryen was gone. The largest dragon in the world was gone. The dance had claimed its most spectacular victims, but the war did not end with their deaths. In King's Landing, Rhaenyra sat on the Iron Throne, but the city was starving, restless, and full of whispers. The people had grown to hate her. They had no love for her taxes, her losses, her foreign Velaryon allies, and the news of Daemon's death, when it reached the capital, would not bring unity, it would bring chaos. The next chapter of this tragedy would be written not in dragonfire, but in the fury of the mob. The gates of the Red Keep would soon be barred against a tide of anger no dragon could burn away. The echo of Caraxes' dying roar had barely faded from the God's Eye when word of Daemon's sacrifice reached King's Landing. The news travelled like wildfire through a city already tindery with hunger and despair. Rhaenyra's own husband, the rogue prince, was gone. Vhagar, the greatest dragon ever to live, had plunged into the lake with Aemond still chained to her saddle. The Blacks had won a terrible victory, but in the capital, that victory tasted like ash, because no one in King's Landing had seen the duel. All they knew was that the Green regime had collapsed, that Aegon II was a fugitive, and that Rhaenyra now sat the Iron Throne. But the city's granaries were empty. The treasury was a hollow vault, and the new queen had imposed taxes that crushed the small folk beneath an iron heel. Desperation breeds prophets, and in that desperate summer, a prophet rose from the mud and the filth of Flea Bottom. He was not a noble, nor a maester, nor a septon of the High Septon's court. He was simply called the Shepherd, a man of rough hands and a voice that could cut stone. He preached in the streets and the squares, gathering crowds that grew larger each night. His message was simple and terrifying. The dragons were not the glory of House Targaryen. They were monsters, demons sent to punish the realm for the sins of incest and tyranny. He spoke of the children burned in the war, of the farms turned to cinder, of the hundreds of corpses that choked the Blackwater rush, and he pointed to the smoking pits of the Dragon Pit, where the remaining dragons still chained beneath the city were fattened on meat while people starved. That message was a spark, and King's Landing was a powder keg. The shepherd's sermons became more frenzied as summer waned. He called the dragons abominations, and he called on the faithful to cleanse the city with fire and blood. Not Targaryen blood, but dragon blood. He told the crowds that the gods had abandoned them because they had tolerated the beasts too long, and the people, hollow-cheeked and desperate for a scapegoat, listened. They had lost husbands, wives, children to the war. They had seen dragons burn the town of Duskendale and the fields of the Crownlands. And now, with Aemond dead and Rhaenyra's rule buckling, they needed someone to blame. The shepherd gave them the dragons, and the dragons were right there, under the city, behind the great bronze doors of the Dragon Pit. One night, the mob made its decision. It began as a trickle, then a river, then a flood. Thousands upon thousands of King's Landing citizens, starved, angry, armed with clubs, torches, and the jagged edges of broken tools, poured through the streets toward the massive dome of the Dragon Pit. The gold cloaks, already stretched thin and deeply unpopular, melted away. Some joined the mob, most fled. The city's gates were left undefended as the shouting wave reached the pit's entrance. Inside the Dragon Pit, 4 dragons were chained. Tyraxes, the young dragon of the late Prince Joffrey Velaryon, Shrykos and Morgul, 2 smaller dragons that had been tethered in the depths, and the great she-dragon Dreamfire, once the mount of Queen Helena. They were not war dragons in the open sky. They were prisoners in stone, their wings clipped by iron shackles, their fire limited by the low ceiling. But they were still dragons. The mob broke through the outer doors. They surged into the cavernous hall, a screaming tide of humanity that crashed against the chains. Tyraxes, the youngest, snapped and snarled, but the people were beyond fear. They threw oil, they threw flaming brands, they threw anything they could lift. A makeshift crane of timbers and rope was hoisted against the beast. The first dragon to die was Tyraxes, crushed under the weight of the falling structure, his skull shattered by the mob's frenzy. Then Shrykos, then Morgul. The small dragons were overwhelmed, torn apart by sheer numbers, their scales hacked, their eyes gouged, their bellies ripped open by the desperate screaming crowd. The blood of dragons pooled on the stone floor, and the mob howled with a terrible joy. But Dreamfire was a different matter. The great blue she-dragon, older and fiercer than the others, fought with a fury that shook the pit. She snapped chains. She scorched 100 men to ash with one burst of flame, but the mob was endless. They climbed the walls. They dropped stones from above. They drove spears into her flanks. Dreamfire thrashed, her roars echoing through the dome. But the weight of thousands of bodies was too much. A massive chain, pulled by 100 hands, looped around her neck. She was dragged down, and the mob closed in. The last of the tethered dragons died in a frenzy of fire and blood, and then in the chaos, a young dragon appeared in the sky above the pit. Syrax, the Golden Queen of Rhaenyra herself, descended from the clouds, and on her back was Prince Joffrey Velaryon. He was barely 10 years old. The boy had no training, no experience in battle. He had seen the mob from the Red Keep, and in the desperate arrogance of youth, had mounted his mother's dragon to protect the pit. But Syrax was not his mount. She was Rhaenyra's, and she was loyal only to her rider. Joffrey could not control her. The golden dragon, sensing danger, began to buck and twist. The prince lost his grip, slipped from the saddle, and fell. He fell through the smoke and the screams. He hit the stone courtyard of the dragon pit, and the mob surged around him. A boy, a prince, a Targaryen. And in that moment the crowd had no mercy. They had killed dragons. They would kill a prince. Joffrey Velaryon was torn apart before he could even cry out. Syrax, riderless and panicked, did not flee. She dove, trying to reach her master's son, but the mob turned on her. They threw ropes, they threw oil. The golden dragon fought, but she was alone, and the pit had become a slaughterhouse. The mob's victory was complete. King's Landing had risen. The dragons were dead. And Rhaenyra, in the Red Keep, heard the roar of the crowd. Not cheers, but the deep, guttural howl of revolution. She knew then that her throne was lost. The city was no longer hers. The shepherd's mob was marching, and the gates were open, and the only path left was flight. That flight, the desperate, broken escape from the capital, would seal her fate. And it begins with a single, impossible choice. The mob had already done its worst at the dragon pit. Thousands of desperate souls, whipped into a frenzy by the shepherd's sermons, had torn through the great bronze doors and swarmed the tunnels where the dragons slept. The sheer, unimaginable scale of that slaughter, the screams of men and beasts mingling until the whole city seemed to tremble, was still echoing through the streets when Rhaenyra Targaryen sat alone in the Red Keep, listening to the chaos she could not see. The capital had turned against her. Every window rattled with the chant of King Aegon and death to the Whore Queen. Smoke rose from a dozen separate fires. The treasury was empty. Her loyal lords had either fled or fallen, and now the very creatures that had once made House Targaryen invincible were being butchered one after another by men with pitchforks and torches. Rhaenyra understood, perhaps for the first time, that she had already lost everything but the crown itself, and that crown was no longer a symbol of power, only a target. She sat in the throne room, the Iron Throne looming behind her, a twisted monument to blood and conquest. Outside, the roar of Syrax answered the distant screams. Her dragon was still alive, still chained in the outer yard, but the mob was growing. They had tasted dragon blood at the dragon pit. Now they wanted more. Rhaenyra knew she could not stay. Every second she lingered was an invitation to be dragged from the throne and torn apart. She called for her son, young Aegon the Younger, the only child she had left after the deaths of Lucerys and Jaehaerys, after the long list of names that had been carved into her heart like a dirge. The boy came to her, pale-faced and trembling, clutching the hilt of a dagger he could barely lift. Together they slipped out through a hidden passage, one that Viserys had once shown her in confidence, years ago, when kingship still seemed something noble and bright. The streets of King's Landing were a nightmare. Every alley held the sound of running feet, every doorway a flicker of torchlight. Rhaenyra pulled her hood up and pressed close to the walls, one hand locked around her son's wrist. She could hear the mob chanting near the dragon pit, a horrible rhythm that rose and fell like the tide, and then rising above it all, a sound that stopped her heart. Syrax's cry, but not the proud roar of a dragon in a shriek of pain. She turned, though she knew she should not look. Through a gap between two burning buildings, she saw the yellow scales of her dragon thrashing against a press of bodies. The mob had found her. They were swarming over Syrax's flanks, stabbing with scythes and daggers, hurling stones and broken beams. The great beast tried to climb into the air, but the chains, the same chains she had trusted to hold her mount secure, kept her tethered. Rhaenyra watched as Syrax's wings were torn, as her neck was hacked and bled, as the fire that had once been her mother's pride guttered and died. She wanted to scream. She wanted to run back, to burn every last man who dared touch her dragon. But the boy was pulling at her sleeve, and the mob was already turning toward their corner of the street. She fled. And in that moment, she left behind not just Syrax, but the last shred of her claim to Targaryen supremacy. Without a dragon, she was just a woman in a blood-stained dress, running through a city that wanted her dead. The flight to the harbour was a blur of broken cobbles and muffled prayers. A fisherman's skiff, bribed with the last of her gold, carried them out past the Blackwater Rush as the sun rose red over a capital in flames. Rhaenyra sat curled in the bow, her son's head in her lap, and watched the smoke rise from the dragon pit. She counted the dragons she had lost. Not just Syrax, but the entire legacy of her house, reduced to a single grieving mother and a boy who could hardly hold a sword. But Dragonstone was still hers, the ancient fortress of the Conqueror, the seat of her father, the place where she had been born. It had to be safe. It had to be loyal. She clung to that thought as the skiff pitched through the tides, as hunger gnawed at her belly, as the boy's feverish sleep grew restless. She would return, rally what remained, and make them pay. When the black cliffs of Dragonstone finally rose from the sea, Rhaenyra felt a flicker of hope. The castle stood dark against the overcast sky. Her castle, her last refuge. The skiff scraped against the rocky shore, and she climbed out, helping her son onto the wet stone. The gates were closed. That was odd. She called out, her voice raw, demanding entry. The portcullis groaned, but it did not rise. Instead, a face appeared at the barbican. A face she knew, a captain she had trusted. He looked down at her with eyes that held no recognition, only cold calculation. Behind him, she saw the glint of new banners. Not her sigil, not the three-headed dragon in black and red, green and gold. The garrison had turned. They had sold her to the Greens for a promise of amnesty, or perhaps for a few bags of silver. Rhaenyra stood there on the shore, the waves lapping at her boot, her son pressed against her side, and understood that the flight from the capital had not saved her. It had only delivered her into the jaws of a final, unforgiving betrayal. She had no dragon, she had no army, she had no throne, and the gates of Dragonstone were barred against her. In the cold ash of her dynasty, Rhaenyra Targaryen had nowhere left to run. That is where we leave her for now, standing on a beach that would soon become her grave, with only one question remaining. What happens when the queen, whoever was, is reduced to nothing but a name? The answer awaits in the next chapter, a chapter called The Return to Dragonstone. But the return is not what she expected. She fled through the burning streets of King's Landing, city she had ruled for less than a year, now devouring itself in flame and riot. Rhaenyra Targaryen, the queen who had sat the Iron Throne, was reduced to a fugitive clutching her son Aegon the Younger, racing for the harbour as the dragon pit collapsed behind her. The mob had taken Syrax. The mob had taken everything, but she still had her son. She still had her name, and she still had Dragonstone. The journey across Blackwater Bay was a hollow one. The same waters she had crossed as a princess, as a bride, as a queen returning to claim her birthright, now carried her back as a refugee. The wind bit at her face, salt spray mixing with the tears she refused to shed. When the grey stone of Dragonstone finally rose from the morning mist, it should have been a sight of comfort. This was her birthplace. This was the seat of her power. This was where she had been crowned. But as the small boat drew closer, something was wrong. No banners flew from the towers. No smoke rose from the kitchens. The Dragonstone that had once bustled with servants, guards, and the presence of her household was silent. The gate stood open, not in welcome but in abandonment. Rhaenyra's heart sank as she stepped onto the dock, her boots echoing against the empty stone. She had fled the capital, only to find her ancestral home had been taken, not by a green army, not by a sudden assault, but by the quiet, creeping betrayal of those she had left behind. The castle was cold. The halls that had once echoed with the laughter of her children now held only the whisper of the wind. Rhaenyra moved through the great hall, her hand resting on Aegon's shoulder, her eyes scanning the shadows. Where were the servants? Where were the guards? Then she saw the sigil, a golden three-headed dragon on a black field, draped over the throne of the queen who never was. It was not her banner. It was the banner of Aegon II. And then she heard the voice. A rasp, a wheeze, a sound like coals crumbling in a dying fire. It came from the throne itself. Rhaenyra turned, and what she saw stopped her blood cold. Seated in the high seat of Dragonstone, propped up by pillows and swathed in bandages that were stained with weeping pus, was a figure she barely recognised. This was not the Golden Prince who had stolen her throne. This was a horror. The flesh of his face was a ruin, melted and fused, the lips drawn back in a permanent snarl over blackened gums. One eye was gone, the socket a puckered pit of scar tissue. The other eye, milky and unfocused, still managed to find her. Aegon II was alive, and he was here. The burned king spoke, his voice a dry rattle. He had come to Dragonstone to die, he said. To die in the place where his father had once ruled, where his sister had once dreamed. But he had not died. He had waited, and now she had come to him. The guards who had remained loyal to the Greens stepped from the shadows, their swords drawn. Rhaenyra had no dragon. She had no army. She had only her son and her pride. The final confrontation was not a battle. It was a trial. Aegon, through the ruin of his mouth, pronounced her a traitor, a usurper, a woman who had brought fire and blood upon the realm. Rhaenyra stood tall. She had been queen. She had sat the Iron Throne. She would not beg. She would not weep. She looked at her son, Aegon the Younger, and she told him to be brave. She told him that he was a dragon, and then the dragon came. Not the boy, the beast. Sunfire, the golden dragon, the mount of Aegon II, descended from the sky. The creature was scarred and battle-worn, but it was still a dragon, and Rhaenyra had nothing. She was thrown to the ground. The flames did not come. Instead, the dragon's jaws closed around her. The world became pain, then darkness, then nothing. They fed her to Sunfire in the yard of Dragonstone, in front of her son. The boy who would one day be known as Aegon III watched his mother die. He did not cry. He did not scream. He simply watched, and the cold that entered him that day would never leave. The reign of Rhaenyra Targaryen, the half-year queen, was over. The Dance of the Dragons had claimed its most significant victim yet, but the war was not done. Aegon II, broken and burned, had won. But what kind of victory is it when the victor is barely alive, and the realm is a smoking ruin? The Greens had taken the throne, but at what cost? This brings us to the next chapter in this saga of fire and blood, the short triumph of Aegon II, for his reign would be measured not in years, but in days, and the final act of the dance was about to be written. Rhaenyra had returned to Dragonstone, believing she could reclaim some semblance of power, only to find her ancestral home in enemy hands, and there, waiting for her in the stone cold of the Great Hall, sat the king she thought she had destroyed. Aegon II, second of his name, was not dead. He was something far worse. His face, once handsome in the sharp Valyrian way, was now a ruin of scar tissue and weeping flesh. The dragonfire from Rook's Rest had taken his hair, his ear, half his nose, and most of the skin from the left side of his skull. He could no longer close his eye on that side. He wore a mask of gilded bronze to hide the horror, but the horror could not be hidden. He breathed through a slit in the metal, each inhalation a laborious rattle. This was the king who would ride back to King's Landing, not as a conqueror, but as a broken and mutilated shell of a man, carried in a litter because he could no longer sit a horse. The city he returned to was not the one he had left. The riots had hollowed out the streets. The dragon pit lay shattered, its roof open to the sky. The bones of dragons scattered across the floor, like the carcasses of butchered beasts. The mob had done their work. And yet, Aegon II was crowned again in the Red Keep, though the crown seemed to weigh far heavier on his scarred brow. He took his seat on the Iron Throne, and the blades cut into his ruined flesh. He did not flinch. He wanted them to see that he could endure pain, that he was still, somehow, their king. But endurance is not the same as rule. Aegon's reign, what little remained of it, was a short and bitter triumph. He had won the capital, yes, but he had lost the realm. The war was far from over. While he sat in the Red Keep, nursing his wounds and his grudges. The black supporters in the north and the Riverlands refused to bend the knee. The memory of Rhaenyra still burned bright in those cold and muddy regions. Lords who had sworn for her, who had bled for her, would not so easily accept the dragon who had burned her alive. They fortified their castles, mustered their levies, and waited. And in the north, a wolf was stirring. Lord Cregan Stark, the young and stern warden of the north, had been gathering his forces for months. He had heard the whispers of the war, the deaths of princes and dragons, the fall of the queen, but he had not yet marched. He was waiting for the right moment, for the snows to melt, and for the hour to strike. When word reached Winterfell that Aegon II had retaken the capital, Cregan Stark did not hesitate. He called his banners, and the Northern Army began its long march south. They called it the Hour of the Wolf, for when the Stark Lord reached King's Landing, he would bring justice, and justice would be as cold and as final as a northern winter. Aegon, meanwhile, was devouring himself from within. The man who had survived Dragonfire now faced a more insidious enemy, his own court. His advisors, the same men who had put him on the throne, began to see him as a liability. He was paranoid, erratic, and consumed by a desire to burn every last black supporter to ash. But the treasury was empty. The dragons were dead or scattered, and the people hated him. The small council whispered in the shadows. They knew that Cregan Stark was marching, that the Riverlands were rising again, and that the war could only end one way, with Aegon's head on a spike, or with a peace brokered by his own death. So they chose a quieter path. They poisoned him. It was slow and insidious, placed in his wine cup by one of his own cupbearers, a boy who did not know what he was doing. The king who had laughed at fire, who had survived the dragon's maw, could not survive the betrayal of those who served him. He died writhing in his bed, a gilded mask still clamped to his face, his one good eye staring at the canopy above. The short triumph of Aegon II ended not with a roar, but with a gurgle, and so the war was over. But the aftermath of the dance would prove far more brutal than any battle. When Cregan Stark finally marched his northern army into the capital, he found a king dead, a throne empty, and a realm bleeding from 1,000 wounds. That is where our story continues, in the cold justice of the Hour of the Wolf, in the reckoning that would follow the death of dragons. Up next is Chapter 47, the aftermath of the dance, where we will walk through the ashes and see what kind of peace the wolves can impose. The broken king Aegon II had won his war, but his victory was a hollow, poisoned thing. He sat the Iron Throne in King's Landing, a ruin of a man, his body ravaged by dragonfire, his mind twisted by grief and rage. But the realm he had fought so savagely to claim was already slipping through his fingers. The North, the Riverlands, the Vale, they still refused to bend the knee. And in the shadows of his own court, a final, terrible reckoning was brewing. For Aegon II, the end came not in a blaze of dragonfire, but in a cup of poisoned wine. His own men, his own supporters, had finally had enough. They saw the madness, the cruelty, the instability. They saw a king who was a danger to everyone around him, including himself. And so, they did what they believed was necessary to save the realm from further ruin. They fed him a slow, agonizing poison. The king who had burned his way to power died in his bed, writhing in pain, alone in the Red Keep. The Dance of the Dragons had claimed its final monarch. With Aegon II dead, the Greens had no viable claimant left. The war, for all its fire and blood, had ended in a bitter stalemate that felt more like a defeat for everyone. The only surviving male Targaryen of any standing was Rhaenyra's eldest son, a boy of 10 years. His name was Aegon, the same as the Usurper, the same as the Conqueror. And so the lords of the realm, weary beyond measure, did the only thing they could to stop the bleeding. They crowned him Aegon III. Imagine the weight of that crown on a child's brow. This boy had watched his mother Rhaenyra be devoured by Aegon II's dragon. He had seen his brother Joffrey die in the storming of the dragon pit. He had been a hostage, a pawn, a ghost in his own castle. And now he was King Wulgi, king of a kingdom that had torn itself apart. He was not a warrior. He was not the insurgent. Carfosselnam Himon. The boy king's first act was not a declaration of war, but Absar's not a reticulum essentia, not a Mareka, not a grand speech. It was a marriage. To heal the wounds of the civil Bolan, not the dance, the realm needed a symbol of unity. So Aegruski Teveda, not the son of Rhaenyra, was Nine Gwanjund, not the daughter of Aegpaul, not the son of the Green Queen Alicent. He was married to Jeha, as cryptographic, not the little girl, who was the daughter of Aegi, Sensi, not the second son of the Greens. Her name was Jaya Hera. Imagine the ceremony. The great hall of the Red Keep, still scarred from the riots, still smelling of smoke and fear. A boy of 10 and a girl of 8, standing before a septon, their hands trembling. They were not marrying for love. They were marrying for peace. They were the living remnants of two houses that had tried to annihilate each other. The Blacks and the Greens, the Dragon and the Hightower, were now bound together in a child bride and a child groom. It was a fragile thread, but it was all they had. And in that union, the dance of the dragons truly ended. But the cost. The cost was written in the bones of the land and in the empty skies. For the dragons were gone, almost all of them. The great beasts that had made the Targaryens into gods among men were dead. Vhagar, the oldest and largest, had fallen into the sea. Sunfire, the golden dragon of Aegon II, had Jeshung not perished in the chaos. Dreamfire, the dragon of Helena, had been torn apart by the mob. Syrax, Rhaenyra's own mount, had been butchered in the streets. And the smaller dragons, the ones that had hatched in the pits or on Dragonstone, they too were gone. The dragon pit itself was a charred ruin. Its great dome collapsed, its tunnels filled with the bones of men and beasts alike. The only dragons that remained were Tarannot, were the wild ones, Langs, not the ones that had fled to the east, beyond the reach of men, and one other, a dragon called the Cannibal, a savage beast that had never been tamed, still lurked on Dragonstone. But even Tomby, not he was a creature of legend, not a tool of war. The age of the Dragon Lords was over. House Targaryen had not lost its dragons. It had lost its soul. The bond between rider and beast, the ancient magic that had allowed them to conquer a Seymour, not a continent, was broken. The knowledge of how to hatch new dragons, the songs and the prosent, the spells, were lost. The eggs that remained in the dragon pit were cold and dead. The Targ 424, not the dynasty that had ruled Odeon, not ruled for 300 years, was now just another royal family, clinging to power by tradition alone. Aegon III, the Dragonbane, they would call him, not because he had slain a dragon, but because under his reign, the last of the great beasts faded from the world. He was a quiet Jednot Live, not a king, who ruled Warnjda, not a ruler who had known the fire and blood of his ancestors. He was a quiet, melancholy boy, haunted by the horrors he had witnessed. He had seen his mother devoured. He had seen his uncle die in a duel above a lake. He had seen the mob tear his stepmother to pieces. And now he sat on a throne made of swords, surrounded by the ghosts of his family, fungered not the ashes of their power, the small folk, those who had survived the war, the plague, the winter. They looked to this boy king and saw not a dragon, but a child. They whispered that the Targaryen Parpia, not the magic, had left the bloodline, that the dragons would never return. And for a generation, they were right. The dance of the dragons had not just killed the dragons. It had killed the idea of them, the fear, the awe, the unassailable power that had kept the Seven Kingdoms in check for a century. It was gone. Now, the lords of Westeros looked at the Iron Throne and saw not a symbol of divine right, but a chair that could be taken. The seeds of future rebellion were sown in that moment of weakness. But that is a story for another time. For now, the realm was quiet. The boy king sat his throne, his child queen beside him, and the realm tried to heal. But the scars of the dance Skype, not the dance, were deep. The great houses had lost sons and daughters. The River Nam, not the treasury, was empty, and the Targaryen, not the dragons, were gone. What remained was a legacy of ash and blood, and a question dappling not that would echo through the centuries. What is a king without his fire Tuan, not Vol, not his fire? What is a beer, not Trip, not Umano, not a dragon? without its wings. This is the story of how the Tisidimpping Sinshadai Gungwatessa Chevredrui, not the most assertions, not Fadzul, not the Targ Trans, not the dragons died. And this is the story of how the last dragon, a creature of myth and memory, would one day be born again in the Far East, from the ashes of a funeral et to not a fallen dynasty. But that is a tale for Nennot, for this Innic, not this chapter, the next chapter of our story. Thenu, not the Mercury, not the lore of the dragons, will ved, not will delve into the mysteries of the creatures themselves. We will explore the ancient cradle of their power, the ancient citadel officials, not of lymph, not Valley Jazawi, not the secrets of their blood magic, and the songs that were sung to bind them to the wills of men. We will ask the question that has haunted the grocer, not the scholars, for generations. Were the dragons truly gone for good, or were they women, not they merely sleeping, waiting for a time when the world would cumulative, not would be ready for their fire once more? Brioneral not. Aegon III, the Dragonbane they would call him, sat the Iron Throne. He was a boy, hollow-eyed, who had watched his mother Rhaenyra devoured by that same throne's hunger for fire and blood. He married Jaehaera, the daughter of his mother's greatest enemy, to stitch together the tattered remnants of a dynasty that had nearly torn itself apart. And as the wedding feast's ashes cooled, the dragons, the very soul of House Targaryen, were dying. You see, to understand the full tragedy of what came after the dance, you must understand what the dragons truly were. Not just weapons, not just creatures of legend, but living, breathing partners bound to their riders by a magic as old as the Valyrian freehold. Let me take you deep into the lore, into the biology, and the bond that made these beasts the most terrifying force in all of Westeros. The dragons were not simply tamed animals. They were intelligent, fiercely loyal, and capable of forming a psychic link with their rider. That connection was forged through a process that began at birth. A dragon egg, placed in the cradle of a Targaryen child, would either quicken with warmth or remain cold as stone. If it hatched, the hatchling would imprint upon the child. They would grow together, the dragon's life force entwined with the rider's. This bond was not instant. It required constant presence, trust, and a shared will. The rider had to think in tandem with the dragon, not command it as a master, but move as one being. That is why a dragon without a rider became wild, almost impossible to control. And that is why the loss of a dragon was not just a military loss. It was a profound emotional rupture. Now, consider the different breeds. The Targaryens did not have a single type of dragon. They varied enormously in size, colour, temperament, and power. Vhagar, the largest living dragon at the start of the dance, was a relic of the conquest. She was a bronze and green beast, immense, ancient, and battle-hardened. Her fire was said to melt stone. Then there was Syrax, Rhaenyra's golden-scaled mount, sleeker, faster, but not as aggressive in war. Caraxes, the blood worm, was a long, sinuous terror with a terrible temper. And Sunfire, Aegon II's dragon, was famed for its golden beauty and its ferocious loyalty. Even when broken and burned, the size of a dragon often reflected its age. A dragon never stopped growing. The oldest dragons could span nearly 200 feet from snout to tail. But that growth required something precious: freedom. Dragons, the biology and bonding of dragons, their breeds and sizes, shaped the war in ways that swords and arrows never could. But once the last great dragon died, once the fighting finally stopped, what remained was not fire or fang, but ink and parchment. The true legacy of the Greens was not etched in scales or seared into stone. It was written into the very laws of succession that would govern the Iron Throne for centuries to come. When the Green Council first convened in the shadow of Viserys' death, they acted with a singular purpose: place Aegon II on the throne, and do it quickly. They knew that a contested succession could tear the realm apart. But they also knew that if they succeeded, they would set a precedent that could never be undone. And succeed they did, at least in the short term. The war that followed, the Dance of the Dragons, burned through houses and bloodlines. But the legal framework the Greens championed outlasted the flames. The lasting impact of the Green Council on Westerosi succession laws cannot be overstated. Before the dance, the Iron Throne had no fixed rule. The Great Council of 101 AC had chosen Viserys over Rhaenys, but that decision was born from politics, not law. The Greens, through their actions and their eventual victory in shaping the narrative, effectively formalised male preference primogeniture for the Iron Throne. From that point forward, a male heir would always come before a female heir, even if she was older. The throne would pass to the eldest son, then his sons, and only if no male descendants existed would a daughter be considered. This principle, born from the ambition of Otto Hightower and the desperation of Alicent, became the bedrock of Targaryen inheritance. It was not written in a single decree, it was forged in blood, and it held for nearly 200 years, until the chaos of Robert's rebellion shattered the dynasty entirely. But the Hightowers paid a price for that legacy. The Green Council had been dominated by House Hightower, Otto as Hand, Alicent as Queen Dowager, and their allies filling the small council. Yet as the war ground on, the Hightower influence in the capital began to wane. Otto was executed by Daemon after the fall of King's Landing. Alicent was imprisoned, her power stripped away. The flames of the dance consumed their foothold in the Red Keep. By the time Aegon III, Rhaenyra's son, ascended the throne, the Hightowers were all but banished from court. The capital had seen enough of their machinations. The name Hightower became a whisper of treachery, a reminder of a war that had nearly destroyed the realm. No Lord of Oldtown would serve as Hand of the King for decades. Their influence in the capital, once so vast, collapsed into ash. Yet here is where the story takes a quiet, almost ironic turn. The Hightower line itself did not perish. Oldtown remained, and the Hightowers continued to rule there with an iron grip. Their power in the Reach, their control of the Citadel and the Faith, all of that survived the dance. While the Greens lost the court, they kept their ancestral seat. The city of Oldtown grew wealthier, more influential, even as the capital turned its back. The Hightowers withdrew from the Game of Thrones, but they never lost their footing. The Greens had won the War of Succession, at least on parchment. The official records of the Seven Kingdoms, penned by maesters loyal to the victors, would forever remember Rhaenyra Targaryen not as the rightful queen, but as a usurper, a pretender who defied the natural order, who stained the throne with her ambition and brought fire and blood upon her own family. And so, for generations, children in the great halls of Westeros would be taught that the Dance of the Dragons was a necessary tragedy brought on by a woman's greed. But history, as it often does, speaks with a forked tongue, because the Targaryen line that would rule for another century and a half, the blood that would eventually produce Laena, who wrote the histories that followed the Dance of the Dragons. She was painted as a usurper, a traitress whose ambition tore the realm apart, even though the crown was hers by right. Yet through her bloodline, the Targaryen line survived. Aegon III, her son, sat the Iron Throne after the war, and every Targaryen who came after, including the Mad King Aerys and the last Dragon Queen Daenerys, traced their lineage back to Rhaenyra. That is a powerful irony. The very dynasty that sought to erase her memory owed its continued existence to her sacrifice. But what few in the realm ever understood, and what the Dance of the Dragons almost entirely obscured, was a secret that only the Targaryen kings carried, a prophecy whispered from monarch to heir, passed from Aegon the Conqueror himself. King Viserys I knew this secret. He was not a warrior, not a conqueror, but he was a keeper of truth. In his final years, as his body decayed and his family tore itself apart, he clung to the prophecy known as the Song of Ice and Fire. It was not a simple vision of a future battle, it was a warning. Aegon the Conqueror had seen something, perhaps through dragon dreams, perhaps through a pact with the children of the forest, or perhaps through the same source that gave the Targaryens their bond with dragons. He saw that one day a great darkness would descend upon Westeros from the far north, a cold that would swallow the world. An army of the dead that no army of men could stand against, and he understood that the only hope for humanity was a Targaryen on the Iron Throne, a Dragon Lord with the power to unite the realm and wield fire against the ice. Viserys carried that burden alone for decades. He tried to pass it to his daughter Rhaenyra, but she was young and distracted by the politics of court, by the whispers of the Greens, by the war that was already brewing. He told her the prophecy when she was still a girl, but he did not tell her the full weight of it. He did not explain that the Targaryen dynasty was not built merely for domination, it was built for survival. The Iron Throne was not an end, it was a foundation, and the dragons were not weapons of conquest alone. They were the last defense against the long night. This is the tragedy that sits at the heart of the Dance of the Dragons. The civil war that consumed House Targaryen was not just a squabble over inheritance, it was a catastrophic failure of vision. The king who knew the truth, Viserys, could not stop the war. The queen who should have inherited the prophecy, Rhaenyra, lost sight of it in her desperation to hold power, and the Greens, led by Alicent and Otto Hightower, had no idea that Aegon, the second's claim to the throne, was meaningless in the face of what was coming. They fought over a chair while the world's future was being decided. That is the irony that reverberates through the centuries. The Targaryens destroyed themselves before the true enemy ever arrived. Consider the consequences. The Dance of the Dragons killed most of the dragons. Vhagar, the largest dragon in the world, fell. Syrax fell. Sunfire fell. Meleys fell. The dragons that survived grew smaller, weaker, and eventually died out or escaped into the wild. By the time the White Walkers marched south, 200 years later, the last dragon had been dead for more than a century. The Targaryens who remained were no longer dragon lords. They were mortal kings with mortal weaknesses. They could not raise a dragon army to burn the whites. They could not ride into the heart of the storm. Instead, they squabbled over thrones, murdered their own kin, and eventually were overthrown by a storm of their own making. And so the Song of Ice and Fire became a cruel joke. The prophecy foretold that a Targaryen would one day unite the realm against the cold, but the dance ensured that no Targaryen would ever have the power to do so. The loss of the dragons was not just a military defeat, it was an existential failure. Every dragon that died in the dance was a candle snuffed out before the longest night. The realm was left vulnerable, not because the Targaryens were weak, but because they were blind. They could not see beyond their own greed and fear. Yet the prophecy did not die. It passed from Viserys to Rhaenyra, and through her bloodline it continued. Rhaegar Targaryen, the last dragon prince before the fall, was obsessed with the Song of Ice and Fire. He believed that his son, the child born of Lyanna Stark, would be the one to fulfill it. Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell, the king in the north, the man who died and was reborn, is the inheritor of that ancient truth. He is the product of ice and fire, the union of Stark and Targaryen, and when the White Walkers finally came, it was Jon Snow who stood against them. But even he did not have a dragon at his side, not in the way the prophecy intended. Daenerys brought her dragons, yes, but they were few, and they were not bred for war. They were all that remained of a once great host. So the Dance of the Dragons is not just a story of family conflict. It is a cautionary tale about the cost of forgetting. The Targaryens who fought in the Civil War had no idea that their squabble would seal the fate of millions. They did not know that the dragons they killed would be needed to save the world. And in that ignorance lies the deepest tragedy. They destroyed their own salvation. When we look at Viserys I, a man who carried a secret too heavy for him alone, he tried to share it. But the walls of his family were too high. He could not force them to listen, and so the prophecy became a whispered ghost, haunting the throne room, even as the Greens painted their banners and the Blacks sharpened their swords. No one truly understood what was at stake. Not even Rhaenyra, for all her intelligence and fire, could grasp that the war she was fighting was insignificant compared to the war that was coming, and that is the final bitter truth of the Dance of the Dragons. The Targaryens did not fall because they were evil or incompetent. They fell because they could not see beyond themselves. They let their pride and their fear and their love of power consume what should have been their greatest strength. The dragons died, the dynasty crumbled, and the realm was left to face the long night with nothing but swords and prayers. Now, as we prepare to move deeper into the heart of this story, we must turn our attention to the character who embodied both the light and the shadow of the Targaryen legacy. The man who was both the blade and the wound. The man who loved Rhaenyra, who hated the Greens, who fought in the Stepstones, and who burned his way through history. Next, we will explore the life of Daemon Targaryen, the Rogue Prince, the King of the Narrow Sea, the consort of the Black Queen, and perhaps the most complex figure in the entire dance of the dragons. His story is not just one of war and ambition. It is a story of redemption, of ruin, and of the fire that almost but not quite burned the world down. The prophecy of ice and fire, whispered from Aegon the Conqueror to Viserys and then to Rhaenyra, was a secret burden passed through generations, a warning of a darkness that would not come for centuries. Yet in the shadow of that prophecy, another story unfolded, one of fire and blood, ambition and brotherhood, and a man who would be remembered as both a rogue and a protector. Daemon Targaryen, the prince who could never be king, is perhaps the most magnetic and contradictory figure of the Dance of the Dragons. To understand him is to understand the very heart of the Targaryen tragedy. From his first moments on screen, Matt Smith's Daemon is a study in controlled chaos. He moves like a predator, with a smirk that suggests he knows secrets no one else does. But beneath that swagger lies a deep wound. The son who was never the heir, the brother who could never be trusted, the warrior who could never find a worthy war. His evolution from the rogue prince to the man who would die to protect his family's legacy is not a clean arc. It is a jagged, bloody path, carved by pride, love, and a hunger that could never be satisfied. Daemon's relationship with his brother Viserys is the axis on which his entire character turns. They are bound by blood, but separated by temperament and circumstance. Viserys, the reluctant king, craved peace and stability, while Daemon craved glory and recognition. When Viserys named Rhaenyra his heir over Daemon, the younger prince felt the sting of a rejection that would echo through decades. He reacted not with open rebellion, but with a series of provocations, a crude joke about the dead Prince Balon, the theft of a dragon egg, the seizure of Dragonstone. Each act was a cry for attention, a test of his brother's love. And yet, when Viserys lay dying, it was Daemon who stood by him, who whispered words of comfort in High Valyrian, who chose to remember the boy they once were before the crown came between them. His hunger for a legacy drove him to the Stepstones, where he carved a kingdom out of rock and blood. He called himself the King of the Narrow Sea, but the title rang hollow. He needed more than a crown of salt and seaweed. He needed a place in the history of his house. That need eventually led him back to Rhaenyra, his niece and his wife, a union that was both political and deeply personal. With her, he found a purpose that transcended his own ambition. He became her protector, her general, her most dangerous weapon. In the name of the Black Queen, he committed atrocities and sacrifices alike, always chasing a future he believed they could build together. And then came the God's Eye, the final confrontation between Daemon and his nephew Aemond, each riding a dragon of legend, Caraxes and Vhagar. The sky above the lake turned into a maelstrom of fire and fury. They locked in a death spiral, clawing, biting, burning, until they crashed into the water, a blur of dragon and man and iron. Daemon was last seen leaping from his saddle, dark sister in hand, aiming for Aemond's eye. Neither prince was ever found. The lake swallowed them, and with Daemon, the truth of what happened became myth. Some say he survived, living out his days in exile. Others whisper that he ascended to something beyond mortal, a spirit of fire forever guarding the Targaryen bloodline. The ambiguity of his death is fitting for a man who never let the world pin him down. Matt Smith's portrayal captures all of this. The cruelty and the tenderness, the arrogance and the vulnerability. He makes Daemon terrifying and heartbreaking. A man who could slit a throat without flinching and then weep over a lost child. It is no wonder he has become a fan favourite. The character viewers love to debate, to defend, to fear. He is the rogue prince who wanted to be a legend, and in the ashes of the Dance of the Dragons, he became one. But if Daemon is the fire that consumes, there is another character who is the ember that smoulders. The woman who burned the realm to save her son. Her story is a mirror of Daemon's in ways that are quiet, devastating, and still unfolding. That story begins with a girl who was taught to be useful, and ends with a queen who learned what power truly costs. From the chaos of Daemon Targaryen's restless ambition, we now turn to a different kind of ruin. One that never raised a sword, never mounted a dragon, and yet shaped the Dance of the Dragons as surely as any battle. Alicent Hightower is the quiet tragedy at the heart of this war. A woman who never wanted a throne, but was pushed onto it by a father who saw her as nothing more than a pawn. And that, perhaps, is the cruelest truth of all. She was never the villain of this story, only the daughter of one. When we first meet Alicent, she is barely more than a child. The dutiful daughter of Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King. She reads to the grieving Viserys in his chambers, offering him comfort after the death of Queen Aemma. But every gentle word she speaks is orchestrated by her father. He sends her there like a messenger, a tool to worm his way into the king's affections. And Alicent obeys. She has been raised to obey, to be good, to be useful. There is no malice in her, not yet. She is simply a girl who has learned that her worth lies in what she can give to men. First her father, then the king. She marries Viserys not out of love, but out of duty. And the tragedy of Alicent Hightower begins in that gilded cage of a marriage. She is trapped by the ambitions of her father, trapped in a role she never chose, and trapped in a kingdom that has no place for a woman's desires. She watches her husband grow old and sick. She bears his children, and she watches Rhaenyra, her one-time friend, become everything she cannot be, free, fierce, and named heir to the Iron Throne. The friendship between Alicent and Rhaenyra is one of the great sorrows of this story. They were girls together, reading histories in the library, sharing secrets, but power and duty, and the whispered poison of Otto Hightower drove them apart. Alicent began to see Rhaenyra not as a friend, but as a threat to her children's survival. And in a world where a woman's only power comes from her sons, that fear becomes a blade. The transition from friend to bitter enemy is not a sudden betrayal. It is a slow, agonizing drift, built on years of small wounds. Alicent clings to the old gods and old traditions, using faith as armor against the chaos of the court. She convinces herself that by supporting her son Aegon's claim, she is doing what is right, what is ordained. But deep down, she knows she is just repeating her father's game. She becomes the very thing she once feared, a woman who uses her children as weapons, who sacrifices their innocence on the altar of ambition. And yet, the story does not allow her to find peace in victory. The war she helped start consumes everything. She loses sons Jaehaerys, Aegon, even Aemond. She sees her father dismissed and disgraced. She ends her days alone, a prisoner in the Red Keep, haunted by the ghosts of those she failed. The loneliness of her final years is the price she pays for a crown she never wanted. In the quiet moments before her death, she whispers regret for the bloodshed, for the dragons that fell, for the friend she lost. But it is too late. The dance has already burned the realm. What makes Alicent so compelling is not her villainy, but her lack of agency. She is a victim of the patriarchy she tried to uphold. She believes in the system that chains her, and she fights to preserve it, even as it destroys her. The exploration of gender roles and agency in the Seven Kingdoms finds its most tragic expression in her. She is not Daemon, who can carve his own legacy with a sword. She is not Rhaenyra, who can defy custom and claim the throne. She is a woman who does everything expected of her and still loses everything. Her story is a warning that obedience is no shield, that virtue is no armor, and that the ambitions of fathers can destroy their daughters as surely as any dragon's flame. As we close this character study, we begin to see how every choice in the Dance of the Dragons was shaped by the people who made them. People like Alicent, who never got to choose at all. But the show itself is a work of art, a visual masterpiece of shadow and fire, of costumes that whisper stories and sets that breathe history. The next time you watch, pay attention to how the camera lingers on a green gown or a flickering candle, because every frame is a brushstroke in a painting of loss. And in our next chapter, we will pull back the curtain on how that world was built, how the production of House of the Dragon turned words on a page into a living, breathing realm. It is a story of craftsmanship that deserves its own telling, one that reveals just how much of the tragedy you see on screen was carefully, deliberately, and beautifully made. And so we watched Alicent Hightower slip further into the gilded cage she helped build, a hands stained with decisions she could never take back. That tragedy, a woman trapped by the ambitions of her father, a friendship corroded into mortal enmity, is the emotional heart of. But the show's soul, its living, breathing presence on screen, is something far more elemental. It's the shimmer of dragon scale, all that visual craftsmanship we just explored, the painstaking detail poured into dragon designs, and the immersive sets of the Red Keep serves a deeper purpose. It grounds us in a world that, 2 centuries later, will look very different. The events of House of the Dragon are not just a standalone tragedy. They are the foundation upon which the entire Game of Thrones saga is built. Every scar on the Iron Throne, every forgotten passage in the Red Keep, every Valyrian steel blade carried by a future lord. All of it echoes forward to the day when Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow would walk the same halls, haunted by the ghosts of their ancestors. To understand who Daenerys and Jon truly are, we have to trace their lineage back through this very era. Daenerys is the last surviving child of King Aerys II, the Mad King, who was himself a descendant of Viserys I and Rhaenyra Targaryen. But the direct line from Rhaenyra did not survive the Dance of the Dragons intact. Her sons died in the war, and it was through her daughter by Daemon, Princess Rhaena, that the Targaryen bloodline carried on. Meanwhile, Jon Snow's father, Rhaegar Targaryen, descended from the same branch, the line of King Aegon III, who was Rhaenyra's son by Daemon, the boy who witnessed the death of his mother and the last of the great dragons. So both Daenerys and Jon share a common ancestor in Rhaenyra and Daemon, their blood mingled with the fire and grief of the dance. That civil war, fought over who should sit the throne, directly shaped the genetic and political fate of the dynasty that would eventually collapse at the Trident. But the throne itself was not static. The Iron Throne in Game of Thrones is far more imposing, far more monstrous than the one Viserys sat upon. In House of the Dragon, the throne still has room for a hand to rest on the arm, for a king to lean back comfortably. By the time of Robert Baratheon, over 170 years later, the throne has been physically altered. Why? Because after the dance, the dragons began to die, and the Targaryens lost the ability to forge new blades and reshape the throne. The original swords that made the throne were indeed 1,000 in number, but many were later removed, melted down, or lost. Some historians claim that the throne actually grew sharper over time, as the swords rusted and warped, and the Red Keep itself changed. In the dance era, the Great Hall is still relatively open, with a central hearth and a throne that faces the doors directly. By the time of Game of Thrones, the hall has been narrowed, the steps to the throne lengthened, and the iron spikes have multiplied. The keep's walls were reinforced after a secret tunnel was discovered during the war, a tunnel that allowed assassins to breach the royal apartments. That tunnel, later sealed, became the very passage Tyrion Lannister would use to smuggle Shae and later to escape his own father's justice. Two of the most famous weapons in all of Westerosi lore were forged in Valyria long before the Targaryens ever set foot on Dragonstone: Blackfire and Dark Sister. Blackfire was the sword of Aegon the Conqueror, a great sword passed from king to king, a symbol of Targaryen authority. Dark Sister A smaller blade designed for a woman's hand was carried by Visenya. By the time of the dance, these swords carried immense weight. King Viserys I possessed Blackfire, and upon his death, it was stolen by his brother Daemon, who wielded it at the Battle of the Stepstones and later at Rook's Rest. Dark Sister belonged to Prince Aemon, the Dragon Knight's ancestor, but during the dance, it was used by Prince Daemon himself in his final duel with Aemon the Kinslayer. After that war, Blackfire was lost for a time, then reappeared in the hands of a Targaryen bastard who took the sword's name as his own house, House Blackfire. That sword would ignite 5 disastrous rebellions, the echoes of which still troubled the realm in Daenerys' day. Dark Sister, meanwhile, ended up in the possession of Brynden Rivers, a Targaryen bastard known as Bloodraven, who took it beyond the wall and into the Weirwood Cave, where he became the Three-Eyed Raven. Centuries later, Bran Stark would inherit that blade's legacy. Every swing of those swords in House of the Dragon is a prelude to the wars that would tear the Seven Kingdoms apart. And that brings us to the heart of how the dance set the stage for Robert's Rebellion. 170 years later, the Dance of the Dragons shattered the Targaryen dynasty's unity. It killed most of their dragons, leaving the remaining few sickly and small. Without dragons, the Targaryens lost their most potent weapon of control. They became like any other house, vulnerable to assassinations, rebellions, and internal strife. The war created a deep mistrust between the crown and the great houses, especially the Starks, whose lord had been burned alive by dragonfire. That mistrust festered for generations. When King Aerys II began his descent into madness, the lords remembered that the Targaryens had once destroyed their own kin for power. The rebellion that finally ended the dynasty was not a sudden explosion. It was the culmination of centuries of resentment, weakened authority, and lost dragons. And at the centre of it all, the memory of Rhaenyra, the rightful queen, who was slaughtered and fed to her brother's dragon, became a symbol of the dynasty's corruption. When Robert Baratheon struck down Rhaegar at the Trident, he was not just winning a battle. He was closing a wound that had been opened since the day Queen Rhaenyra's crown was taken from her. So as we look ahead to what comes next, we have to ask, what happens where a dynasty that has already lost everything is forced to rebuild from ashes? That is the question that will drive the next chapter of this story. In our next episode, looking towards Season 3, we will explore the fragile peace that follows the dance, the rise of new powers, and the seeds of the final Targaryen collapse. What lessons did the survivors learn, and what mistakes did they repeat that eventually led to the day a young girl with dragon dreams stepped into a funeral pyre and emerged as the mother of dragons? The story is far from over, but for tonight, we leave you with the knowledge that every whisper in the Red Keep, every crack in the Iron Throne, every blade carried by a future lord, carries the weight of a war fought 200 years ago. Sleep well, knowing that the past is never truly dead. We've traced the bloodlines that lead from the Dance of the Dragons, the Daenerys Stormborn, and we've seen how the Iron Throne itself changed shape over those centuries. But the story of House of the Dragon is not finished. As Season 2 closes, the war has shredded both factions, but the war is not over. There are still fires burning in the Reach and in the North, and those embers will be the first to catch our attention when Season 3 begins. In the Reach, the great houses have been slow to commit. The Tyrells, cautious as ever, have kept their banners furled, but the lesser lords, the Rowans, the Oakhearts, the Tarlis, have been forced to pick sides. Lord Ormond Hightower, Alicent's cousin, has raised a massive army from the honeyed fields of the south, and he means to march on the Riverlands to break the Blacks' hold on the crossroads of the continent. Meanwhile, in the north, Cregan Stark has been watching from Winterfell with that cold, patient gaze. He swore no oath to Rhaenyra, but his son Rickon has ties to the Targaryen cause through the pact of ice and fire brokered by Jacaerys. The Starks will eventually march, and when they do, they will bring the full fury of the Wolf's Wood with them. These northern and southern fronts will collide in battles that have not yet been put to screen. The Fish Feed, the Second Tumbleton, the Storming of the Dragon Pit, each one a bloodbath that reshapes the map of Westeros. But one figure has been conspicuously absent from the war so far, and his arrival in Season 3 will change everything. Daemon Targaryen, the youngest son of King Viserys and Queen Alicent, has been studying in Old Town, far from the court at King's Landing. He is a dragon rider, bonded to Tessarion, the Blue Queen, and he is a calm, chivalrous soul. The only one of Alicent's children who seems to have inherited their father's gentle nature rather than their mother's ambition or their brother's cruelty. Yet the war will call him home. Daemon will ride Tessarion into the Reach, joining Aemond Hightower's host, and his arrival will tip the scales in the Green's favour for a time. His story is one of the most tragic arcs in the entire dance, because he is perhaps the most decent of the Green Princes. But decency does not survive a war like this. He will be tested, and he will break. The final resolution of the war comes down to a series of hammer blows. Rhaenyra will take King's Landing, but her victory will be hollow. She will sit the Iron Throne as queen, but the city will turn against her, and her hold on power will crumble as quickly as it came. Aegon II, though crippled and broken, will be smuggled out of the capital, and he will fight back with treachery and poison. In the end, both monarchs will fall. Rhaenyra fed to Sunfire, Aegon murdered in his bed, and the throne will pass to the only child left standing. Aegon III, Rhaenyra's son, a boy of 10 who has seen his mother devoured by a dragon in front of his eyes. His regency will be long and bitter, ruled by schemers and opportunists, and it will take years to heal the wounds the dance has carved into the realm. And yet the deepest wound is not on the map. It is inside House Targaryen itself. The tragedy of this family is not simply that they killed each other. It is that they believed dragons made them invincible. But dragons only made their capacity for destruction greater. By the time the war is over, most of the dragons are dead. The Targaryen bloodline is thinned, its magic faded, its prestige shattered. The cost of power is everything they had: their children, their heirs, their monsters of myth. The throne they fought for will be passed to a boy who will grow up in silence, haunted by the memory of fire, and 150 years later, another Targaryen girl will hatch 3 dragons from petrified eggs. And the cycle will begin again, because the only lesson this dynasty ever learned is that power is a dream, and dreams burn. What did you think of this journey? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. If this changed your perspective or taught you something new, consider subscribing for more mind-expanding content. And if you know someone who would find this as fascinating as you did, share it with them. These are the kind of conversations that matter.